picked up on any... Oh, yes, it is. I'm sorry. I do apologise. It is there in the programme, number 202, the sort of lime green BMW 2002 of James Palmer and Simon Horrobin. Missed it there at the bottom of the list, but they're out there in the BMW, which is from 1971. And we go all the way up to 1992 with that original BMW E30 M3 with the 2.5 litre engine, as opposed to the 2 litre engine which was used in the UK, but the 2.5 litre engine for 2013 British touring car champion Andrew Jordan at the wheel of that car. That's car number 81, and he's quickest at the moment with a 140.446. Second quickest is another of the BMW M3s, number 61, which is Tom Holbrook. And actually he's just been beaten by one of our Belgian Dutch border visitors, the Curls. They have 5 cars racing in this race, and it is the number 53, which is Wim Curl in time for the car, that sets the grid position. But of course Jordan, Curl, Holbrook and the other Curl cars are all solo driven, so it will be the time of that car that sets the grid position. 22 cars have come out. Another of our very original cars is Mike Whitaker's number 88. Mike Whitaker racing in the red Capri with the Motorcraft sponsorship. That is an original Gordon Spice car from the period. Gordon raced that himself. Went on later on in Spice's career to build the Spice Group C cars, which we'll be seeing. I don't think we've got a Spice here today, but we'll certainly be seeing. Oh, we have got.
We have. We've got one Spice Pontiac that will be out as part of the Group C demonstration just after 1 o'clock. But all I can see on the timesheet, Alistair, is Mr. Andrew Jordan, who of course won the British Touring Car Championship here in 2013 when he was driving the Honda Civic, and he's already been stamping his authority on qualifying with a 136.149, nearly a second ahead of the nearest BMW M3.
And that was Tom Holbrook now, who's gone second quickest, and third quickest, a car which we're tipping for potentially for pole position, because it's got 2 very quick drivers, Andy Middlehurst, father, and Chris Middlehurst, son, both extremely experienced and fast racing drivers. Either one of them could set the faster time for that, but the slower time, which might be set by the owner, which I think is Chris, if I remember from Donington, he'll be quick as well. So they had some problems at Donington, but they did win the second race.
They had a very, very smoky last 2 laps. I think Andy Middlehurst said that he was amazed he was able to bring the Nissan Skyline home, but I remember as a young child going past their garage in Jackson Street in St Helens, Alistair, and it was a treat to look at the Skyline, because obviously he won the National Touring Car Championship in 1990 before going into the British Touring Car Championship himself, so we'll keep an eye on that number 7 Nissan Skyline. So 22 minutes left of the session, and there was an improvement that last time round for the number 81 Motul car, the red, blue and purple machine then of Andrew Jordan at 135.816, but also improving was Tom Holbrook and the 61 BMW M3, 136.238, and those two are well clear of the rest of the field.
Andy Middlehurst was production saloon car champion in 1995 and 1996 in the production version of the Nissan Skyline. This is the much more modified full Group A version of the, or not technically not Group A, but of the top class of touring cars of the time, which was so successful. Effectively, it sounded the death knell of that type of car, because it won everything for 3 years running everywhere around the world, and it was so dominant that the Australians, in typical style, called it Godzilla, because it was a monster from Japan.
And they banned it at the end of 1992.
That's right, yes. And then we moved on to different regulations. Around 1,000 horsepower was possible in period from the Nissan Skyline, but in this series they're limited to 1.2 bar of pressure, so that gives them around about 650 to 700 horsepower, and there is a knob to turn it down if it's wet. Andy will be just winding the power down a little bit, but reckoned to be forecast is dry all weekend. And we've got some of the, I think 3 is it, of the BMW 3-litre CSLs, which is very much the car that I watched when I was a youngster watching European touring car racing. And one of them is being run by the Curl family, the St Paul race team. St Paul is the name of the cheese manufacturing company that the Curls had started and run and own. And the 3-litre CSL number 11, that's Dirk Curl, who is dad, and then the 2 sons are Tim and Wim, both in the Capris, which were designed and built by Ford to try and beat that BMW in period. And the Capri in the 70 years of 72 had the smaller 2.6 litre, well, it wasn't 2.6, it's 3 litre, but the Westlake engine in the RS26, but that was beaten by the BMWs, so Ford asked Cosworth to design a different engine, and they came up with the the RS 3.1 as it was known, or 3100, which was a 3.4 litre, based on the Ford V6 3-litre Essex block, but with a completely different arrangement of the cylinder head and inlets. And that then was able to take wins off the BMW.
The other 1970s BMW in the race is the BMW 2002 from 1971, currently in the pits. So that is the lime green car of James Palmer and Simon Horrobin, number 202. And that's a 2-litre engine, of course, that's within that BMW 2002. Just having a quick look at the times, and it remains Andrew Jordan at the top, but seems to be struggling on his last couple of laps. Maybe a bit of traffic there for Andrew. Tom Holbrook now in the pits. Gradual improvement, by the way, from Andy Middlehurst in the Skyline. He's currently on the 138.2.
Another of our Nissan Skylines is the very nice livery. We knew them as Yokohama tyres, but Advan was the Japanese name for them, and red and black livery, Taysan on the side. And that is Nick Strong, number 12. In his Skyline GTR, he is sitting in 14th place in the order. He's a solo driver, so it'll be his time that will set his grid position.
Yeah, that's Japanese touring car livery, of course, from the early 90s. So HKS were tuners of Nissans, and those people who played Gran Turismo regularly in the late 90s, which unfortunately I was one of them, will remember that car very well.
And another of our Capris, I wasn't able to get to the bottom of whether that's an original, but I don't think it is. I think it's just liveried up as Vince Woodman's Esso-sponsored 3-litre Capri from British racing, but also across into Europe for long-distance races like the Spa 24 Hours, which Gordon Spice in... it was sponsored by Belga in 1978, and he shared with the Martin brothers, Maxime Martin's father and uncle, and Maxime Martin, a current GT3 driver. And Gordon Spice won the Spa 24 Hours in 1978 in a 3-litre Capri, and that was the last time that the long 8.5-mile circuit was used. In 1979, they moved over to the new current Grand Prix circuit, a much shorter circuit, about half the length of the original circuit.
Improvement on the last lap, by the way, for Andrew Jordan. So it took a further 4/10 off his fastest time, so 1:35.464. Also an improvement for the Middlehurst Nissan in third position, currently just rounding Surtees on their way back onto the Grand Prix circuit with a 1:37.431. There we are.
So we've got a BMW M3 first and second, then the Nissan Skyline of the Middlehursts in third, number 7. And for those of you joining us via the live stream, that's the car on screen at the moment, number 7. New to the Middlehurst this season. It was raced previously, built by Rick Wood Motorsport up in the northwest, who's a bit of an expert at building both Nissan Skylines and the gorgeous RS Capris as well, and lots and lots of other things. But he built this car some years ago, but Andy and Chris took it on at the beginning of this season and had some technical problems at Donington in qualifying in May. Weren't able really to set a representative time. Started near the back of the grid, came through to win the second race. So they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. But it seems here on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit that the BMWs have got the measure of the Middlehursts at the moment. The car is in the pit lane now, number 7, so that'll be for a driver change. Just come into the pit lane now. It was Andy who started this session, so we should see, Chris just walking towards the car now, helmet on, ready to get in. Both drivers have to go out in qualifying and do a minimum of 3 laps to qualify the car. So Andy's done his laps in this qualifying session, which is 40 minutes. We've got about 15 minutes to go, so Andy's rather hogged the limelight there.
He has, hasn't he? But speaking of contenders, by the way, we've got both of the Curl brothers now out on circuit. So the number 33 Capri, that's Tim Curl. So he's currently 4th overall with a 1:38.554. His brother Wim, of course, won at the Silverstone Classic in 2023, a race that you commentated on, Alistair, in appalling conditions.
Yes.
That's the number 53, so that's the 2.6 Capri, and he is currently 7th overall.
I mentioned that the Curls have got 5 cars out in this, or the St Paul team, more correctly, have got 5 cars out in this. It's Dirk Curl, number 11, in his BMW CSL, absolutely gorgeous, finished in black. That is Dad, Dirk, and then 2 sons, Tim and Wim, 33 and 53 in their Capris. Audrey Van Ham is in an RS26 Capri. That's one of the senior directors of the company, and also, I believe, Dirk's partner. And finally, we've got number 3, which is out there. It's 16th quickest, and that's Samuel Verhegen, who is another senior director of the company, but also Dirk's son-in-law. So all family members, really. And he's out in the Mercedes 190 Evo 2 DTM car. Nice to see that out. We don't often get DTM cars here in the HTCC, so great to see that. It's just going through Paddock Hill now, finished in that black, grey and white livery.
Yeah, that's the Klaus Ludwig livery from 1992, the German Touring Car Championship. There is actually a great video on the Motor Racing Legends channel of that car being driven to an in-car view of a lap from Samuel from a couple of weeks ago, so great to see that out on track. And by the way, Tim Curl, absolutely no shortage of commitment whatsoever, real wiggle when he went through paddock on his previous lap, so we'll see how Tim, in fact Tim did improve on his previous lap, a 1:38.5.
And just the one Sierra RS500 or Cosworth, whichever one you want to call it, the RS500 is correct for David Tomlin's car, number 117, finished in the Batibou livery, Thierry Boutsen's sponsor in period, and not an original car, that's a car that's been built more recently. David Tomlin in car number 117, which isn't what it was in the programme. It's 17 in the programme. Just looking for him there. On our timing screens it's shown as 117. We'll just check that as it goes past us next time to see whether it's showing 117. But 17 in your programme is David Tomlin, long-time historic racer in all sorts of things, including historic Formula 2 and so on. He's out in his, he gives it all its names, Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500. It's the only one in this race. We normally have at least 2, if not 3, taking part in these races, but just David's here this weekend. That was a car which won just about everything in the British Touring Car Championship except the championship, apart from once with Rob Gravett, and that was because there were lots of different drivers winning races, so they were all taking points off each other, and at that time it was a class-based championship, and John Cleland actually came through to win the last class-based British Touring Car Championship in a Class C car, which was a Vauxhall Astra.
Yeah, it was 1989. He was only beaten once all season by Louise Aitken Walker, of all people. But Rob Gravett was dominant in the Sierra. Here is David Tomlin, by the way, coming over the line. It is 117.
It is, yes.
So a slight change to your programme then. It needs to add a 1 in front of the white, red and green Sierra just rounding Paddock Hill Bend now.
And that was a car which really dominated all around the world, really. It was certainly very dominant in Australia as well as in Europe and the UK, with drivers like Rod Gravett, but of course Andy Rouse, Guy Edwards, all taking their turn at winning races throughout the season, and Steve Soper as well in the Eggenberger car, which was the European Championship car.
We do have one of the M3s currently off on the outside of Surtees, but it's safely out of the way. We're just having a quick look. It's the white, red and yellow M3.
Is that the Tom Holbrook car?
I think that's the Mark Smith car, number 19. So Mark Smith sharing with Carl Jones this weekend.
I was just about to mention them. They're fifth at the moment. Smith and Jones.
Alias.
Those of you who remember Alias Smith and Jones years ago, that's Mark Smith and talking about Sierra Cosworth, Carl Jones, Duckham's sponsored car. Absolute mission he was on whenever he was in that car. Brilliant to watch. There is an in-car, I think, is there?
There is of Carl at Silverstone in 1989 racing against Jerry Marney, but he set one of my all-time favourite laps in the last round of the British Touring Car Championship in 1989, completely oversteering all the way through in damp conditions. How he managed to get that car on pole position, I will never know, but unfortunately that number 19 M3 sadly parked on the exit of Surtees.
Yes, it hasn't popped up on our screen as missing yet on track, but it may well do. But I think you're right, the colour scheme of that one looks to be Carl Jones or Mark Smith. And up to second quickest has gone the Middlehurst Nissan, which pushes Tom Holbrook down to third. So a new time in, and we know that Andy started, Father Andy, and Chris has got into the car. So it's Chris Middlehurst who set that time. Improved the time for that car to 1:35.543, which is within 79 thousandths of Andrew Jordan's time, number 81, the BMW M3. So after Andrew being comfortably on provisional pole since really the beginning of the session, suddenly Chris has got that Nissan going well and has moved up to within 79 thousandths. So it's quite possible that Andrew, who's on track now and just finishing a lap, so does he improve? 1:47.8, so he's just on a warm-up lap. So I think if you watch the number 81 BMW M3, which is currently going up to Druids, this is a really hot lap for Andrew Jordan, because he knows that Chris Middlehurst has closed to within a tenth, well within a tenth of his pole position time. So Andrew Jordan will be doing everything he can now to improve on that lap time. He's just coming up now to Surtees and starting to think about heading down the long straight through Pilgrim's Drop.
And while that happened, you just heard the roar of the Nissan Turbo, and that meant that Chris Middlehurst has gone quickest with a 35.371. But just a reminder to everyone that it's the fastest qualifying time by the owner of the car. So yes, he would be on pole position now.
He would, because I think Chris is the owner of the car. He's certainly showing in all of the documents we've had as the first driver, which means he's the owner. And Andrew Jordan heading around the back of the circuit at the moment. He was we were chatting with him yesterday, Andrew, and he said his favourite part of this circuit is the run down through Pilgrim's Drop towards Hawthorns. He said it's just so fast down there, and then you turn in through Hawthorns, and then it's the two right-handers effectively at Westfield and Sheen, and then Stirling's and back towards Clearways, and he said it's just fabulous round at the back of the circuit. And here he comes now through Clearways towards Clark Curve to complete the lap. Can he beat Chris Middlehurst? 1:35.3, comes across the line, cuts the beam. 1:35.0 for Andrew Jordan. Fabulous lap there from the car going down through the dip up towards Druids, the multicoloured BMW M3, yellows and blacks and reds on that car. An original car, we were told by the team yesterday, so that's a proper M3 from the period with the Motol sponsorship, the oil company. He's caught behind Mike Whittaker's Capri at the moment, so I don't think he's going to be able to improve this lap on that time. But typical Andrew Jordan, that he knew what he had to do and he went out and did it.
I really like the fact he said that his favourite part of the circuit is the back of the circuit, because he said his two favourite passing positions are actually on the Indy circuit, which is at Paddock Hill and then Surtees. The reality, of course, is that he's good everywhere around this Grand Prix circuit, but great time, 1:35.0, which means he's 3/10 clear of Chris Middlehurst. Just to bring you up to speed with the rest of the top six then, Tom Holbrook in the number 61 BMW M3, 136.23, number 61. Then David Tomlin in the number 117 Ford Sierra Cosworth, 138.143 in 4th place. 5th is Darren Fielding, who of course was 2nd at the Donington Classic, in the number 8 BMW M3, 138.249. And then in 6th position, it's the first of the Curls, that's Tim Curl, who's currently in the pits in his Ford Capri, 138.554.
And we've now had confirmation on our timing screen that the car missing on track is indeed the number 19 Mark Smith Carl Jones car. So that's the car that's parked at Surtees, or McLaren more correctly, on the Indy circuit. Pulled the car off there, so let's hope that that car can be fixed in time for the race, which is due to start at 12:15 this morning, the first of 2 races for historic touring cars. And the wailing sound of the Capri goes behind us, up towards Surtees now.
Goodness me, that Skyline sounds amazing. It goes amazingly well as well. 134.121, fantastic lap by Chris Middlehurst, and it's taking my breath away every time it comes past the commentary box. Anyway, he really is absolutely gassing it. So Chris Middlehurst then in the number 7 Nissan Skyline R32 with a 134.121, 5 minutes 18 of the session left.
And if you like taking photographs of racing cars, then you can't go far wrong if you can get to the position where you can get the Nissans shooting out tongues of flame from the side exhausts with the overrun and the unburnt fuel coming out through the exhaust. If you can get yourself a spot where you can catch that, particularly perhaps for the later race this afternoon, late this afternoon, it's going to be a bright day and it'll still be very light at 6 o'clock, but there might be enough slight darkness to really accentuate those flames coming out at the side of the Nissan. And we'll see whether Andrew Jordan can respond to that, because he's just under a second slower now than Chris Middlehurst. And Andrew Jordan had a slowish lap because he was caught in some traffic, but he comes through now and breaks the beam at 34.665. So that was the best time Andrew Jordan's done in that car, but it's not quick enough to push Chris Middlehurst and Andy Middlehurst off pole position from with a 134.1 to a 134.6. So around half a second between them. But as far as I can see, Andrew has got I think he will have a completely clear track for this lap.
That's right, Chris Middlehurst looks as though he's coming into the pits, and he is. So the number 7 Skyline, I think he probably thinks, yeah, that's enough for this session. Just in terms of other drivers improving, by the way, the driver of the number 125 BMW 3-litre CSL, and that is Tom Roach. He's also improved recently, so he's now into the top 10 with a 39.461, which I think is the fastest of the CSL. So yeah, 9th position there for Tom.
Tom Roche raced a lot in Mazda MX-5s for a few years, but he's been out in this BMW quite a few times now, for 2 or 3 years. Good to see. Lovely looking car, number 125. Really, really pretty colour scheme, the white with the BMW stripes.
And David Tomlin, by the way, has gone to 4th position. Great lap from the Sierra RS500, 137.738. Looks super committed at the end of that lap, and he looks super committed through Druids on this lap as well. So David now to 4th place. Oh, through the tail of the Sierra, right out of Druids, coming towards Graham Hill Bend. So this will be another quick lap for David, and he takes Graham Hill Bend as well. So let's see how David Tomlin gets on this lap, Alistair.
He's just going to head out on the Grand Prix loop. Meantime, 2 of the Curl St Paul Capris are making their way up towards Druids, running together, and the car behind is the 33, which is Tim Curl. 35, sorry, it's Audrey Van Ham, isn't it? Yes, I just read the number there. So she's in the slightly earlier 1972 period RS26 Capri, with the Westlake engine as opposed to the Cosworth heads on the later 3.4 Capris, the RS31 as they're known. And then we go a few years forward, if you're watching on the live stream, to the much more standard looking Capris from the period when Gordon Spice was racing in that very Motorcraft sponsored car. Much less modified by then. These Capris with the big wide wheel arches and the very, very heavily modified engines and suspension and so on were running to a different set of regulations.
I thought David Tomlin was on a fast lap, but he isn't. He's coming into the pits, so what do I know about racing at Brands Hatch? Out of the pits, by the way, is the Middlehurst, so the Middlehurst Skyline, potentially thinking, well, there's only 5/10 between ourselves and Andrew Jordan, so out of the pits comes the Skyline, just rounding Surtees now. In terms of improvements, also going quicker is the number 8 car, so that is the Darren Fielding M3 that ran so well at Donington, just going up towards Druids now, number 8, and he's now up into 4th position at 1:37.311. So that is the DTM livery. So that's the, wow, fantastic through Druids. That's the white with blue and red stripes currently branding Graham Hill Bend on your screen now. So it's professional, and it is being driven very professionally in 4th position.
David Tomlin has come in, as you said. Tim Curl's come in as well in the 33 Capri. Also in Andrew Jordan, who with only 38 seconds left, I think that's the end of his session, so he's been out, done his best. His fastest lap in the car was his last timed lap in this qualifying session, so he's done all he can, and he did a 34.665, but that's been beaten or previously beaten by Chris Middlehurst in the Nissan number 7, which is back out on track, as you say, but may just be bedding in brakes or scrubbing tyres or something. I don't think he'll be going to improve that time, because they're already half a second up on Andrew Jordan on provisional pole position. As Chris Middlehurst comes through, he's going to prove me completely wrong and set a really quick time. No, a 2:02, so that's his lap out of the pit lane. But there's really not much point in trying to go ever faster and wear out the components on the car and the tyres and so on. As the 4th place BMW comes through, another quick time. That's Darren Fielding, number 8, takes the checkered flag with his fastest time of the session, a 1:36.735, which puts him on the outside of the second row, 4th position, just ahead of David Tomlin in the RS 500. In fact, we spoke about Tom Roche in his gorgeous 3-litre CSL. Actually, shortly after that, he disappeared out on track, so that's a bit of a commentator's curse there. Don't know where he has stopped, but showing as missing, probably out at the back of the circuit where we can't see. So that's the end of our first qualifying session for today. It was for the Historic Touring Car Challenge. That was setting the grid for their first race, which is at 12:15 today, and then they will have a second race to close today's racing. It starts at 5:25, and that grid will be set by the finishing order of the first race. So that qualifying session was all about setting the grid for their first race. And we know it was Chris Middlehurst who set the fastest time for that car. What we don't know definitely, although we think Chris is the owner of the car, so his time will be the one that's used for the grid positions, but that's all subject to confirmation. We will get full grids and give them to you before the race starts. But just a question mark over which time will be used for that car. Andrew Jordan is solo, so he will definitely have the time that he set as his grid time. And interestingly, if for whatever reason Andy Middlehurst is the time that they use, then Andrew Jordan was quicker, so he would actually go on to pole position. But that will all be revealed when the timekeepers release the grid positions. Cars now going back into the Parc Ferme area. So it's Middlehurst in the Nissan quickest, second quickest Andrew Jordan, number 81 BMW, third quickest number 61 BMW of Tom Holbrook, fourth BMW number 8 of Darren Fielding. Then in 5th place, number 117 is David Tomlin in his RS 500 Sierra, and in 6th position, number 33, Tim Curl in the first of their RS 31 Capris. And then, despite retiring during the session, 7th quickest is Mark Smith and Carl Jones, number 19 BMW, and in 8th is number 53, the second of the Curls Capris, number 53, and that's Wim Curl. And then in 9th, again, a car that disappeared during the very end of that session, number 125, the BMW 3-litre CSL of Tom Roche. And in 10th place, number 96, Paddy Shovlin in another of the M3s. I'll just check that is Paddy. There's 2 Shovlins in our race. Yeah, it is Paddy in that one. And that's 10th place. In 11th place, number 69 is Michael Cullen in another M3, and then a car we didn't mention during the session very much. And we've got highlights on our live stream coming up. So we had the session go out at 9 o'clock, and it was the number 7 Nissan of the Middlehursts, father and son, that set the pace towards the end of the session, but at the beginning they were struggling for a really, really good lap time, and it was the BMWs that were right up at the front of the post of the times. And we also saw these wonderful early 70s Capris with the highly modified engines and suspension, great colours there. And then the later Capris, the type driven, and this very car, the Motorcraft sponsored Autocar red Capri of Gordon Spice in period. Andrew Jordan, of course, 2013 British Touring Car Champion, came out in a BMW M3, set the pace at the early part of the session. And another of our slightly later Capris in the colours of Vince Woodman, Esso sponsorship on the blue, red and white Capri. And the gorgeous BMW CSL, that was Dirk Curl's car, number 11, which set a good pace in the early part of the session. And of course, many of these BMW M3s, and we're not complaining about that.
1971 currently in the pits, so that is the lime green car of James Palmer.
One of the
number 202.
Nissans coming through, the Taycan Nissan, nice livery, the Weenie Pre in the 70 years of 72 had more of shots of the back of the circuit with the BMW just going up the inside of the Vince Woodman colours on the Capri. But it was in the end the Middlehurst Nissan which took the fastest time towards the end of the session, despite Andrew Jordan's really big effort. And another of the Curl Capris, that's the 33 car, that's the slightly later, more modified car. But Andrew Jordan in the Motol sponsored BMW M3 set a fantastic pace. His fastest lap was set on his last timed lap of the session. He couldn't do any more, but it was beaten by the number 7 Nissan, the car driven by Chris Middlehurst at this point, the son of Andy Middlehurst, who took the Nissan to pole position, provisional pole position.
Oh, it looks like another good weekend for the Godzilla. Chris, I was wondering, when I saw the skies looking a bit ominous earlier, whether you'd been busy doing a rain dance after your brilliant Donington. However, it seems that it works beautifully in the sun as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a little bit cloudy and looked quite angry, the sky before. So, but luckily it stayed dry. Would have been a bit of a fight to get the wets on, and obviously a wet setup on the car so quickly. But yeah, my father Andy started the session there. He was in P3, and there was 2 M3s in P1, P2. So he's changed over to himself, obviously, in the car, and then we put it on pole. But it is going to be a tough race because those M3s can kind of maintain that pace. And we're sort of obviously, you know, trying to really hoon the car around to get that time. And obviously we've got a lot more power, but also a lot more weight. So it's going to be interesting to see, can we maintain the lead? And, you know, as a duo, can we kind of win overall? It's going to be a tough one. Yeah,
so converting it won't be that easy. I mean, I feel like at Donington, the rain really worked in your favour, didn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the 4-wheel drive does help. And the car was amazing. You know, it's really compliant and easy to drive. So I just loved it. I mean, I like driving in the wet anyway. Even with the Toyota Corolla we had before, I was on it in that. So yeah, we'll have to just sort of take the race as it comes, really. I guess the game plan's going to be try to get out in the lead, try and get a gap to the M3s, and then pass over to Andy, my father, and see if he can, you know, bring it home. So we don't know. Outright pace is kind of there, but like I say, it's maintaining that with the brakes and, you know, the temps and things like that. We'll see, we'll do our best.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing what happens. Okay, my friends, come with me. So hello, welcome, I'm Alex. We're down in the assembly area. That was the Historic Touring Car Challenge qualifying session, one of my favourite sessions over this weekend. We've got 6 qualifying sessions, we've got 5 races today, we've got 10 hours of live stream covering this, the London Historic Trophy here at the iconic Brands Hatch, celebrating 100 years of Brands Hatch. What a place and what an event to do it at. We've got so much in store for you over this weekend, and not only is it the track action, here as a spectator it feels like one big roving museum. So if you haven't got your ticket but you live locally, do come down, you can buy tickets on the gate. Right, have a look over here, Shane. Shane's my cameraman this weekend, friends. Right, we've got the Woodcote Trophy, or the Woodcote and Stirling Moss qualifying session now. So this is a completely different style of racing. And immediately you feel the shift, because what you're looking at right now are cars from the golden age of endurance racing. We're going to keep an eye out for the Pearson, the Brundles. In fact, what I'll do is I'll pass you over, have a look at this explainer, and I'll tell you a little bit more after that. Check this out. The Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy share the track, bringing early and late 1950s sports cars into one spectacular grid. Named after Woodcote House, the club's Surrey home away from home, the Woodcote Trophy is home to earlier pre-56 cars, while the Stirling Moss Trophy hosts cars pre-1961. Stirling Moss Trophy is more than a name. At the end of the year, the winner takes home the trophy Sir Stirling was awarded for his first ever Grand Prix victory at Aintree in 1955. Cars like the Jaguar C-Type, D-Type and Lister Nobly defined an era of global competition from Le Mans to the Mille Miglia. Now they return to race once more with motor racing legends.
Thank you very much, Alex. So it's 2 races in one, 2 qualifying sessions in one, if you like. They are completely separate races, but they run together on the track. They don't start separately. The cars are mixed up on the grid. The Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy, named after a trophy that was given by the Royal Automobile Club many, many years ago, and that's for cars up to 1956, sports racing cars up to 1956. And then, as Alex just explained, the Stirling Moss Trophy is Stirling's very own first trophy ever that he won as a Grand Prix driver, for a Grand Prix win. And he gifted that to the club to give every year at the end of the season to the winner of the Stirling Moss Trophy series. And that's for cars up to 1961. And all sorts of interesting cars come out in this. We've got one-off specials, and we've got cars which were built, for example, by Jaguar specifically to win Le Mans, the D-Type Jaguar, and the earlier C-Type as well. But the D-Type was very specifically designed to win the Le Mans 24-hour race, which it did. And we've also got cars from the Lister marque, which, if you're not an expert on historic racing, you might think, well, what's Lister? Well, Lister was a manufacturer in the UK, and Brian Lister took engines from different manufacturers to use in his cars, and the most popular ones were the straight 6 Jaguar engine. So you'll see, for example, Sean Lynn, number 13, is in a Lister Jaguar. Nobly is the shape of the bodywork, and that's got the straight 6 Jaguar engine, XJ engine, as fitted in things like the E-Type, the D-Type, and in road cars the XJ6, which had a great life. It went right through to the 1980s before it was ceased production. And then also, frighteningly, how about a 5.5 litre Chevrolet V8 engine in the front of a Lister? So, for example, number 2, Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley's car is fitted with the V8, and you can tell with the rumble of the V8 as it goes by. It's one of those Chevrolet engined Listers, and at the time, probably the most famous Lister driver was Archie Scott Brown, who was very, very close to the Lister factory, did a lot of their testing, raced very successfully for them, but also a very early Jim Clark raced in Listers for a Scottish team, and that started him out on his remarkable career in sports saloon and, of course, Grand Prix motor racing, the 1963 and 65 world champion.
Only one car from the 1960s, of course, that is the 1960, number 18, John Chisholm, Ian Rowley, Lola Mark 1, the rest of them, of course, from the 1950s. And we were talking about this earlier, Alistair, in terms of how this could run. It's really a question of power versus guile, isn't it?
It certainly is, yes, very much so. The smaller cars, like the Lotus particularly, Colin Chapman famously designed in lightness. He was all about if the car is heavy, it will be slower, so make it light as possible. Did have a few failures because of that, perhaps just slightly not quite strong enough, but some very, very good chassis there from Lotus.
Wasn't Colin Chapman's ethos simplify and add lightness?
Very, very effective chassis, yeah. Talking to one of the drivers last night, actually, who's out in, I think he's out in this race, isn't he? Which is Michael O'Brien, number 59. Michael driving the Lotus 11 Series 2 with the 1500cc Coventry Climax engine. And Michael was saying how so easy to drive. It's just gone over the timing line, actually. Michael has set third quickest time with a 1:47.754. And it just handles really well. Lovely, lovely car to drive, and it's not out of the question that one of the smaller engine cars will surprise a few people around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. We're not expecting rain, but certainly if it rains, then they do come to the fore a little bit.
One of the cars that just had a bit of a moment then at the Sheen Curve was the number 168 Paul de Havilland Lotus 11 Le Mans from 1956, but back on circuit without trouble. But actually, top of the timesheets is Gary Pearson in the number 23 Lister Jaguar Nobly. So Gary not only drived it, but of course has prepared a number of these cars. I mean, he prepared the 5.5 litre Richard Hudson car, the number 2, which you were talking about earlier. And I've got to say, Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley are braver than me driving that around the Grand Prix circuit.
Yes, that was a car that was built a few years ago. It's not an original Lister, it's a copy, which of course is quite normal in historic racing. To have a car made which is absolutely to the regulations, exactly as it was in period, but not an original car. And the Hudson and Morley car was built some years ago, but yes, it has that very powerful V8 Chevrolet engine. One car which is, chatting with the team yesterday, one car which is very original is number 13, Sean Lynn. Sean Lynn is the owner of Motor Racing Legends and an arch enthusiast of historic racing, and Sean is out in his yellow with the green stripe Lister Jaguar Nobly. So that's the Jaguar engined car. The reason some of them are called Noblys, in fact, how have we got? We've got a Costin car here, and it's Max Lynn, isn't it? What number is he? Number 3, yes. That's listed as a Lister Costin Chevrolet. You might say, what's the difference? Well, underneath, nothing. The chassis are the same. Engine is a choice between Chevrolet or Jaguar. But the bodywork looks completely different. The Nobly, which is the yellow and green car going through Paddock Hill now, was actually named in the factory by one of the driver's wives. John Coundley was a works driver, and his wife came into the workshop, Pat Coundley, and she looked at it and she went, oh, that's Nobly, isn't it? Because the wheel arches are fared over the wheels, and there's a dip between for the front of the car, and then the engine bulge. It's Nobly, she said, so that's what it's always been called. And then the Costin-bodied Lister was designed by aerodynamicist Frank Costin, whose brother Mike Costin was the Cos of Cosworth. He was the engine man. Frank was the aerodynamicist, and he designed a more slippery shape for the Costin, and it is known as the Lister Costin. So Max Lynn, son of Sean Lynn, number 3, the light green car, which came in from America about, was it last year or the year before? I think it was last year that the Lynns bought that car over from America. And it's got the, shown in the programme, actually, just looking across, 3.8 litres. It's not, it's the 5.5 litre Chevrolet engine, V8 Chevrolet engine in number 3. So you can change 3.8 to 5.500. Hugely powerful, quite a handful. Max loves driving it, of course. But going back to Sean Lynn's car, I mentioned that's very original. That was a car which was raced in period. It was sold by Listers to a Belgian race team, which is why it's predominantly yellow in colour, Belgian racing colours, in 1958. And it was entered for Le Mans in 1958 with an experimental Jaguar engine of only 3 litres rather than the 3.4 or 3.8, which is more normal. Unfortunately, the engine failed, and so it didn't take part in the Le Mans race. It retired. It's now got the more normal 3.8 litre Jaguar engine, but the bodywork and the chassis is very, very original. And still you can see some of the paint colours from years gone by behind the seats.
Absolutely. And while you were talking about some of the larger engine vehicles, of course, the person who's been going quicker on track is one of the smaller engine vehicles. It's the number 11 Ollie Bryan British Racing Green Lotus 15 from 1958. So Ollie set a 43.9 on the previous lap, and he went even quicker that time round, a 43.527. Super committed, and he's a full second clear of Gary Pearson with 20 minutes of this qualifying session left.
Well, Ollie Bryant's hugely experienced racing driver. He's raced at Le Mans, he's raced at Spa 24 Hours, he's raced in British GT and in the wonderful Z4 GT3 BMW between 2012 and 14. And Ollie has raced all sorts of cars, and he's always quick in the family Lotus 15. So as Ian said, he's now quickest by about a second from Gary Pearson in the number 23 Lister.
Gary Pearson just in the pits, by the way, checking the car over, while Michael O'Brien's gone back out in his Lotus, back through Paddock Hill Bend. So we've got quite a few drivers actually coming in for driver changes, of course. A number of entries are taking 2 drivers throughout the race, of course. We'll have a mandatory pit stop during this race later on, which will be at, I think it's, it's the race number 4, so it's 25-2 today that we've got the Sterling Moss and Woodcote Trophy.
And a couple of changes if you've got the programme for the meeting. It's well worth buying because I think it's the best programme of the year. The Motor Racing Legends programmes are just wonderful, packed full of information, pictures, backgrounds to the cars and the people, and of course full entry lists and information about classes and so on. If you have got your programme, then car number 13, which I was just talking about, the Lister Jaguar Nobly of Sean Lynn, is sharing with none other than Scott Mulvin. Scott Mulvin is one of the quickest drivers on any race circuit. He raced in British GT for quite a few years, but I remember him first in Formula Ford, where he was extremely quick, and he's still quick now. Does a lot of coaching, so he's out on tracks a lot. And Scott Mulvin is sharing with Sean Lynn, and one extra car to be added to the list is number 37. After their other car failed, they've switched races and brought a different car, which is number 37, Arnold Herriman. I think he pronounces it Arno when he told me yesterday, but it's spelt Arnold. Herriman, H-E-R-R-E-M-A-N. Herriman, and his co-driver is Harold Herriman. Harold Herriman, and they're out in a Cooper T39 bobtail.
One driver who went very well, of course, yesterday at the first day of the historic trophy was Andy Wolff, who won the Generations Trophy with his daughter Nicole. He is in the number 3 car with Sean Lynn.
Max Lynn.
No, Sean Lynn. Sorry, no, you're quite right. It is Max Lynn. Apologies. In the Lister Costin Chevrolet. So expecting good things from Andy. He was very, very quick yesterday, Alistair.
Yeah, that's very well. Both Max and Sean are quick drivers, and sharing with Andy Wolff and Scott Mulvin, that's very strong pairings. Michael O'Brien, remarkably, in a 1500cc Lotus 11, which is from 1958, so earlier than. In fact, Ollie's 15 is from 58 as well. I thought that was a slightly later car, but anyway, the 11 is car number 59 is in 3rd place. Now, I mentioned earlier that the smaller engine cars are likely to surprise some of the bigger cars. Well, they're already doing it, because Ollie Bryant is quickest in car number 11, the Lotus 15. And just over a second slower is Gary Pearson in the Lister Jaguar, number 23. And third quickest is another of our tiddlers, if you want to call them that, which is the 1500cc of Michael O'Brien, number 59. And Michael is a long-time GT3, GT4 racer in British GT. He was in GT3. He moved over to GT4. He won the McLaren Challenge last year, which is a European series for the McLaren Artura. And he goes over the line, and does he improve?
Yeah, he has.
1:45.9. Not quite quick enough to move himself up the grid, but Michael O'Brien, now in car number 59, has consolidated his third place.
And that's a remarkable performance, as Alistair said, in a 1.5 litre car, of course. So fairly obvious to say that he's leading his class, of course, in the Stirling Moss Trophy. But my attention was diverted by the car in fourth position, which is the Max Lynn Andy Wolf Lister. Absolutely spectacular through the first part of the circuit, and he's now coming round clearways to end his lap. I think this will be an improvement now for the Listers. Let's see. Whoever it is, whether it's Max or Andy, they're thoroughly enjoying themselves coming over the line now, and that time is an improvement and up into third position. So 1:45.383 for the number 3 Lister.
I'll have a look at that when it comes back round behind us, because I think that might be Scott Malvern at the wheel. I haven't seen that car until you mentioned it just then, so I'll have a look. Not Scott Malvern, sorry, Andy Wolf in the car. Scott Malvern might be in the yellow car, but it's slowing the other Lister, the Sean Lynn Lister, the yellow one, number 13, is going slowly along the back straight. Now, is that he's waiting for space to set a quicker time? We'll see. He can take the opportunity to pull into the pits from the back door, which is to his right, and he is. Yeah, so he's into the pit lane with a problem. The number 13 car pulls in to the back of the pits, so hopefully he can get round to the pit garage and they can have a look at that. Meantime, the light green car, which is Max Lynn and Andy Wolf, sitting third in the times at the moment. He's out at the back of the circuit trying to improve on the third place they're in at the moment, just ahead of Michael O'Brien. So it's Ollie Bryant who is quickest with 14 minutes, so just under half of the session remaining. Ollie Bryant is in fourth position, multiple winner of the Stirling Moss Trophy and other classic races, including at Goodwood, in this car. Ollie is a very, very experienced driver, and he has done a 1:43.527. Second quickest is Gary Pearson, number 23, in the Lister Jaguar, with a 1:44.613. He's in the pits as well at the moment, but out on track and trying to improve. Didn't manage it last time, but it's the Max Lynn Andy Wolf, number 3, light green Lister Costin bodied car. That's third quickest. Fourth quickest is number 59, the light green Lotus of Michael O'Brien, run by the GP59 team, which is based in the Midlands near Banbury. New team to Historic Racing, and Michael O'Brien has taken the wheel for this one. Spencer Shinner drove the car if you were at Donington for the Motor Racing Legends race meeting in May. Michael has taken it over for this meeting, and he's got that car fourth with a 1:48.909. Behind Michael O'Brien in fifth place is number 13, which is also in the pit lane at the moment, that one that we saw come in slowly, Sean Lynn and Scott Malvern. And Michael O'Brien has gone second quickest. So in amongst all these 3.8, 5.5 litre engines, it's Ollie Bryant who is quickest with a 2 litre Lotus, and Michael O'Brien who is second quickest with a 1500cc Lotus.
Well, Michael O'Brien was absolutely sensational through Hawthorne and Westfield. He just put up on the TV as he was coming through, so a fantastic lap, 1:44.363. I have noticed, by the way, there is a lovely camera on his driving position, so I bet that'll make great entertainment eventually on your streaming service of choice. Over the line then is number 3, so it is the Max Lynn, Andy Wolf car, that has also improved, but doesn't improve position. A 1:45.016 with 12 minutes of the qualifying session to go.
And on our live stream, a lovely example, the number 21, the yellow D-type Jaguar. That's a lovely example of a D-type, which is Jonathan Bailey's car, and that's the what's called the short-nose D-type, so a slightly earlier one with a 3.4 litre engine. But that car designed specifically by Jaguar, led by Lofty England, to win the Le Mans race after success with the earlier C-type, which was a competition development of the XK120. So correctly, it was an XK120C, but everybody calls it the C-type. But they came up with the D-type, which was very successful at Le Mans. And that vertical fin behind the driver, you can see, if you're watching the live stream, perfect there, you can see behind the driver's helmet that vertical fin there. That was actually for stability on the 4-mile Le Mans Mulsanne straight, to keep the car going in a straight line at a remarkable speed. In the 1950s, they were doing somewhere in the region of 165, 170 miles an hour down the Mulsanne straight. And an absolutely iconic shape on that D-type, and that Jonathan Bailey car is sitting at the moment 9th quickest, number 21, with a 1:59.009. And ahead of the D-type is Patrick Watts and Malcolm Harrison's car, number 55, which is the Cooper Bristol T25. So Cooper, well known for perhaps being a type of Mini, still use the Cooper name these days with the German BMW Minis, but a proper Mini Cooper was back in the 60s, but Cooper, of course, also manufactured racing cars, and this is an example of one, and that looks like the Mark Lewis car, which is now driven.
It's the Hudson Morley.
Hudson Morley, yeah.
So if Richard Hudson or Stuart Morley driving the car, it looks like they were really manhandling it round Druids, and unfortunately on the outside, it looks like the sheen curve at the back of the circuit, the car has come off.
And it's a red flag.
And a red flag.
Unsurprisingly, because that car is buried deep in the gravel. That's number 2, the Chevrolet engined Lister Nobly from 1959, although a much more recent build by Mark Lewis. And Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley, we don't know who's in the car at the moment. I don't think we've got that on our screens. No, we haven't. So they are 15th at the moment, but sadly in the gravel trap. We've got 10 minutes to go in the session, so we should hopefully get that out and get the session underway again. But we're just giving you the rundown of the top cars. It's still remarkably the 2-litre Lotus of Ollie Bryant and the 1500cc Lotus of Michael O'Brien that head the times, first and second, and they are separated by just over 0.8 of a second. Then it's the first of the big engine cars, which is the light green number 3 Lister Costin, the V8 engine of Max Lynn and Sean Wolfe. They actually just set their best time of the session, a 1:44.386, which is only 23 thousandths slower than Michael O'Brien's Lotus. Behind the Lynn Wolfe Lister is the Lister Jaguar of number 23, Gary Pearson, with a 1:44.613. He'd just done his best time as well, so he is still going for a time, trying to improve his 4th place. 5th is the car that came into the pit lane through the back entrance, so not sure whether that is a problem that can be fixed and get that car out again, but it's the Sean Lynn, Scott Mulvin, number 13, which retired to the pits, but before that it had done a time good enough for 5th place. In 6th place is the number 10 car, which is the Cooper Monaco T49 of Ollie Crosthwaite and Nick Finberg, which is a rear-engined car. It's quite different from the front engines that most of these cars are, but the rear-engined T49 of Ollie Crosthwaite, Nick Finberg in 6th place. And in 7th is the number 14 Lucas Halusa D-type, short-nose D-type number 14 is in 7th place. And in 8th is the number 18 John Chisholm Ian Rowley Lola Mark 1. So that's the very first design from Eric Broadley at Lola way back in 1960. And Lola went on to have a huge history particularly in sports cars and open wheel cars as well, sometimes white labelled as something else. Lola would design and build a car for another team, but hugely successful over the years. This was their the very first design from Lola. And good news is that the Chevrolet Lister that went off into the gravel has been recovered. Thank you very much to our recovery crews and marshals, an early thank you to them, because they worked so hard to keep us going and keep everybody safe. But that car's been dragged out of the gravel, number 2, and it's making its way back to the pits on the track. So that should be okay to have a bit of a sweep out of the gravel, and then hopefully that will be okay for taking part in the race.
The car makes an absolutely fantastic noise, even at low revs.
Yeah, the real burble of that V8.
So just waiting for the number 2 car to come back round. All the other drivers currently lined up in the pit lane, waiting to resume qualifying. 10 minutes left of the session, so we're just waiting for the red flag to turn to green, and once the number 2 car returns back to the pits.
And the good news is the number 13 car, Sean Lynn and Scott Malvern, is ready, driver seated in the car, waiting to join the queue to come out. So whatever was the problem with that car that needed to come back into the pit lane, it looks like they've fixed it. Oh, in fact, the driver just getting out now. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's not quite ready to go out yet.
While all that's going on, of course, the throng currently at Brands Hatch are on the other side of the pit garages, because we've got the Group C demonstration right next door to the existing action, so people can see at the moment one of the Silk Cut Jaguars, one of Rothman's Porsches and Nissan, and the aforementioned Spice Pontiac, the number 10 wins car. So anyway, that's going on later on today, and it sounds as though the cars are going back out onto circuit, Alistair.
Yes, worth mentioning that actually, because it's free to come into the pit area, which would normally be a hive of activity for racing cars. There are no racing cars being run out of the pit garages. That is reserved entirely for our Group C demonstration cars, and of course for the Nigel Mansell Williams FW11. More of later, but if you want to have a wander over to the pit lane, it's all open. Please do come round, have a look. Some of the cars are already on display outside their garages. Others are just being prepared, so there'll be more appearing. As the cars go back out for their session, we've got just over 9 minutes remaining. And I got as far as the 8th place car. 9th was the 21 Jonathan Bailey yellow Jaguar that I was talking about earlier. In fact, on our live stream screen now, that car is 9th quickest. And completing the top 10 of our time so far is Doug Muirhead's Lotus 11. Similar car to Michael O'Brien's, which is up in 2nd place. Ollie Bryant not yet out of the pit lane.
He's just coming out now, Alistair. So Ollie Bryant now making his way with 8 minutes 30 of the qualifying session. Ollie Bryant, a very, very fast driver, drove well yesterday in the Generations Trophy race to finish 10th.
With his dad, Graham, driving, also a very quick driver, but yeah, Ollie and Graham, great race yesterday. Graham a little bit under the weather because he's sprained his wrist, fell off his push bike, I think it was, Ollie said, and just sprained his wrist, so he was racing with a strapping on his wrist and hand, still managed to get 10th.
And the first car that came out of the garage was the number 10 car, so that is the Ollie Crossthwaite Nick Finber Cooper Monaco T49 from 1959, another 2-litre car that's doing well. Of course, Alistair, that's currently 6th in the standings. That's gradually improved as the session's gone on. Let's see, I believe it's Ollie that's in the car, but we'll confirm that later. But yeah, as you quite rightly said at the start of this session, not necessarily the biggest engine cars to be at the front of the field.
No, very much not. And the one we're watching is actually just gone over the line. The light green Lister Chevrolet number 3, Max Lynn and Andy Wolff, is only 23 thousandths slower than Michael O'Brien, who is 2nd quickest. But again, I just have to remind you that the grid is set by the owner of the car, not necessarily by the faster of the two drivers. If the other driver is quicker, then that time will not be used. So it could be that Andy Wolff is the quicker of the two. Sean Lynn is very quick, so it's difficult to know who would be quicker there. But if it is Andy Wolff, Sean is the owner of the car. Max is the owner of the car. So he would actually set the grid position as, unfortunately, number 168, which is Paul de Havilland's Lotus 11, pulls off at, is that at Druids?
It's Druids, yeah, inside of Druids.
It's just pulled onto the grass on the inside of Druids, so that will need a local yellow flag.
Yeah, waved yellows in the entry to Druids anyway, so Paul de Havilland, Paul's trying to extricate the Lotus further down the hill towards Graham Hill. Let's see if he manages to pull in.
Yeah,
he's managed to get the Lotus back going. So yeah, Paul de Havilland able to get the Lotus back underway. Carolina 11th place, as Alistair said. There has been an improvement, by the way, and it's for the number 10 car, as we mentioned earlier. That's the Crosthwaite Finbird. Number 10, Cooper Monaco, now up into 5th position, now pushes the Sean Lynn, Scott Mulvin, number 13 car, down to 6th, which still hasn't left the pit lane, Alistair.
And one of our unique cars on our live stream screen, the leading car in these two, coming towards us now, is the GOM Special, which was based on the Jaguar XK140 and bodywork designed by Maurice Gom, Mo Gom, of manufactured bodies for lots of different manufacturers. And it was originally on an Aston Martin chassis, but it's now on an XK120 chassis. So that's a unique car, number 84, which is driven by Rick Wilmot and Joe Wilmot. And meantime, while I was telling you about that, Ian has spotted something on our timing screen.
Indeed, the sheer grunt of the 3.8 litre Chevrolet that's in the Max Lynn Andy Wolff car. So apologies, 5.5. Sorry, you quite rightly pointed that out, Alistair. The 5.5 litre V8 Chevy that's in the number 3 car is told with a 143.516, which is only 11 hundredths faster than Ollie Bryant. Well, 11 hundredths. That's all you need to take provisional pole position. So we've got 4 minutes 41 of this session left. So let's see if Ollie Bryant can respond in his Lotus.
And Ollie coming through now to break the beam. Is he on a quick lap or is he just out of the pits on this one? A 1:42.374. So Ollie Bryant, it's a bit reminiscent of Andrew Jordan in the last session, isn't it? Ollie, such an experienced driver. And just knew what he needed to do.
Track conditions markedly improving then as Michael O'Brien comes over the line. Does Michael improve? No, he doesn't. That looked like an outlap to me, but I think he will be on a quick one. The number 3 car, by the way, just rounding Stirling's Bend, so he'll be coming towards Clearways now, and looks though it's an in-lap for the number 3 5.5 litre Lister Costin.
Yes, keeping to the right there, so as you say, coming into the pit lane. And so won't improve on their time. 3 minutes 40 to go, so it's unlikely that the Wolff Lynn Lister Costin will go out again. Just coming up to the pit box for that team, having set fastest time and then immediately got pipped by Ollie Bryant.
A quick lap indeed for the number 168 car, so de Havilland appears to be running well again. And that wasn't his fastest though, but I'm looking at the timing screens, Alistair, and most of the field are now setting their fastest times. Let's see if the Ollie Crosthwaite Nick Finber car goes quicker. No, it doesn't. It remains in 5th position with a 1:45.882. Michael O'Brien just over the start-finish line, and he has improved, so 1:43.845. But still, it's that gap at the front, of course, with Ollie Bryant putting in a sensational 1:42.374. He is now back in the pits along with the number 3 Lister.
Yes, so both our fastest cars actually in the pit lane at the moment. Looks like Max Lynn sat in the number 3 car chatting with the team, and Ollie Bryant similarly chatting with his team. Is it his dad there leaning into the car chatting with Ollie? Graham Bryant himself a very effective racer. Their quickest. The Lynn Wolf car second quickest. Nice to see the XK out. The number 68 car was on our live stream just then. It was Reed Gomm and Mark Gordon in the XK 140, the hard top car, the grey car with the stripes down it. That car is 17th quickest, a little bit outgunned in this company, the XK, very much more of a road car than the sports cars which are near the front of the field, but great to see that out. And there are classes in these two races, the Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy, so you can have inter-class battles.
Fastest of the Woodcote Trophy cars, of course, is the number 14 car, which we've not mentioned so far. So that's Lucas Haluza, who was second at Donington, of course, Alistair, and the Jaguar DT will be the final lap for all drivers.
In fact, Lucas Haluza is quickest in the Woodcote Trophy. It's the Stirling Moss Trophy cars which fill the first 5 places, but Lucas is leading his part of the race, the Woodcote Trophy. Second quickest in the Woodcote Trophy is the Wilmots in the Gomm Special number 84. As the cars make their way around on their final lap, they are timed all the way to the flag. Once they've passed the flag, of course, they're no longer timed, but they are timed on the last lap to the flag. So you can still improve if you're out there on track, but Bryant and the Lynn Wolf car both in the pit lane. The Gary Pearson car 23 is in the pit lane. The car that's out there still is Michael O'Brien, so he could improve on his 1:43.4, which has got him second place on the grid. Is this Michael coming towards us now to complete the lap? The slightly lighter green on the Lotus. Across the line he goes. No, that was a slower lap, so I think he may have been in the pit lane. We probably didn't spot him, or he got caught in some traffic. So no improvement for Michael O'Brien, but he is second. So it's a Lotus front row, Ian, up against all these big Jaguars and Listers.
I think you predicted that earlier today.
I did.
It'd be a low. Sensational lap by Ollie Bryant. That's probably the best lap we've seen so far at Brands Hatch. So 1:42.374 provisional pole position for Ollie. And that looks as though, apart from one car, I think they've had all cars now safely round into the pits then, Alistair.
And lovely to see Ben Eastick's car out, number 9, the Jaguar D-Type in the British Racing Green. Ben, a long-time historic racing competitor, and this car is not an original car from the 50s, but was built to exactly the same specification by Pearson Engineering many years ago for Ben, and he absolutely loves driving that car, so lovely to see that out again. Long may it continue. The D-Type Jaguar, iconic racing car. And Ben put his car on 14th on the grid and 4th in Woodcote Trophy. So fastest is Ollie Bryant, number 11, with a 1:42.374. And alongside on the front row will be Michael O'Brien, number 59. So it is an all Lotus front row with a 1:43.486. So just over 1 second between Bryant and O'Brien. Third quickest, only 3/100ths slower. Third quickest is number 3, which is the Max Lynn Andy Wolf Lister Costin with the Chevrolet engine, 5.5 litres with a 1:43.516. And then it's Gary Pearson, number 23, the Pearson's Engineering company is his company prepares a whole range of cars for historic customers. And Gary Pearson, number 23, a 1:44.613, puts himself on the second row. Question mark over which time will be used for the number 3 car, because it is a shared car, Lynn and Wolf. It is owned by Max Lynn, so it'll be his time that will be used. And and we are going to see a summary of that qualifying session very shortly on our live stream.
The Prix 66 GT Sprint is a brand new addition to the Motor Racing Legends programme, and it brings a real energy shift to the weekend. This is classic GT racing, but with a sharper edge. Cobras, E-Types and Austin Healey's, exactly like the legendary Paddy Hopkirk raced at Brands Hatch in 1965, now pushed into a fast-paced 1-hour format. Add in pit stops, driver changes and a mix of power and precision across the grid, and you've got a category that's unpredictable, intense and built to race. Machinery. As you guys start to head out, let's grab both of you, Duncan, Freddie. What are your thoughts ahead of qualifying? What do you think you can do? What can you get out of the car?
We need to figure out the circuit first. It's our first time here, so just gonna enjoy it, not make any mistakes, and obviously you're gonna try and beat the rules.
Good. You had a positive, Donington.
Yeah, we had a superb time. That was so good. And what we're seeing in the Prix 66 GT race today is the effect of the Generations Trophy yesterday. There are so many MGBs in this race.
Oh, yeah.
There's a sort of double battle going on here.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a very exciting day today. Really good.
It's a big old grid as well, and I feel like navigating traffic here is something that's going to be a hot topic for most of this morning, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We won't necessarily have the problem of navigating through the traffic, but we've got to keep an eye on our mirrors. So, there's a lot of really quick stuff here. They'll blast past us, so it should be fine.
Well, we look forward to have a chat to you afterwards as well. Good luck, boys. Good luck. Alistair, Ian, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Alex Le Gouy in the assembly area talking to some of our drivers before they went out for this session, and the cars now going out on track for a 30-minute session. Most cars in this one are shared. Therefore, we will have mandatory pit stops. Explain all that before the race starts for you, but we've got a whole host of different cars, and rather like the last session, Ian, we've got some big engine V8 cars, and we've got some smaller engine, perhaps more nimble cars. What's your tip for the top?
I knew you were going to ask me that. I've absolutely no idea. No, we were talking earlier and said watch out for the Elans, and in fact the previous qualifying session rather suggested that the smaller engine cars would do better than some people expected. But as you quite rightly say, there is a demarcation in the field. You have 4.7 litre Mustangs, 4.7 litre AC Cobras, 3.8 litre Jaguars, and then that's against some of the, or rather the handling might of the Lotus Elans. Some may say the finest ever sports coupe ever designed. Would you be in that particular?
It's a lovely car, yes. I'm not a great fan of little sports cars. I quite like my saloon cars, but yeah, as a car, and it's the leading car actually going down through the dip is an example of the Lotus Elan, the light blue car coming round Druids now, the Lotus Elan, and then just behind you've got an example of the larger engine cars, the Jaguar E-Type. So we've got this never-ending battle between power and handling, and in this particular race, just like the last one, that will be very much coming to the fore with a 1-hour race, meaning that those in the bigger cars, the Jaguars and the Mustangs, even the TVR Griffith and Mike Whitaker, will need to just be mindful of tyre life and brakes getting too hot on this very, very hot weekend. And less of a problem for the more nimble Elans, and particularly the Elans, I think, are the ones that we're going to see near the front.
We already have one car, unfortunately, off at paddock, and that is the number 22 Nigel Armstrong Stephen Skipworth Lotus Elan, and that is well and truly beached. So I think they've clearly lost it on the inside of paddock and overcorrected. And red flag, Alistair. So session will be stopped with 26 minutes 48 seconds left.
So a red flag, and on our live stream we can see the driver getting out perfectly okay, and I don't think he made contact with the barrier. He stopped just short of it, so the gravel did its job, but that will need to be recovered by the JCB type vehicle that's going out now to collect it. That won't take too long, and then we'll be back running again. It gives us a chance to talk about this particular race, which is the very first running of the Pre-66 GT Sprint. This is the inaugural race for this particular series from Motor Racing Legends, and it's essentially a sprint version, although it is a 1 hour race with a pit stop, but it's a sprint version for Pre-66 GT cars. Their normal race length has been in the past 2 hours or even 3 hours. So to really open this up to people who don't want to do that length of race, Motor Racing Legends are running this as a 1 hour race, still with a pit stop. And it's looking at the grid, which is huge. 34 cars were entered. We've had 2 further late entries, so it really has taken off in a big way at this very first running. And the program changes, which I can give you while it's a bit quiet, is that number 68, Mark Gordon's E-Type, will be running as number 9. 68 becomes 9. And 2 extra entries for your program. Car number 54, running in Class B, is Jeremy Welsh and Emily Welsh. Jeremy was running in the Generations Trophy yesterday, I think with his other daughter. So Emily with Jeremy in this one. Number 54 in an MGB. And 146, an extra entry for the Wiltshire brothers, George and Freddie. Alex was talking to their father, Duncan, and George just before this on our live stream. Well, George and Freddie sharing the MGB. They were supposed to race yesterday. Duncan and George were supposed to share the MGB yesterday in the Generations Trophy, but unfortunately George was called away to sort out a car which had been damaged in London, so couldn't make it back to take part in the race. So they have entered into this one, but it's the 2 brothers rather than father and son who are racing. George and Freddie, Wiltshire, Class B, number 146 in an MGB. The recovery of the Elan has almost been completed, just releasing the tow rope, so that will be very shortly, yes, moving away as I speak. Unfortunately, we'll be dropping gravel, so very cleverly the driver goes onto the grass, knock all the gravel out from under that car so it doesn't land on the track.
I've got first-hand experience, of course, of grass tracking here at Brands, so the latest Elan just heading its way up to Druids.
Staying to the grass as well, that's good thinking from the driver, Nigel Armstrong or Stephen Skipworth, to just knock all that gravel out before he goes onto the tarmac, and he'll come back into the pits through the back entrance, and then hopefully we'll get going again with our qualifying session for the Pre-66 GT Sprint. We've got Sean Lynn out once again in number 13, his normal number, in his AC Cobra, which is an original car. It's a Wilmot car, which is got the Wilmot colours, red with the broad white stripes down the middle. And Sean Lynn driving that solo. It was driven in period by Bob Althoff, but that is a very, very original car, as Sean prefers to have original cars, so it's nice to see that one out after his run in the Lister in the previous race. Again, an original car.
4 classes, of course, Alistair, in this particular race, all determined by engine size. You just heard the engine notes rise, so we're going to have a green flag imminently, and the first cars leave the pits. So we now have 25 minutes, 45 seconds of the qualifying session remaining. So yes, A through to D depend upon engine size, and the largest vehicles are GT and GTS cars over 3 litres, 3000cc. There is one car, of course, in the invitational class, and that was the aforementioned Mike Whittaker TVR Griffith 400. That is an original car as well. It's been raced in British Historic since the 1980s, so great driver and a car with a lot of history, and that is the blue number 46 TVR.
And the TVR Griffith and the Mustangs, the Cobras, both the normal shaped Cobras and the Daytona Cobra Coupe are running the 4.7 litre Ford V8 engine, which in that form also powered the Ford GT40 as well to multiple wins at the Le Mans 24 Hours race, and it's the 4.7 litre V8 Ford which is in the front of the little, I say little, it's much smaller than the big Cobras, the Mike Whitaker TVR Griffith, very short wheelbase, British manufactured car. Sean Lynn running in his red white stripes in the traditional shape AC Cobra, a car which started life out as the AC Ace, and then Carroll Shelby got involved and thought that's a great chassis, let's put a big 4.7 litre engine in the front of it, and it became the Shelby Cobra. And then development of that to make a more aerodynamic shape was the number 58 car of Graham Moss, which is the red car that looks nothing like the Cobra of Sean Lynn, and that's the Shelby Daytona Cobra Coupe, which was 6 were built in period. This won't be an original, there's plenty of recreations around, but none of the 6 original cars ever race are in museums, but they raced and won in period with the much more slippery shape, the Daytona shape, named after the circuit where it won the Daytona race. And there on our live stream, if you're watching us away from the circuit, number 59 in traditional style with the big white roundel on the back of the car, and you can see there quite a different shape from the traditional shape Cobra. As it comes over to across the timing line now, number 59 Graham Moss, where's he sitting in the times? 10th quickest, and he's just gone up to, no, he's dropped to 11th because up has come, just about everybody's improved, haven't they? So they've come out after the red flag and immediately got into the groove, and quickest at the moment is the number 16 E-Type of Lucas Halusa, son of Martin. Lucas races, he'll probably be racing in most of the races this weekend along with his father and brother, and they're sharing with Alex Ames. Alex Ames runs SEMA Racing, which prepares the Halusa fleet of cars. Alex himself is an extremely competent racing driver. He'll be racing himself in his own Brabham in the Formula Juniors, which we'll be seeing later on.
The E-Type just rounding clearways now, and let's see if it is Lucas Halusa that's in the car. May not be, of course, because Lucas was in the previous session. And we'll see if that's an improvement. And it is. It's the first representative lap time that we've seen, a very good lap time as well, 1:45.510.
And I'd agree with you, that's Alex Ames in the car, because Alex has a yellow flashes on his helmet, whereas Lucas is a red helmet with white stripes. So as you quite rightly suggested, with Lucas doing the previous session, he's just having a break and a drink while Alex is out qualifying that car. And the number 16 E-Type is one of the Halusa stable, and they do rather like Sean Lynn, they like to have original cars, and this is a very, very original E-Type. It doesn't look exactly like a normal E-Type that you'd expect, because it started out life as built by the factory as a lightweight, low drag body, so it had a different shaped body, trying to make it competitive with the Ferraris and the Cobras of the time. Only 12 were ever built, and this car subsequently passed to Peter Lumsden and his co-driver Peter Sargent, who redesigned the body into the shape you see today, which was a development of the Works lightweight low drag shape. And they competed in 1963 in this car. They took it to Le Mans in '64, and although it didn't finish the race, in qualifying it was timed at 168 miles an hour on the Mulsanne Straight.
Amazing.
But unfortunately by 65 the Cobra Daytona had come along, the Ferrari 250 GTO had come along, and the E-Type really wasn't competitive anymore on the world stage, although it had lots and lots of success on the UK stage.
A couple of cars in the pit lane, by the way. One that hasn't emerged is the number 114 red Lotus Elan of Jan Wittrim. So that's been there, and it was actually on the outside line, so it's had to be pulled back in, so that's not been out on circuit yet. The other car that's just come in is the number 17 MGB of Patrick and Amy Watts. They drove that car in the Generations Trophy yesterday. In fact, I don't think there was a single point in the circuit where Amy was driving the car straight. Actually, it was that enthusiastically driven. And it looks as though Amy's getting in the car because pretty similar to the previous race, there are going to be a number of entrants that have obviously 2 drivers, Alistair.
Yes, and the regulation for the Pre-66 GT Sprint is that the fastest time by the owner of the car will set the grid position. So in common with the previous 2 sessions, we are not 100% sure of which time will be used, because we know, for example, that Lucas Halusa will be the owner of number 16, Alex Ames at the wheel at the moment, but it's what Lucas's time is that will set the grid position. Similarly with the second placed car, which is Sean Lynn, and I see on our timing screen Scott Mulvin is sharing with Sean in this one. So again, Scott appears in one of the cars, so that's another amendment to your programme. Number 13, Sean Lynn, AC Cobra, sharing with Scott Mulvin. Certainly Scott isn't the owner of the car, it's Sean owns it, so that will be Sean's time that will be used to set the qualifying time. So not wishing to continue with that, we'll tell you where the cars will be starting on the grid before the race starts.
So we've got a yellow flag, by the way, actually out on the circuit. I think that's towards the end of the lap anyway, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. But just to give you a quick rundown of the top 3 then, so it is Alex Ames, Lucas Halusa. It was, apologies, because straight over the line has gone Mike Whittaker in the TBR. So Mike Whittaker goes fastest with a 1:44.330, and it is Lucas Halusa and Alex Ames in second position, 1:44.981 in number 16 car, and then in third place, as Alice has just suggested, it is Scott Mulvin sharing with Sean Lynn in the number 13 car. The battle of the large cars, I suspect, in this race, Alistair.
It is at the moment, isn't it? Yes, the Elans haven't yet shown their full colours, and I'm thinking perhaps that the number 3 Elan potentially should be up there. That's 6th at the moment. Certainly number 600, which will have Andrew Jordan taking over from owner John Tordoff. And we've got, I'm looking for him down the order,
Connor Kay.
Connor Kay. Well, no, I'm just looking for Connor Kay now, because he's won one of these races, a race like this earlier this season, but I can't see him on the list.
Yeah, Connor's not left the pit yet, because as you rightly say, I mean, Connor last weekend became the winner of the youngest winner of the GT and Sports Car Cup, of course, at Silverstone. So he was driving the exact same car last weekend.
Not last weekend, it was a couple of weeks ago. I was there commentating on that one, and you're quite right, Connor won that race up against the big cars, particularly the Pearson brothers, car number 23, which is there or thereabouts in this session, John and Gary. So Gary Pearson we saw out in the last race driving solo in his Lister Jaguar. He's sharing with his brother John in this race in their semi-lightweight Jaguar E-Type. And Gary Pearson, as I mentioned before, runs Pearson's Engineering, prepares lots and lots of cars. John Pearson, his brother, runs a tyre company that supplies a lot of the tyres for historic racing and other forms of racing as well. Both hugely experienced drivers, and it will be a case of John and Gary versus the others up at the top there, I'm sure, when we come to the race. Also, actually, moving up the screen to 5th now is the solo-driven Graham Moss Shelby Daytona Cobra Coupe, which is number 58. We looked at that on our live stream earlier. It's currently just gone over. Perfect timing. Thank you, Graham.
It's actually marked as number 59, so it's 59 on the car, but it's down as 58 on the TSL live timing. But there's no disputing the fact that Graham Moss is 5th overall. Just to give you a quick update as well in terms of the Class B cars, the smaller engine cars, it's the number 3 that's leading that class, the Max Lynn Rowan Lundy Lotus Elan, that's 6th overall. And the aforementioned John Tordoff Andrew Jordan, number 600 Lotus Elan, is in 2nd in that class, and 3rd is the number 26 Andrew Lawley. Guess what he's driving?
Could be an Elan.
It could be an Elan, and it is an Elan.
And it's number 26, which is very appropriate, because the type number of Elan is 26, which all Lotus cars had type numbers. Some had names, like the Elan, but race version of the Lotus Elan was known as the 26R, which is why if you've got your program, it's that you'll see Lotus Elan 26R. That's the race version, which had a modified suspension and chassis for specifically for racing.
So now halfway through the qualifying session, it looks as though the Watts MGB is now coming out, but we're still waiting for Conor Kay to emerge, the number 173 Elan.
Is this him coming down the pit lane now? I think it probably is.
That is Conor Kay.
Yes,
so Conor
it
Kay
is.
now emerges halfway through the session, so let's see if Conor can get on terms with any of the other Class B cars, and of course whether he can catch up to the Mike Whittaker TVR, which remains at the top of the field. It's a great lap, 143.7.
Tremendous, yeah. It's an invitation car, so it won't be eligible for prizes, but nevertheless great to see it. And across the timing line again comes the white with the red stripes of shown on the car, and you're looking at it, number 59. It's actually entered as number 58, and we may well get an update to change that, but it's definitely Graham Moss in the Cobra Daytona, and an improved time for Graham to a 1:46.293. Keeps him in 5th place, but an improved time. Closes in a little bit on the Pearson brothers in number 23. Couple of Elans there out on track. That's a sort of pretty colour, it's a blue colour. I'm not sure that's an original colour, but anyway, with the orange stripe. Number 15 that was, wasn't it? Which is...
It's the Buhofer car.
The Buhofers, yes. Philip and Lucas, father and son team, in the interestingly coloured royal blue, perhaps, almost. Followed by orange and white Elan just behind, but the Buhofers in 16th place in their Elan.
I'd call that mauve, personally.
Yeah. Looks more royal blue out of the window, but...
The TVR comes over the line, then does Mike Whittaker improve? No, he doesn't, at 1:47.8, but he remains comfortably clear at the front of the field by 1.3 seconds. Moving up 2 spots though, and the fastest of the Elans is the number 26, who we were talking about earlier, Andrew Lawley, with a 1:47.538. But just to give you an idea of the time differential, he is just under 4 seconds away from Mike Whittaker's current pole position time. 12 minutes 40 left of the session.
And the Elans are currently 6th, 7th and 8th in the running order. And in fact another one, Murray Shepherd and Cameron Jackson. Cameron Jackson, another well-known name in historic racing, out in an Elan with Murray Shepherd, number 33. They are up to, or they were up to just behind all the, there they are, 9th quickest. So they're at the back of that group of Elans. Then there's another Elan which is actually just dropped down a place, number 135, Peter Reynolds and Dan Quintero in their Elan.
That yellow Elan has just come into the pits, Alistair, so that'll be a driver change there for either Quintero or for Reynolds, so we'll keep an eye on that Elan anyway. There's actually a further improvement actually amongst one of the Elans, and that's the number 5 Elan of the Paces, so Andrew Pace, Jonathan Pace, the blue and white Elan. They're currently 10th overall.
The number 13 Cobra rumbles over the line, Sean Lynn and Scott Mulvin, 3rd quickest at the moment. And out at the back of the circuit, that gorgeous number 16 special bodied E-Type, the low drag lightweight E-Type of Lucas Halusa and Alex Ames, which is 2nd quickest at the moment. That's followed by one of the more traditional shaped Cobras, the number 20 car of Pete Thompson and Charlie Allison, who've been racing together for many years in a Chevron B8, but they're out in their Shelby Cobra in this one.
And we have another driver who has made a bit of a hash of Druids, and it's the number 110, it's the McBrien's car. So that was in the Generations Trophy race, of course, yesterday. Not sure if it was James or Harvey on board the MGB, but that is well and truly beached on the entrance to Druids, and the current yellow flag. And let's see how the marshals handle this one, Alistair. Now red flag, of course.
That shouldn't take too long to get out, should it? Oh, there. We got a replay. Oh, that's strange. Turned left at the very end of the incident there. So strange sort of move.
Well,
into
did he
the
think
gravel.
he could get through the gravel towards the exit? That was my
Possibly.
immediate thought. But anyway, what is absolutely not up for debate is that it's a red flag with 10 minutes, 44 seconds of the session left, and the car's now resuming in the pit lane.
So I think there are some cars which are yet to be handed over to their second drivers, and one of them that I'm specifically watching at the moment is that John Tordoff getting in, or is it Andrew Jordan getting in? Can't quite see. But that car is currently number 600, is 9th quickest. Connor Kay, you mentioned Connor Kay.
I did, and Connor Kay has rewarded us by being the fastest Elan now. So he's done one flying lap, and he's already gone to the top of the Elan. So 1:46.860 for Connor Kay. Currently 6th overall, the leading Class B car. So you wonder whether if Andrew Jordan got back in the Tordoff car, whether he can respond to that challenge that's been thrown down by Connor Kay.
Connor Kay, number 173. Don't see him in the line at the moment, waiting to go back out. Or is that? Oh, that's him there, I think, just hidden behind. No, it's not. It's the another of the white ones. So, be interesting to see if Connor Kay does choose to go out again. And cars already being lined up by the marshals in the pit exit. So once they get the McBrien MGB cleared away, we should be back underway very quickly. And just from the pit lane, Alex has been wandering around chatting, and possibly some alternator issues for the Patrick and Amy Watts car. So there may be a little bit of an electrical issue with the MGB, number 17. So just the McBrien car is recovered from the gravel at Druids. It looks like it needs a tow because the marshals have pushed the car out, but it's now going onto a tow rope. So clearly a mechanical failure rather than just a simple spin and into the gravel for the McBriens, I'm afraid. They will be towed back to the back of the pits, and we should then get underway again. We've got 10 minutes 44 remaining in the session. 7 minutes will be allowed for the restarted session. So 7 minutes will be allowed, and that should, if anybody hasn't yet had their second driver out, that will give a chance for the second drivers to do their required number of laps. But leading the way at the moment, as he's been for some time, is Mike Whitaker, number 46 in the TVR Griffith. And as I mentioned earlier, that uses the 4.7 litre Ford V8 engine in the front of a very, very light body and very short wheelbase as well. Quite a tricky car to drive, but Mike Whitaker's been racing this particular Griffith for some time now with great success. He's done a 1:43.7 as the provisional pole position time. Then a second quickest car, but again, just letting you know that there might not be the position they start on the grid because of the rule about it's the owner of the car that sets the grid position. But it's the second quickest car is the number 16 E-Type of Lucas Halusa and Alex Ames with a 1:44.981. Third quickest is the number 13 Cobra, the red one with the white stripes. That's Sean Lynn and Scott Mulvin. Scott Mulvin being an addition to your programme as a second driver. In fourth place is number 23, which is the Pearson brothers, John and Gary Pearson, in their E-Type with a 1:45.592. And fifth quickest is the Shelby Daytona Cobra Coupe, number 58 of Graham Moss, although the car is showing 59 on the car, so presumably that will be amended. I don't think we've got another 59, so he's quite happy. He can have 59 if he wants to. And that is in fifth place. In sixth place is the remarkable Connor Kay, who's come out of the pit lane very, very late, only done one flying lap, and put himself fastest of the Elans in sixth place, number 173. But he leads a few more Elans behind, but between them is the first of those Elans is Maxwell Lynn and Rowan Lundy, number 3, which is immediately behind Connor Kay. So it's Elan in 6th and 7th. 8th is in the Elan, which is the number 26 car of Andrew Lawley. And behind Andrew Lawley's Elan is yet another Elan, which is the shared car owned by John Tordoff, who is Sam Tordoff's dad. You might remember, if you follow British Touring Car and British GT over the last 10 years or so, Sam Tordoff was a regular competitor in that. Sam's dad, John, is racing the 600 Elan with Andrew Jordan alongside. Their 9th quickest and 10th quickest is number 33, which is the Murray Shepherd Cameron Jackson Elan. So a whole bunch of Elans in that bottom end of the top 10, from 6th through to 10th.
So with 6 minutes of the qualifying session left after their out laps, I think that the drivers have got no more than 3 laps to try and improve their current position, Alistair. Currently in the pits, by the way, so the Jan Bittrim Lotus Elan remains stuck there, so the bonnet's been up on the Elan, so I'm not sure that car will be back out for the remainder of the session. And we're just waiting as well for the number 173 to come out. So Mike Whittaker's just coming back onto circuit in the number 46 TVR, and we're going to wait for Conor Kay to come out on circuit.
Just behind Mike Whittaker, so those 2 cars going out together. Conor Kay following through. Remember, this is Conor Kay's only his 2nd flying lap after what must have been a slight problem with that car because it was late coming out for qualifying, but he's already put it up into 6th place. He is just over half a second slower than Graham Moss in the Shelby Daytona Cobra Coupe number 58/59.
And I think that's Lucas Haluza that's now in the number 16 car that's just left the pit. Fantastic sound. So the number 16 Jaguar now leaves the pits with 4 minutes 53 to go. So I think Lucas has got 2 laps worth of time to try and improve on what Alex Ames has done already in this session. They are 2nd overall, of course, 144.981. So a number of the drivers then, that's definitely Andrew Jordan. That's a classic Jordan line going through paddock anyway in the light blue Elan. So Andrew Jordan going to be on a quick one. Can he improve, of course, on their current 9th position overall? I think it was Tordoff that set the 148.636. Let's see if he improves.
John Tordoff started racing about 5 or 6 years ago, well after Sam was racing, and has really improved with the help of his son Sam and also Andrew Jordan coaching. And John Tordoff now is a very effective racing driver, and he still runs the family business, which is I believe one of the largest car dealerships in the country. It's JCT 600, and JCT is the initials of John's dad, Jack, who started the business, Jack Tordoff. And the 600 is because he had a Mercedes 600 many years ago, and before he started the business, and he got the private registration, his initials JCT and 600, because that's the type of Mercedes it was, and then he started his business and called it JCT 600. Simple as that.
I thought there was more to the story, but it very is as simple as that. But my eyes have been diverted by Conor Kay, fabulous through Paddock Hill. Look at the amount of oversteer he's applied. Beautifully smooth on the throttle on exit, and he's coming towards Druids. I suspect you're not supposed to do this as a commentator, but I think that Conor will improve this lap anyway. But we'll see how the cars get on. Just over the line then is the Reynolds Quintero car, and that has gone quickest of the Elans, 145.745. Where did that come from? Only 2 seconds off pole position.
That could be Dan Quintero on board that then, I think. Now he's, as you say, 5th quickest. It's actually gone ahead. And you suggested that Andrew Jordan might be in 600, didn't you? You said that's definitely a Jordan line through Paddock Hill. Well, he's gone 4th quickest on his first flying lap. So Andrew Jordan, number 600, the light blue Elan. Watch that as it goes round the track. But we're on our live stream, we're watching the other quick Elan that we've been talking about, Conor Kay, who's using every inch of the road, just kissing the curves on the way out of the corner there, and he continues round the lap. He's currently Conor Kay in 10th place.
I think he was slightly balked round Westfield anyway, but he was pushing so hard that again, I think this is going to be a quick lap for Conor Kay anyway. So as he comes into Stirling's Bend, the penultimate bend of the Grand Prix circuit, now heading towards Clearways. Seems like an age when you're going in the Lotus Elan towards the final corner anyways. But Conor Kay, let's see if he improves in the white and blue Elan. So takes a fine line there through Clearways, balances the car through, and here is Conor Kay coming through now in the number 173 car. Does he improve? Let's see. And he does improve to a 145.607. Yeah, he is the fastest of the Elans, Alistair.
No, Andrew Jordan is quicker. He's fourth quickest. 1:45.499 for Andrew. Now he's going to be coming round again, so he'll still be looking for a better time.
There's only 1/10 of a second though between Andrew Jordan and Connor Kay, and further quickest. Again, this is changing while I'm speaking, so I think it's Daniel Quintero that's in the number 135, the yellow Elan, who's moved up to fourth position, 1:45.292.
And Andrew Jordan goes second quickest. That's his, is it second or third flying lap? He's now second quickest in John Tordoff's car, number 600, and he's third of a second slower than we think now Lucas Halusa in the family E-Type, number 16.
So Alistair and and the car off, that looks like the purple car we were talking about earlier, so that's one of the Elans, and that's the exit of Clearways.
I fear this may end the session because we've only got, we'll probably be a yellow flag for the remaining 40 seconds or so, but with a yellow flag out, the drivers shouldn't really be setting fastest times.
I think that is the Buhofer car, so I think that is the number 15 Lotus Elan.
Yes, it is buried deep in the gravel, and with only 20 seconds to go, the last few cars coming across the line, but they will be easing off as they come into Clearways. They'll see those yellow flags warning them that there is a car off at just before Jim Clark Curve, just after Clearways, and that may well snooker any further attempts for the fastest time. The Pearsons are in number 23, so they've finished their session.
So checkered flag now out. That was a real shame, of course, because we were doing the commentary version of table tennis, because every time I was updating people on who was quickest, you said, no, that's not correct. Another car's just come over the line with a quicker lap. What isn't up for debate is Lucas Halusa and Alex Ames that have taken pole position with a 1:43.305. But the real story of the session, of course, Alistair, is how the Elans came into it as the session developed.
That's right, yes. I was quite surprised that on a nice dry track with probably perfect conditions, not too hot, not too cold, the bigger engine cars didn't take more of the limelight at the front of the timing screens, but we've got two or three really quick Elans out there, and they are in second, fifth and seventh places at the end of the day, so that's a really good session for the Elans. So just to give you a summary of the times, and just to say this may not be the way the grid forms up, so just wait until we get the official grid positions. But in terms of times, the number 16 E-Type, the car with that famous registration 49FXN, the original Lumsden Sargent car from 1963-64, is the quickest car on track with Alex Ames and Lucas Halusa. We think it was Lucas at the wheel when that time was set. He got in for the second part of the session, and that's when the time was set. But with a 1:43.305, and then second quickest, the first of the Elans, the number 600 light blue car of John Tordoff, and the time set by Andrew Jordan with a 1:43.652. Then it was number 46 in third, Mike Whitaker driving solo in his TVR Griffith with a 1:43.7. Fourth quickest, number 13, is Sean Lynn and Scott Mulvin in their AC Cobra with a time of 1:45.178. Then it's the second of the Elans, fifth place, number 135, is Peter Reynolds and Dan Quintero, 1:45.292. Then it's the Pearsons in their E-Type, number 23, in sixth place, John Pearson and Gary Pearson, 1:45.592. Then the third of the Elans, Connor Kay, number 173, who came out late in that session, only did a few flying laps. In fact, he did 9 laps in total for that session. And his time, number 173, Connor Kay, driving solo, a 1:45.607. And behind Connor is another of our Elans, and it's the number 3 car of Max Lynn and Rowan Lundy with a 1:45.766. And then it's ninth place, number 58, Graham Moss, number 58 on the timing screen and in the program, but showing number 59 on the car, which is that Daytona Cobra, and that's a time of 1:46.293. And completing the top 10 is number 26, Andrew Lawley's Elan, with a time of 1:46.526. And highlights for this with one of our Elans, that was the number 22 car, I think, wasn't it, that went off into the gravel very, very early on, the Armstrong Skipworth car. The Daytona Cobra Coupe, number 59 of Graham Moss, lovely looking car. Then it was the E-Type that took up the cudgels next, with Alex Ames at the wheel early on in the session with that yellow crash helmet you can see there on the live stream. He set the time early on in the session. The Harvey McBrien MGB was going well in the session, but then had a problem and went straight on at Druids, causing another red flag while that car was recovered. But the gorgeous low drag E-Type of Alex Ames, who's driving in our picture at the moment, and owner Lucas Halusa. The times of the TVR Griffith were very good as well, with Mike Whitaker setting provisional pole for some minutes of that session. A little bit of tyre smoke coming off the Cobra, and that was the McBrien's, I'm afraid, with what we think was a mechanical failure, because it took a tow rope to get it back to the pits. So sadly a mechanical failure for the number 110 MGB, but that was quickly recovered by our marshals, and the session restarted to finish up with the times that will be used to set the grid later on today. That race due to take place at 3:25, and Alex is down in the assembly area.
Right, I am down here. Alex Ames, poleman, has already hopped out of one car straight into the Formula Junior, so I thought I'd grab a word with you. P3, although actually you were running at the top for almost all of that quali session. What do you think lost it for you in those last laps?
The professionals getting in the other two cars. I got, actually, genuinely, I got a really good. The team got me to the front of the grid, so I got a really good lap before any of the flags, which was my lap. And then genuinely, you know, Alex Ames, Andrew Jordan, BTCC touring car champion. I always tell people Monday morning I'll be on a keyboard at the bank, so not bad going.
Yeah, it's not bad company to be hanging out with. What can you tell us about the track as well? Because I imagine it's very different to yesterday, but it's evolved already quite a lot. I imagine.
Well, I flew in from New York yesterday,
okay.
So it's pretty good today. I've been here a few times. The track is as good as I think it's ever been.
Yeah.
So I think the times are good. There's no oil down, not too, no sort of bad spots. Of course, it's fantastic being here out the back in a big engine car, like third, fourth gear on the Grand Prix circuit. But yeah, I think we're set for a great day here.
Yeah, nice. Nice to see you. Let's come around here and have a quick word to Andrew Jordan. Andrew almost got to the top spot, not quite enough to conquer Ames. What did you learn out there, and how important is it to be starting on the front row in such a tight and busy grid as this is going to be later?
I only did one lap, so I didn't learn a lot.
Oh.
So the car was lovely, and I think there's a fair bit more in it, but the car was really nice balance. We've got such a nice setup on these little Elans. So done a lot of sharing with John Tordos, so he'll start the race. So we normally have some success together. So it's great. You can't beat driving these cars on this circuit. The GP layout so special. So I was in an E30 M3 this morning, so getting out of that on slicks into this is a little bit different, but good fun.
And how many more disciplines are you covering today?
Just the E30 in this, so I'm done kind of learning today. So I really enjoyed it.
Good, well done. I'd be excited to see how that race goes. Come with me, because this is the Formula Junior, the FJHRA Silverline Championship that are about to go out now. We're not going to have a chance to actually have a chat to anyone, but we are going to be able to just peer over. This is one of the purest forms of racing that we see today. It's Formula Junior. These are small, these are lightweight, very little power, but incredibly competitive. Qualifying here is going to be all about precision. I mean, look at the size of that grid as well. If they get a corner wrong, that's it. Formula Junior as well, the top 10 are often split by less than a second, so expect really, really tight grid. A lot of pressure nailing that first lap. I'm looking forward to it. It's great to have them here on our London Historic Trophy debut here at Brands Hatch. Commentary, your turn.
Thank you very much, Alex. We move from closed wheel to open wheel cars for this session, and you'll see them if you're along the pit straight. You'll see them coming out of the pit lane very, very shortly as they make their way down. And this is Formula Junior, which in its day, which was 1958, it was started just for 5 years through to the end of 62, was the stepping stone into Grand Prix racing. There was no other way of getting into Grand Prix racing if you wanted to make your way through in open wheel racing. There was no Formula 3 or Formula 2 or what we have these days, GB3, GB4, Formula 4, none of that. It was Formula Juniors Grand Prix, and quite a lot of drivers made that move. Even, for example, motorbike ace Mike Hailwood, who raced in one of the cars in this race, is Mike Hailwood's car that he raced in period, and he moved straight into Grand Prix racing, and it was the way that the team gave him the experience he needed. But it was a hugely successful formula, conceived in early 1958 by Count Johnny Laurani, an Italian, who thought what a good idea it would be to have a formula that allowed relatively low-cost engines and relatively low-cost suspension units and chassis to allow people to race who perhaps hadn't got big budgets. And the early cars were front-engined, because that's how cars were at the time in Grand Prix racing. They were all front-engined, except Cooper, which had moved across to the very early rear-engined cars. But in the early days of Formula Junior, it was all front-engine, so you will see some front-engine cars. And there will also be, from the later period of Juniors up until when it stopped as a series in 1962, by then everything was rear-engined. So the cars that you'll see at the front of the timing screen, top of the timing screens, and the front of the race will be rear-engined cars. And the first race was in April 1958 at Monza, and it was won by a Stanguolini, Italian manufacturer, but we don't have a Stanguolini here this weekend, unfortunately, but that was the type of car which won the very first race. And as I mentioned before, it was a direct route into Formula One Grand Prix racing, with drivers such as Jim Clark, John Surtees, Mike Hailwood, Jochen Rindt. You can carry on, Denny Hulme, Peter Arundel. They all raced in juniors and then moved on into Grand Prix racing. Peter Arundel's cars here as well, that he won at Monaco. That's being raced by one of the Halusas. So quite a short qualifying session, just over 16, nearly 17 minutes to go in the session. Only one driver, no pit stops in this race. There will be 2 races for the Formula Juniors. The first one is this afternoon at 10 to 3, and the second one tomorrow morning at 11:45. So a chance to see the cars out twice for their short 20-minute races. And the likely front runners, I think, are going to be the likes of Callum Grant and Alex Ames. Alex Ames was out in the last session in the Halusa E-Type. Callum Grant on our live stream pictures now in the red with the broad yellow stripe. Car number 57, which is a Merlin. Merlin, very successful British manufacturer, produced from 1960, and they produced cars for Formula Juniors, then Formula Ford, very successful in Formula Ford, and production ceased in 1979. So nearly 20 years of Merlins were made, and Callum Grant, an expert in Formula Ford and Formula Junior racing, see him out a lot throughout the season. He's set the early pace with a 1:42.763, but nipping at his heels is number 21, which is Alex Ames in his Brabham BT6. Brabham, named after, of course, Sir Jack Brabham, who was 3-time world Formula One champion, produced cars designed by Ron Toranak, hence the number BT, Brabham Toranak. And this one a BT6 that Alex Ames is driving. And the Donington meeting in May, the Motor Racing Legends Donington Historic Trophy, Alex took the win in the, they were split into front and rear engine races, and Alex took the win for the rear engine race in this car. So he's second quickest, just over a second slower than Callum Grant. And then in third place is number 54, which is Lucas Halusa in a Lotus 22. So 3 different makes in the top 3 places: Merlin, Lotus and Brabham. And in fact Lucas goes quicker than Alex Ames to take second spot, exactly 1 second slower than Callum Grant. And behind Alex Ames in fourth place is number 12, Stuart Roach, in the Alexis. So yet another manufacturer, and there were hundreds of Formula Junior manufacturers around the world. It spread around the world very quickly. There were Australian manufacturers, Italian, British companies and others from Europe. Really successful. The Alexis was actually built in Birmingham by the Birmingham builder named Alex Francis and an Australian, Bill Harris, from 1959. And they were also successful in Formula Ford racing as well, with the car stopped out on track number 83, I'm afraid. Martin Halusa, that's Lucas's dad, is stopped out on the far side of the circuit in his Lotus 22. In fact, he stopped just after Surtees at the beginning of the Grand Prix loop. He's actually facing the wrong way, so I wonder whether he's had a spin and stalled the engine there. Didn't actually see the incident, but he's stopped at the side of the track. So yellow flags are shown at Surtees. Alex Ames goes quickest, 1:42.1 for number 21, Alex Ames in the Brabham. Second quickest is number 57, Callum Grant in the Merlin. Just about half a second slower than Alex. And then it's Lucas Halusa, number 54, in the Lotus, who's third quickest. And then a new name comes into fourth, which is Rufus Flan in his Lotus, so a similar car to Lucas Halusa's, the Lotus 22. Rufus Flan fourth quickest, and then it's another of our top drivers in junior racing, which is number 51, Michael Hibbard, in another of the Lotus 22s produced by Colin Chapman. And in fact, at this period of Grand Prix racing, it was not unusual to have the same chassis for Formula Junior and then fit a different engine for Grand Prix racing. So you might see a car, the same car, a Lotus 22, would have been raced in Grand Prix as well as in Formula Junior. And drivers such as I mentioned, Mike Halewood, Jim Clark, who raced in Formula Junior at the beginning of their open wheel careers, in Jim Clark's case in a Lotus, it could well be the same chassis that was then used for Grand Prix racing. Still yellow flags, but I'm afraid Martin Halusa has exited the car now, so that car won't restart. Nick Carlton-Smith comes up to sixth place. Nick, a multiple Formula Junior champion in a different car, but in this race meeting he's in his Lotus 20. All the cars have 1 litre or 1100cc engines. And certainly at the beginning of Formula Junior era in 1958, the Grand Prix cars were big engine, front engined Grand Prix cars, which quickly were beaten by the much more nimble rear-engined cars, particularly the Coopers with Jack Brabham, Bruce McLaren. And by 1960 in Grand Prix racing, only Ferrari was running a front-engine car. They took their the last front-engined win was, with very, very close together there at Druids between two cars on our live stream. Almost touched, but they didn't. But Ferrari took the last front-engined Grand Prix win at Monza in 1960 with Phil Hill at the wheel, the American. And then from then on to this day, it's been rear-engined is the way to go with Grand Prix racing. So on the timing screen with just under half the session to go, 9 minutes remaining, it's Alex Ames who's gone back to the top again. So it's been shuffling between Ames, Halusa and Grant at the top. They are the three quicker drivers, although Lucas Halusa's fallen back a bit now from the improved times from Ames and Grant. So Alex Ames, number 21, Brabham BT6, 140.766, and just 74 thousandths of a second slower is number 57, Callum Grant, who's in his Merlin Mark 5/7, 140.840. And those improved times have taken those two away from Lucas Halusa in the Lotus 22, number 54, with a 143.320. And alongside Lucas on the provisional second row is number 90, Rufus Flan, in his Lotus 22 with a 145.551. Then it's Michael Hibbard, number 51, in his Lotus 22 with a 145.677, and completing the top six. As I say, we're moving towards 3/4 way through this qualifying session, is number 171, which is Nathan Metcalf in his Lotus 20 with a 145.827. And a car that has, I think I saw some smoke out of the back coming down Graham Hill, number 128. Yes, definite smoke or steam coming from that car. So a mechanical failure in the engine department for number 128, I'm afraid, which is Spencer Shinner. Now, Spencer, I would have tipped for being in the top six. Where did he manage to get that car to before his problems? Separated by the smallest of margins, 74 thousandths of a second between
unsurprising to see a couple of names, of course, at the top of the tab sheets, and Alex Ames, who appears to be driving everything this weekend. And of course the Halusas, who've got several cars in several races in third position as well. I have to say, Formula Junior slightly before my time, of course, Alistair, but luckily I'm with a renowned Formula Junior expert.
Welcome to our factory in Zhongshan, China. Here we do any kind of model cars, different scale, different category, and it's something very, very exciting. Yes, Spark is a racing brand, and this factory is our racing factory.
Back to one time, Stirling Moss was a director of Kieft, and he raced Kiefts right through his early career up until he started in Grand Prix racing. And in 8th place, number 12, is Stuart Roach in the Alexis, which I mentioned earlier was built in Birmingham. And then in 9th, number 50, Philip Buhofer in the Lotus 27. And completing the top 10, number 71, is the James Hicks Caravelle. Caravelle, another name which is not very familiar these days, but Caravelle was another UK make built in Warwickshire by Richard Utley.
There's actually 20 different types of chassis in this race, which I think makes it the most unusual of the races we've got this weekend at the Historic Trophy.
Absolutely, yes. Well, I think I was talking to the father and daughter who run the Silverline Formula Junior Historic Racing Association Series, which is Duncan Rabagliati, who's racing in number 7, the Alexis, very early Alexis, 1959 car, and his daughter Sarah Mitrich, who runs the series. And I said, well, how many manufacturers were there? And I forget the exact figure she gave me, but it was in the hundreds. They were very, very prolific around the world. And just looking for our leading front engine car, and I think that would be Adrian Russell in 12th place. And over to Alex, who's in the assembly area.
I am indeed. Thank you very much. We just put my teeth back in. Thank you very much, Alistair and Ian. I am indeed. I'm going to have a chat to some of the boys in the 2-litre sports cars very shortly, but I want to throw to a little chat I had with Sean Lynn to find out a little bit more about what Motor Racer Legends is all about. We stand in one of the most beautiful, impressive paddocks ever, and I am here with Sean himself, the owner of Motor Racing Legends, who has created this dreamboat of an event and series. Firstly, tell me how this all came about.
Duncan Wiltshire's an old friend of mine. I've raced with him for many years, and about 3 years ago I started talking to him about the potential of maybe purchasing the event of the race series from him, and we carried on talking over a period of time, and in the end I convinced him slowly to definitely release the reins over to me, and we did a deal, and Duncan still remains with us now as we continue to grow and build this.
Yeah, and growing it is. What is it you think that makes it so special?
I think the competitors, the cars, the events that we go to, the tracks, really try to put a lot of emphasis on having fun, enjoying it. The grid is for everybody. It's not just for the guys that want to win. It's for the collectors. It's for the enthusiasts to really come along and enjoy it. We put a lot of emphasis on eligibility, driving standards, having good fun.
Yeah.
And, and it's also on the track and off track. So off track, we try to put on good hospitality and very warm and welcoming. But then on track, it's about having great fun as well, and being correct and driving correctly, but also having great cars as well, and making sure they're period correct as well.
Yeah, it's very apparent that authenticity means a lot to you.
Yeah, look, we know that with engineering developments, the cars have moved forward slightly. What we want to try and do is, we understand that we want reliability, we want people to have good, fun racing, and for cars to last, a reasonable period of time. But at the end of the day, Red Bull are not calling us. They're certainly not calling me. So we want people to just have great fun. That's the most important thing.
They're not calling me either, sadly. You touched on the fact that it's about, it's an event for, a series for the whole family, and that's really apparent for me. But for the viewers out there who may not have ever attended an event, what sort of things can they look forward to if they were to come along?
So we give much better access. I think one of the big things we've done is we have tents where we put cars into the tents rather than just an awning or stuck in a garage. We try to give people absolute great access to all of these cars to see all the beautiful shapes and sounds and noises. So we try to give all the spectators a great viewing area. Also, with the guys in hospitality, it's really welcoming for children, for the whole family. Great viewing area for them as well to see trackside viewing, so they can really feel that they're part of the event rather than it's just dad goes off or mum goes off and the rest of the family don't go. This is encouraging, come along for the whole weekend. Some race series and some are come in the morning, leave in the afternoon. We're not that. Motor Racing Legends is not that. This is come for the weekend, have a great time, meet lots of old friends, and really enjoy yourself with them.
Yeah, that's really nice and really special. It's a mega weekend, and you should really come on down. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers, Alex.
Motor Racing Legends is, and how great is it that we are live streaming such incredible cars, iconic machinery at amazing circuits, even if I do say so myself. All right, now we move into proper beefy prototype territory. That's the 2-litre sports cars. I shall let the explainer do the talking. Check this out. This grid brings the spirit of 1970s prototype racing roaring back to life. The 2-litre sports cars, lightweight, purpose-built machines from 1962 to 1976, designed not just to race, but to flow. In their day, they were the underdogs of endurance racing, smaller, nimbler, and often overlooked against the bigger prototypes. But when given their own stage, they delivered some of the most competitive and exciting racing of the era. Cars from iconic names like Chevron, Lola, Porsche, all built around balance, precision, and pure mechanical grip. No driver aids, no shortcuts, just rhythm, commitment, and confidence. And now they're back, doing exactly what they were built to do. All right, let's see if we can pop a mic underneath your helmet. Sorry, sir. I'm going to lean in. All right, so talk to us ahead of this qualifying session. What are your expectations out of this incredible piece of kit?
We're looking to just simply do our best. It's the first time we've been at Brands Hatch for a long time. It's a great circuit. It's probably one of the best circuits in the UK. And looking forward to driving the Legacy T292 Lola. So exciting times.
Yeah, it really is. It sounds incredible as well. This is a really mixed grid, isn't it? What is the differences between the cars? How much does that play out in qualifying?
There's quite a bit of a difference between the cars. We've got the 296 ahead, but if you look to the right of that, we've got the Chevron B8, so a little bit earlier specification. They're also on treaded tyres, but the drivers in the series are all very competent and they're all aware. And it's just managing your space, your own space on the track, and making sure that they're aware of who you are when you start making overtakes.
Good. All right. Conditions seem pretty good out there at the moment. I haven't heard anything untoward from our drivers so far. I'll try and have a chat to you afterwards. Thank you so much. Have a great one. That's Chris Ward there. Jan Magnussen's Lola. Alex and Chris, we have a chat to us. Christopher, hello, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Conditions seem pretty good out there. You've got an awful lot of experience around this circuit. What are your thoughts ahead of this qualifying session?
Well, I'll correct you on one thing. I've never done a lap of the Grand Prix circuit. No.
How is that possible?
Because the cheapy race series I used to do couldn't afford to rent the long circuit, so we always had the short circuit. There were only like 2 or 3 events a year that would run the long circuit. It was considered to be like catnip. It was a very special experience. I never did it. I'm YouTube video man.
Amazing.
Never done a lap. So I'm so looking forward to it, and I'm just going to hopefully be about 8 seconds off him.
Yeah, probably. Quietly confident, you two?
Car was finished last week. How many excuses do you want? As far as I'm concerned, this is an extended test session this weekend. And if we happen to do okay, we do okay. He is much racier than me and more competitive. Yeah. I'm here for the looks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I was just about to say, Alex, I don't think that any of that would have come out of your... wouldn't have come out of your mouth. How competitive are you feeling?
Well, luckily, I've got my earplugs in, so I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, okay.
And they all know they can't hear what they're saying about me around the car, which is all good, especially when I fire it up. Firstly, I hear there's an incident on track, so I really hope everyone's okay on that one. Wishes with everybody out on the racetrack. In terms of this car, it's brand spanking newly restored.
Wow.
So we are, extended shakedown weekend. I'm getting sensible in my old age.
Oh my goodness me, when did that happen? Incredible. All right, Alex, have a good one. Who else can we chat to? Let's see if we can have a little chat over here to Ollie Bryan. One of the quickest, most experienced historic racers in this category. You're always up at the sharp end. You've had, you've already seen what this track's like out this morning. What are your expectations of this qualifying session?
It's first time out in the car for me, so just using it as a bit of a test. We've got a second qualifying later on, so first thing will just be to see how it goes and just check it's all okay, really.
How different do you think will the track be from yesterday? I mean, we were searing heat yesterday. It's a lot cooler today.
Definitely the cooler conditions will help, especially with these small engine cars. I think obviously completely different layout for the Indy circuit. Yesterday was very slippy. The Grand Prix circuit this morning, when I was out in the Lotus, felt pretty good actually. Just looking forward to getting out there and seeing how the car is.
What's the strategy for you in a qualifying session like this? Is it full attack straight away? Do you have to build momentum? I imagine you have to, to get the balance correct in the first few laps, but, how does it work for you?
Normally, if it was a car that we'd run before, obviously we just get out there and get everything warmed up and get straight on with it, because you never know if there's going to be any stoppages or any delays or any oil going down. But as I say, with this being the first time we've run it, we'll definitely take it easy the first few laps, just check everything's okay, and then push later on in the session or again this afternoon.
Yeah, okie dokes. All right, thank you very much, Ollie. Have a good one. Wonder who else we can have a little chat to. We've got 155 down there. I wanted to try. Sorry, Shane. No. I was hoping to have a chat to Ben Mitchell, but not sure we're going to be able to do that. Down here, 155. Hello, sir. Andy Willis. Let's see if we can have a chat to him. Another Lola. Heavily featured. In fact, I'll go around that side, else I'll never get close to you. Hello, Andy. How are you? All right. Tell us a little bit about this beautiful Lola. My goodness me. I'm so lucky to be standing here having a look at this. You're also fascinated. I don't know if it's worth coming around and just seeing the driver position, how it compares from car to car. Anyway, while I'm gabbling, Andy, go for it.
Yeah, it's a little Lola T212, so contemporary car from 1971. It has a Ford FVC, which is 1800 or so cc, and was part of the World Sports Cars Championship at the time. And yeah, good little car. And there's a few of them in this, so we won't have the front running pace, but we'll have a little fight between ourselves, I should think.
Incredible. All right, thank you. Have a great one. So it's a relatively short qualifying session, a lot of commitment, not, yeah, oh, Keith, no, okay, see if we can interrupt.
These cars are obviously sports prototypes, so they're purpose-built racers, much faster.
No, I think he's peak chatter. We'll come back to him. All right. Can I have a chat? Hello. Just thought I'd come and have a word, see how you guys are getting on. Your thoughts ahead of this qualifying session?
Yeah, just waiting to go, just qualifying. Really excited about the series. Yeah.
Good. What's your previous history with this beautiful piece of kit?
With this car?
Yeah.
Well, we've done quite a lot of historic racing with it over Europe. We've done reasonably well with it. We've done Le Mans Classic a couple of times with it. So, it's a great car.
Good. Good. All right. So, still in a position where we're recovering cars out on track, hoping that the track will clear soon. Got a full day of live streaming. Do you know, it's not too late though. If you can come down here, grab a ticket on the gate. It's not just about the racing here. We've got 10 hours of live stream broadcast, but it's like a massive roving museum. You can get up close and personal with some of the most iconic pieces of machinery that we've ever seen. Being able to see them here racing at Brands Hatch is something else. We're in the MRL Drivers Club and there is a really nice activation in here by Spark Models. Take a look at this display cabinet. So this is 26 miniatures of some of the most iconic cars spanning 10 decades of motorsport history. We've got early machinery all the way through to more modern day endurance and touring cars. And what makes this super special, these 1.43 scale miniatures, the intricacies, the accuracy of what they've done is quite incredible. And I'll show you some more inside. Take a look at this one, for example, this F1, the Walter Wolf Racing. This is Jody Scheckter era, the black and gold car number 20. This takes us back to Formula One in the 1970s, and what an era that was. These cars were light, powerful, way less forgiving than modern F1 cars. Literally everything that was happening was in the driver's hands. Another F1, BRM, the red and white number 4, another piece of Formula One history. This time from BRM, one of the great British teams, British Racing Motors, known for their engineering innovation. They represent a period where where teams were constantly experimenting. These cars were as much of engineering projects as they were racing machines. The DTM touring car, the BMW E30 M3, one of the most iconic touring cars ever built. These guys dominated touring car racing in the late 80s and 90s. It's very lightweight, balanced, so competitive, and was a real benchmark car in DTM and touring car history. This was the kind of car that really defined what touring car racing became. This red number 22, it's like a 1960s Ferrari prototype. This is where sports car racing really came alive. 60s Ferrari. It was built for endurance racing. It's your Le Mans era. Super lightweight, beautiful, but such a demanding car. It really focused on mechanical grip rather than aero. They were stunning to look at as they are challenging to drive. And if you think they're incredible, come in here and have a look at, we've got 1.8 scale models. We've got 2 models on offer here. Again, thanks to Spark. But look at this. This is a Le Mans prototype. This is a 1.8 scale model. This is complexity to a completely different level. These really are the kinds of pieces that are built to be displayed, collected, and really appreciated. Literally every detail is replicated, from the bodywork and aero right down to the interior and finishes. Spark are actually offering MRL competitors the opportunity to commission bespoke models of their cars. Look at this, the Porsche, again, an incredible piece of machinery. It's the small things that stand out as well. The finish of the paint, the precision of the decals, even the way the car sits. It all feels so authentic. It's not just a representation, it's a literal recreation. How special is that? And if you want to go about getting a commission for yourself, contact Spark Models direct. What a great addition to the Drivers Club this weekend, though.
welcome to our factory in Zhongshan, China. Yeah, we do any kind of model cars, different scale, different category, and it's something very, very exciting. Spark is a racing brand, and this factory is our racing factory.
Okay.
Well, out on track, we're still sorting out the various cars that retired during the end of that Formula Junior session. Track marshals and the recovery crews doing a fantastic job of working with those cars, and I think most of that has now been sorted out, and we are told that just a message come up, thank you to TSL for putting that on our screens. 2 litre sports car session will start, the start is delayed. We will get an update in just over 10 minutes as to when those cars will be coming out on track. So we are going to be running late.
And in the meantime, of course, there is the Group C demonstration and the Williams FW11 down at the pit garages anyway. So I'm just looking ahead and seeing the Silk Cut Jaguar, the Wind, Spice Pontiac and the Nissan as well. So I recommend to spectators to get down there. One of my all-time favourite cars, of course, is down there. And that's the Ford C100, which looks $1 million. Sadly, it didn't go like $1 million when it was in period. So I encourage people to go to that ahead of the Group C demonstration in the early part of the afternoon.
Yes, those Group C cars in the pit garages and the pit lane, not the pit lane, sorry, the back of the pit garages is all open, and that's where the Group C cars are sat, and so you can walk in there. There's no charge to come through into the paddock, and you can walk around the paddock, of course. If you're not used to this type of historic racing, it's certainly a very open paddock, as you may have heard Sean Lynn saying earlier on in interview, the owner of Motor Racing Legends. It's very much about getting spectators and all the drivers really involved in the whole feeling of historic racing. And so if you come across to the inside through the tunnel, which is just in front of the hospitality units on the main straight, and you can get into the paddock and also into the back of the pit garages where all those Group C cars are sat. We were due to have those cars out on track to demonstrate at lunchtime. Obviously, with the programme being shifted backwards, we'll wait for confirmation that will happen, but I know that's very much something that Motor Racing Legends want to happen, is to get the Group C cars out on track so you can see them around the circuit, but you can see them static behind the pit garages now. There are cars there that won't be out on track, so it's very well worth coming across to have a look. And Ian, as you've just said, there's a certain N Mansell car there as well.
Anybody who remembers the 1986 British Grand Prix, that was the winning car from the 1986 British Grand Prix, the FW11 with the Honda engine. Of course, the turbo era of Formula One, where cars, I think they go up to 1200 brake horsepower, Alistair, at the 1986 Australian Grand Prix, but I have no doubt that car will have driven with 1000 horsepower in Honda qualifying trim. But Nigel Mansell, the final race, of course, that took place here, the final Formula One race at Brands Hatch in 1986. And Alistair, you were there for Nigel Mansell in 1987, of course, when he did that famous move on Piquet and then ran out of fuel on the warming down lap.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 1987 that was, wasn't it? Yeah, I was commentating from Beckett's corner at Silverstone for the 87, and I think 88 and 89. It's hard to remember now, but certainly the Mansell move on Piquet, which is, how many times has that been replayed, with jinking left, dummy to the left from Mansell behind Piquet, and then swing to the right at Stowe Corner in and took the lead. Great move, and the crowd, as they say, went wild.
Indeed. Mansell, of course, I think he ended up winning 26 Formula One races, but of course he only won the one championship, of course, in 1992 when the Williams Renault FW14 was in the ascendancy. Won 9 out of 16 races that particular season. But yeah, it's the FW11, which is a fabulous car, and won the Constructors' Championship, of course, for Williams, even though, of course, Alain Prost pipped Nigel Mansell to the championship in 1986. Coming back to Group C, though, two of my favourite cars of all time within that garage. One is the Sauber C9 with the Mercedes V8 engine, and the other one is the Sauber C11 with the Mercedes engine. So, probably the finest Group C cars that I ever witnessed, both in period and at subsequent Silverstone and Donington Classic events as well. But yeah, well worth getting down there, and fair to say as well, the owners of those vehicles very, very friendly. If you wanted to have a look round and actually see the interior of some of these cars, it's a real one-off opportunity. You don't get to go down to any garage and have a look at a Group C car, can you?
That's right, yes. And I think one of the things that strikes me when you see the cars in the flesh is you've seen them on television, perhaps you've watched Le Mans races from that period, or other races that took place of the Group C cars, but you haven't got any perspective of the size of the car because they're all out on track and there's nothing to gauge them against. But when you actually stand next to them, they are very small cars, and particularly the cabins where the drivers sit are tiny, little bubbles on top of the car, isn't it? It's unbelievable, and it continued in that vein through to the much later WEC cars, like the from a few years ago, the Peugeots and the Toyotas and so on, where the drivers were almost, well, certainly their hips were at the same level as their shoulders, and then legs up in the air and the knees bent, and then it's a really strange driving position. Must have taken some getting used to.
Well, if you see the in-car lap, of course, of Mark Blundell when he got the 1990 Le Mans pole position, of which I think it's the R90 CK, which I don't think is going out this afternoon, but it's certainly here anyway. You can see Mark Blundell's driving position throughout that lap if you watch that lap on YouTube, and he looks distinctly uncomfortable throughout the 3 minutes 26 that it took him to get round the Le Mans circuit. Interestingly, if people go down to the pit garages now, the back of the pit garages, they'll see the Ford C100, the Ford's Challenger from 1981-1982 with the back of the car up. So if people wanted to see a Ford DF, well, it's a derivation, isn't it, Alistair, of the DFV originally? It's the DFL,
yes,
3.9 litre. Then they can do so. They can have a look at the V8 engine. So well worth it. There were only 3 Ford C100s ever made for world sports car competition. You can see one of those very machines today.
And rather like the earlier beautiful F3L Ford World Endurance Championship car, World Sports Car Championship it was called at the time, F3L, built by Alan Mann Racing in the red and gold colours, the familiar colours, but not successful. And nor was the C100, which had all sorts of issues with it, and in the end I think it was certainly within days, if not sooner than that, that Stuart Turner took over as Ford competitions manager and cancelled the project, and I think there was some sadness about that because I think they'd started to get to grips with some of the issues. The Mark 1 was particularly had problems. The Mark 2 was a derivation of the Mark 1 with Tony Southgate's input, the great designer. And he then, with the help of a company that manufactured the chassis for the car, redesigned the car completely into a Mark III. And that, they thought, would have been much more successful. But unfortunately, Stuart Turner saw it differently and canned the project.
Yeah, Stuart Turner had an interesting time in 1982 and 1983 because he cancelled the RS 1700T rally project at the same time. The one thing I will say about that particular C100, that got the car's best ever result here at Brands in 1982 with Desiree Wilson and Jonathan Palmer.
Yes, the C100 fourth here in 1982.
The year of my birth.
Yeah. And we're going to see some action on our live stream from the Generation Trophy from yesterday, which was the all MGBs, fathers and sons, fathers and daughters, grandfathers and granddaughters. Any relationship like that is permitted, and that took place, a 1 hour race yesterday.
How amazing is it for you guys to be sharing the seat over the weekend?
I think this is the great thing about this form of racing. You know, everyone thinks about racing and what they see on TV, but club racing is this whole culture that people don't know about. We got into it because of Arrive and Drive. You don't have to own a car. You can turn up for the weekend with an R's license and you can do one race, and it's amazing. To have this championship where you bring your families together, you can have a bad weekend racing and still have an amazing weekend because you're with your family, you're with friends. It's the most incredible atmosphere. The MRL puts so much into the social, which is something that sometimes gets forgotten with racing. We get so intensely focused on our results that we forget the fun of it. And I think this has brought it back. Like, it brings back why we race.
What do you think is, what do you find the most special thing about both of you being able to share this together?
It's just great to be able to do everything, be able to do anything, with your dad. Especially, not doing so much together these days. Just a chance to come out and spend a weekend doing something we love would be great fun.
Yeah. Do you fight much?
Yeah, same. I mean, Ollie, the MG that we had, when Ollie used to tow it to school behind his Citroen, then get off early to go up to the track, when he was 16. So obviously that was, Ollie starts with the 4 now, so that was a while ago. And we took that car to South Africa and we raced it a lot together, and and then we sold it many years ago. But this has sort of, re-energized the whole thing really, on an easy level, which is good.
How special is it to be racing as a father-son combination?
It's very special because it's my dad's passion since 30 years, I think.
Oh, even more. 37.
7, yeah. Very special for me to race with him.
Wow.
And Guillaume was with me when he was maybe 4 years old.
Yeah, right.
And coming with me in Europe, France, Germany, England. We were together, only 2.
Nice.
And now we are racing together, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And even in a Generations Trophy, all the same cars, everybody share the same team, father and son or father and daughter.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah. What an incredible race that was. Both of you, congratulations. I saw you just before, your heart was in your mouth.
Yeah, it really was. It's my 3rd ever race in the car and my 1st ever podium. So I am ecstatic, like absolutely ecstatic. I mean, he did all the hard work. I just had to hand it over with a bit of a keep with the front pack, and I managed it. So.
Wow. How special is it to be doing it as a father-daughter
I'm
pairing?
just so proud of her. We've done so much together in the past, but this is just the ultimate. To see her out there hanging on to pro drivers at the head of the race, I mean, it was just lovely, and it puts so much pressure on me because I have to keep up.
What does the Generations Trophy mean to you both?
Everything. It's just lovely. It's a super thing to do, and it's such a nice gathering of people, granddads with grandchildren, and it's absolutely fantastic. I'm just so pleased it's gone as well as it has.
Yeah, I think for me to race with my dad, like I've watched him race ever since I was a baby. So, it makes me more emotional to be able to be up here with him. It's incredible.
Congratulations. Well deserved win. Well done, both of you. That's what it's like if you win a race. Here at Brands Hatch, the Generations Trophy. with your father and daughter. Congratulations.
Well, we do have some updates for you. Thank you to Brands Hatch and to Motor Racing Legends for keeping us up to date with what's happening out on track. So I've got a message from Brands Hatch for you, which is that track activity is currently paused. Obviously, you know that. Circuit repairs are ongoing and need to be carried out before we can restart any activity on track. So those circuit repairs are ongoing. There will be no lunch break. But we will get a new timetable. That's not yet been issued. That's going to be issued as soon as possible. And as soon as we get that information, we will let you know with a further update on the new timetable and when cars will be out on track. So I'm afraid it's all paused at the moment. There'll be no lunch break. But of course, if you want to head off and get something to eat now, we will be back on air as soon as we know what the new timetable is.
Welcome to our factory in Zhongshan, China. Yeah, we do any kind of model cars, different scale, different category, and it's something very, very exciting. Spark is a racing brand, and this factory is our racing factory.
Well, if you've been away from your favoured spectating position, welcome back, and we are shortly going to be resuming track action following an earlier incident on track. There will be a revised timetable. That's not something that's been sent to me yet. It's still being worked on, and I will give you that as soon as we receive it, so you know when the qualifying session that we're about to see and the races that are to follow are rescheduled. We are still going to get, as far as I understand it, the 2-litre sports cars out next, simply because they're still in the assembly area where they were beforehand. They haven't been moved, so I think we're fairly confident those are going to be out next, the 2-litre sports cars. But after that, we'll have a revised timetable, which I will give you. And what we have, subject to this timetable coming out, we're expecting to see some racing from the touring cars, from the Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies, the Formula Juniors and the Pre-66 GT Sprint as well were on the programme for this afternoon. We'll find out whether the new timetable includes exactly that. But what's out next is the 2-litre sports cars. Well, if you've got your programme, you should buy a programme. I can say that this is one of the best programmes I see all year. The Motor Racing Legends programmes are superb. They're on non-shiny paper, so you can make your notes, changes and so on. But certainly well worth buying, and a nice little story about each of the grids we're going to see. The 2-litre sports cars, a real highlight of European racing in the late 60s, early 70s. And as it says in the programme, I shall read what it says because it's perfect. 1975 European 2-litre Sports Car Championship race at Brands Hatch was the first round of the 75 series and was arguably the high watermark for this kind of car. Spot on. And therefore, when Motor Racing Legends devised the 2-litre Sports Car Series, which is the very first time this is run at this meeting, and it was the perfect place to launch the series because the 2-litre series ran from 1972 to 1976, and 1975 was very much the high point, and great cars, lots and lots. By 1975, 74, 5, 6, lots of wings and aerodynamic aids. But my personal favourites, Ian, are the earlier cars with less aerodynamics, like the Chevron B19 and the Lola T210 that we'll see out.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Yeah, you're just a massive fan of Chevrons, aren't you? And everything that Derek Bennett ever produced up in the Northwest. Funnily enough, that's not a view I share, actually. I think that the couple of other cars that are out in the field, which are a bit later than the ones you refer to, amongst my favourites, and they inevitably involve Guy Edwards. Guy Edwards, of course, who ended up in Formula One, was a great exponent of these cars in the early 1970s, and there's a couple within the field, of course, Alistair, that Guy Edwards drove in period. And we're talking, of course, about the number 17 car, which today is driven by Gonzalo Gomez and James Claridge. That's a Lola T296. The Ultramar car, which I think in period, and correct me if I'm wrong, Alistair, was driven by 3 drivers, Guy Edwards, Chris Craft and Ray Mallock. And then the number 70 Lola T92, the earlier Lola from the 1.8 litre car, which is number 70. And that's the Barclays-sponsored car, which, according to the programme, is going to be driven by 2 drivers, Chris Ward and someone called Jan Magnussen, who I think is a young and up-and-coming driver. Well, he was anyway when I watched him in the early 90s, but of course Jan Magnussen, former Formula One driver.
And Alex has given us a bit of a background to the 2-litre sports cars, so here is Alex with the information about 2-litre sports cars.
This grid brings the spirit of 1970s prototype racing roaring back to life. The 2-litre sports cars, lightweight, purpose-built machines from 1962 to 1976, designed not just to race, but to flow. In their day, they were the underdogs of endurance racing, smaller, nimbler, and often overlooked against the bigger prototypes. But when given their own stage, they delivered some of the most competitive and exciting racing of the era. Cars from iconic names like Chevron, Lola, Porsche, all built around balance, precision, and pure mechanical grip. No driver aids, no shortcuts, just rhythm, commitment, and confidence. And now they're back, doing exactly what they were built to do.
cars now out on track for their qualifying session. It's for 30 minutes. We've got that on our timing screen, but I say again, apologies. Beyond that, I haven't got the timetable yet, but I will give that up to you as soon as I know it. But 30 minutes of qualifying for the 2-litre sports cars. And as Ian Thompson was saying, a couple of Guy Edwards cars out there, including the 292 Lola T292, which is the Barclays car, the white with light blue. Legacy Outlaws Racing is the entrant for that, but the drivers, Chris Ward, who is an absolute master of historic racing, and in fact has raced in Formula Ford as well, which surprised me because he's a tall chap, but he does a lot of historic racing, and he's paired with legend Jan Magnussen.
Indeed. But, you know, Jan Magnussen, I'd expect to go extremely quickly in a car like this. I mean, cars of this ilk really reward smooth inputs and very precise driving, and that's something that Jan Magnussen brought throughout his career. But I'm expecting a really good race. We've got 13 high-spec cars from the 1960s and 1970s, and those at the front of the qualifying anyway, just rounding Stirling's Bend, now coming to Clearways for their first flying lap.
And we've also got out in a Lola T292, similar to the one that Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen are racing, is Alex Brundle and Chris Harris, which is the car that actually comes through first in the colours of Joe Bonnier, yellow colours. He always ran his cars in yellow. A little bit of a story behind this one. It is an ex-Bonnier car, but it was actually a 290, the slightly earlier car without the extra aerodynamic bodywork on it. And when Alex took this project on to rebuild the car at Pearson's Engineering, he decided to change it to a T292, which will be more competitive in this class of racing with the extra aerodynamic aids, the big wing out at the back. But he kept all of the T290 bodywork, so it can be returned to its original form by replacing that bodywork. And Alex is sharing with Chris Harris, who's well known through various television programs and also a journalist as well. Chris Harris sharing with Alex, and Chris saying earlier on in an interview with Alex Legui down in the assembly area that he hopes to be somewhere within 8 seconds of Alex Brundle for a lap around here. Well, we'll see how. That's very deferential of Chris. He's a handy driver. But
it's Alex Brundle. It's definitely in the car.
Yeah.
In the similar helmet to his father, of course. Yellow, red, white and blue. And just rounding Clearways now. We'll see how Alex does. And I'm expecting the top 3 cars there that you can see on the stream, which is the Brundle Harris car, which goes over the line now, and that's a 31.295, so that's easily the quickest lap we've seen at Brands Hatch this weekend so far. Chris Ward responds with a 33.506, and then the Gomez Claridge car, the number 17 car, so that's the Barclays former Guy Edwards car, 137.899. Now those 3 cars are in the Mazzario class. We've got 3 separate classes, of course, today. The Mazzario class is the prototypes racing between 1972 and 1976. Then we have the Elford class, named of course after Vic Elford. Prototypes under 2 litre, race between 1967 and 1971. And finally the Baby class, which is the Clark class, named after Jim Clark, of course, for cars raced between 1962 and 1966.
And the Chris Ward car on our timing screens is shown as solo Chris Ward. Now, that's not something that we've been officially told, but Jan Magnussen not listed as driving that car. And it certainly is Chris Ward in the car at the moment, his familiar red and yellow helmet. So Chris Ward's certainly in the car, but we'll hopefully get an update on that as to whether Jan is here this weekend. He was certainly expected to be in the Barclays liveried Lola T292. And as Ian has said, it's Alex Brundle in the number 6 yellow T292.
And he goes faster, 131.295, so a further second taken off, but beaten Chris Ward. We had this before where every time I said, oh, someone set fastest time, someone went faster. So Chris Ward then in the number 70 Lola, 130.831.
And in 3rd place at the moment is another of the Lolas. That's the T296, the slightly later car for Gonzalo Gomez and James Claridge, and I think it's the black helmet in that car, so that will be James Claridge at the wheel initially, and that's third quickest with a 1:36.064, and they're all in the, as you mentioned, all in the Merzario class. Then it's the Elford class next up, fourth for number 31, which is Gary First in his Lola T212. And as soon as I say that, of course, there has to be a change on the screen, and it's Ollie Bryant who comes in at fourth with number 2, the Chevron B19. Now that is of this type of car, that's my favourite one. It's so clean in terms of its lines. It doesn't have the big wing at the back. It's an earlier car, so but at that point in 2-litre sports car racing, they hadn't yet devised these big wings at the back. I think it's a much nicer looking car, but anyway, Ollie Bryant is fourth place with a 1:37.753, but there's a change at the top, Ian.
There is, and Alex Brundle has not only set a 1:29.6, he's then subsequently set a 1:29.2. So, and literally, just as I've given you the update, Chris Ward goes faster again. Not as quick as Alex Brundle, though, so both drivers now under the 1:30. Chris Ward second, 1:29.968. So clearly, both cars coming up to speed and coming up to temperature.
And it is the black crash helmet in the number 17 Lola. So it is first out in this session, James Claridge.
Pretty ideal conditions, by the way, Alistair, for the sports cars going out there, because we've had quite a lot of sun over the last hour and not that much wind. So, yeah, I'm expecting some good times in this session.
And Gary First has moved back up again. Gary First in the Lola T212 from 1971 is back up into fifth place, but as I say that, Ollie Bryant goes back up into fourth place, so he pushes Gary First back to fifth. And Ollie Bryant, car number 2 in the Chevron B19, a car that's quite recently been added to the Bryant stable. Chatting with Ollie yesterday, yes, it seemed like longer ago, but it was yesterday, wasn't it?
It was.
We're just asking him about that car, because I'd not seen him out in that before, and he said no, they sold the Lola T70 Mark IIIB, which they used to race, the white, red and blue car. That's been sold to a team over in Europe, and they took the Chevron B19 in part exchange. So it's rather like taking your Ford Sierra in and part exchanging it for something else, like a Ford Fiesta or something. But in the world of historic racing, you swap your Lola T70 Mark IIIB for a Chevron B19.
I wonder if he accepts a Hyundai i40 in part exchange. Anyway,
it's worth asking.
It's worth asking, yeah. Number 70, by the way, Chris Ward has gone even quicker as Alex Brundle just comes into the pits. So we'll be changing over to Chris Harris, name familiar to a lot of you at the circuit. Chris is a faster driver in his own right than I think he gives himself credit for. So we'll see how Chris gets on. So Chris Ward, though, the number 70 car, he's got gradually quicker. So again, 1:29.653 was 0.3 of a second quicker than he'd done in his previous lap, but he's still nearly 0.4 of a second off Alex Brundle.
And the helmet colours of, if you're trying to identify who's in the cars, and we aren't able to tell you immediately, Alex Brundle has the helmet very much like his father Martin's, which is predominantly white with red and blue stripes on the side, but Chris Harris also uses red, blue and white on his helmet, but there's a lot more red in it. So if you're standing at the side and you want to know who's in the car, then that's the way to tell those two apart. Chris Ward still shown as driving solo, so it'll just be, as far as we understand it, Chris Ward in number 70. There is a shared car, number 17, third quickest, which currently is James Claridge, and he will hand over to Gonzalo Gomez, who they've shared together in this and other historic racing cars for many, many years now. And that's the Ultramar coloured car, yellow, broad yellow stripe coming over the timing line now into Paddock Hill Bend, broad yellow stripe with the blue sides. That was a car driven in period by Guy Edwards.
You really can't miss that car. So just going up through Paddock Hill and into Druids now, the number 17 with the British flag on its flank. He didn't go quite as quickly then, Claridge, so that was a 1:34.193. Chris Harris has just completed his outlap, so we'll see how Chris gets on in the number 6 provisional pole, of course. Well, it was How many times is this going to happen today? Because Chris Ward has decided, I'm going to do a 1:28.841. So from absolutely nowhere, Chris Ward has taken nearly a second off his previous fastest time. That's very, very quick indeed. I mean, these two are now over 4 seconds clear of the rest of the field. In terms of the Elford class, by the way, it is Ollie Bryant that still remains at the 4 of that class with a 1:35.698. That's a very quick lap indeed. It's only 2 seconds away from third position. And in second in that class, it remains Gary First, Lola T212. So that's the number 31 orange and maroon car. And he is 1.5 seconds behind Ollie Bryant.
The numbers progressed in both the Chevrons and the Lolas in terms of later cars as they developed, and some side steps for different engines fitted gets a different sequence of numbers. But in terms of the cars we're seeing at the front, Chris Ward in the Lola T292, that's a car that 27 were built in 1973. And it was a super successful car for Lola. Took 32 significant wins between 73 and 76. So it was an absolute master of a design from the Lola mark. And in that car, number 70, is fastest at the moment in the hands of Chris Ward. And then second quickest is the Brundle Harris car, which now has Chris Harris at the wheel, number 6. The similar, the T292, once again for them. And then the number 17 car in third place is the Lola T296, which was built slightly later. That was 1976/77. 9 cars built, and that has quite obviously, if you're watching the cars on track, a very much larger, and we've got it on the live stream now, a much bigger and much more overhang on the rear wing, as the aerodynamics were developed year on year by both Lola and by Chevron. They're all in the Merzario class. In comes Chris Ward, so he's come into the pit lane, having set the early pole position time. And Alex Brundle set the time for their car, number 6, to go second quickest. And it's still James Claridge out in number 17. He's due to hand over to Goncalo Gomez. And then in fourth and fastest of the Elford class is Ollie Bryant, number 2. And Ollie is out in the big competitor of Lola, which was Chevron, the Chevron B19, which was a car built between 1970 and 71, so a slightly earlier car, hence it hasn't got all the big wings on it. And 35 were built of those, 35 cars built in period, and it used the Cosworth engine known as the FVC, just under 1800cc. So it's a 2-litre championship, but the car actually ran at just under 1800cc.
We've got the slight break in play, slightly quieter part of qualifying, just to bring you up to speed with the timetable for the remainder of this afternoon. That's if you're out on circuit, of course, or watching on the live stream. So this qualifying session then runs until 20 to 2. Immediately after that, at 5 to 2, it's the Historic Touring Car Challenge, the first race of that, race 3. And then following that will be the RAC Woodcut Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy, which will be a slightly shorter race, and that will take place at 2:45 till 20 to 4. So that will finish at 15:40. Then we will have a Group C demo, which will take place at 10 to 4 to 4 o'clock, just 10 minutes, followed by the Formula Junior, the FJHRA Silverline Championship, which will be a shorter 15-minute race, which will commence at 10 past 4 to 25 past 4. The penultimate race of the day will be the Pre-66 GT Sprint. That will take place at 20 to 5, 16:40. It'll run for 55 minutes to 17:35. And then the final race of the day will be the Historic Touring Car Challenge Race 2, which will be 35 minutes long, 17:50 to 18:25. So they are your updates, and we'll continue to repeat those updates throughout the rest of the qualifying session and onwards.
So it seems that the qualifying 2 for the 2-litre sports cars, which was due for today, may well be moved to tomorrow, or they may just have the one session.
Yeah, well, they confirmed it'll just be the one session
it will
today.
Be, right, okay.
Yeah.
So that's a little update there. But for those of you who want to see the Group C cars out, that has been moved to...
that's 10 to 4.
10 to 4, yeah. Right. So if you're a Group C fan, it's 10 to 4 that you need to be trackside to watch those. In the meantime, if you want to, they are still on display behind the pit garages, and free access there. You can walk in and you can go right up to the cars as well, so you can have a look at each of the cars. Each one has an information board, and Ian Thompson is going to run through those cars when they come out on track, just to give you some background to some of those cars. But we're turning our attention at the moment to an earlier era of sports car racing, and it's the 2-litre sports cars out on track. They have a further 14 minutes in this session. I noticed Chris Ward has gone back out on track again. So car number 70, Chris Ward, just actually coming across the timing line now in the light blue with a broad white stripe diagonally across the car. Barclays sponsorship, Chris Ward, fastest at the moment. That was an outlap from the pit lane. So if he is now on a fast lap, watch him as he goes round Druids in the Barclays number 70 light blue car as he comes down the hill to Graham Hill Bend. And I suspect Chris Ward has done some tweaks to the car, maybe some adjustments to the suspension, even tyre pressures, and he's now going out there to see if he can improve on his previous lap time as he goes through Surtees and out on the Grand Prix loop.
Yeah, it looks a fabulous looking lap anyway. It's a fabulous looking car, of course, that evocative Barclays livery. I can't remember a Barclays logo looking like that actually for at least 30 years. But anyway, Chris Ward then coming through Hawthorns and onto Westfield, so beautifully balanced into the corner. Let's have a look at his exit. Yeah, he's using all the curb anyway, so great to see. Then into Westfield. This is Chris's 8th lap, by the way, and he uses all the curb again, going down Dingle Dell and into the Sheen curve. So again, let's see how much curb he takes on the inside. Yeah, he takes plenty. Gets a great run outside now to Stirling's Bends at the penultimate bend of the Grand Prix circuit, and then out towards Clearway. So I think Chris Ward has about 15 seconds of his lap remaining. Let's see what his turn-in's like at Clearways. And again, see how much road he's using, Alistair, as he comes out. So it gets a perfect line outside, and let's see if Chris Ward beats his current best, which is a 1:28.660. He goes over the line, and that was a 26.39, so he beat it by 21 hundredths of a second. Thank you very much, Chris. I'm glad I had confidence in you during that lap, which was well founded, but great lap by Chris Ward. One question for you, Alistair, is clearly we've talked about the top 3 Mazzario cars. The one we haven't talked about is the one that's just left the pits, which is the Cheetah, the number 11 car of Beat Eggman, because clearly that isn't your usual race car.
No, that's not a car I've actually seen out before in historic racing, so I did look up a little bit of the history of it. It wasn't particularly successful, which is why I hadn't seen it. It's the G601 Cheetah, which there was a Cheetah that was an American-built car with a front-engine V8, sort of a Cobra beater. It's not that Cheetah. This one actually comes from Switzerland. It was built by a Swiss-American, Chuck Graymeyer, built in Lausanne. He built a series of Cheetahs from between 1974 and 1984. This particular one, the G601, obviously running with a 2-litre engine for this series, and it's the BDG engine, which is another Ford engine developed by Cosworth. It ran between 1977 and 79. It did Le Mans in 1979, failed to finish due to an engine problem, and that really is about all that you can find out about these cars, because they weren't particularly successful, I'm sorry to say, but great to see out on track. And it's one of the things about historic racing. Drivers find these cars, they re-prepare them, renovate them, whatever they do to them, and bring them out on track, and it doesn't really matter whether it was competitive in period. It's just great to see them back out on track again.
So the rise, we just see Chris Harris exiting Stirling, so coming towards Clearways for, I believe this is the end of his 4th lap anyway. He's currently lapping the 136s, 137s. Gets a good line through Clearways actually, not quite as good as Chris Ward. But let's see how Chris gets on. Is he improving his times as the qualifying session goes on? The answer is yes. That's easily his fastest time of the session, a 1:35.0. So he's more competitive than he's tried to lay on. I think he's trying to obviously not put too much pressure on himself ahead of the race later. But back with Chris Ward anyway, he's not been able to improve so far. He's still in the 1:28.639, just at the back of the Grand Prix circuit now, coming into Machine Curve for the 11th time, and then heading towards Sterling's again. Fantastic looking car, fantastic sounding car as well. The blue and white car that's just heading towards Clearways now. So just to give you a quick rundown of the top 6 then. So Chris Ward in the number 70 Lola leads the way on the 1:28.639. From second place, Alex Brundle and Chris Harris, 1:29.287 in their Lola. And in third position is the number 17 car, which is the Lola T296 of Gonzalo Gomez and James Claridge. And
it's Gonzalo out in the car now. James Claridge has handed over.
Just before I come on to fourth, by the way, Chris Ward has gone even faster, 1:28.217, so that was his fastest lap of the day. Fourth overall, and leading the Elford class is the number 2 Ollie Bryant Chevron B19, Alistair's favourite, 1:33.682. And in second position now in that class is a car we've not talked about yet. That's the Dan Balfour Lola T210, the yellow car, the 1.8 litre machine, and that's done a 1:36.286, and he's relegated Gary First in his Lola T212 to third in class, 6th overall.
And actually the Chevron B19 is my favourite of that era of car, but my overall favourite, I think my favourite racing car of all is the Chevron B8, which is, we've got a couple of examples of that out in the race, in the qualifying session. One just going over the line now is the Dan Balfour number 86. No, it isn't, sorry. Who was that? Let me just run over the line. Mistook the number there.
Robert Shaw, 186.
Robert Shaw, yep. Yes, Robert Shaw, sorry. 186 Robert Shaw in his Chevron B8, finished in blue. And then another one out there is the similar car of Ben Mitchell, number 95, and also Joel Hopwood in his B8, number 19. Ben Mitchell's is unusual. It's the family car. His father Westy, Ben, and his brother Sam have all raced this over the times. And in fact, if you're watching our live stream, there it is on the screen. And the reason it's a bit unusual is it's the only left-hand drive Chevron B8 that was built. It is an original car. It's not been recreated in left-hand drive. That's an absolutely original car, driven by Ben Mitchell. And it's the only one, special order for many years ago, 1968. It was ordered by a German driver in left-hand drive, and of course Chevron said thank you very much, yes, we'll do that for you. And the German driver had strong ties with BMW and shared the car in the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres in 1968, and then it's been pretty much racing ever since, various owners over the years, but the Mitchell family took it on, to my memory, about 5 years ago, I think it was, it first appeared, and it's great to see that out, looking very original with its European sort of style numbers. That's 9th in the overall standings and 5th in the Elford class.
Could see Bolton's finest, Eric Bennett, getting a mention anyway, so he can't beat a Northwest designer anyway. So the Chevron that Alistair is referring to, just coming around Clearways now. In fact, it's coming into the pits, and another car that did come into the pits, by the way, is Chris Ward, the leader, the number 70 car. I'll have to see whether Chris is going to go back out on circuit, because we've only got 6 minutes of this qualifying session left. And the car that you'll be able to see as part of your stream at the moment is the number 31 car, and that's Gary First that's back out anyway, so you can't miss that car, by the way, anybody that's out on circuit, in that distinctive orange, coming through Clearways now.
That's one of the Team Gunston cars, and Gunston probably not a name very familiar to UK viewers. That's a cigarette brand from South Africa, and they ran various cars in period. Some of them originals are still racing. And Gary First in his Lola T212 is second in the Elford class to Ollie Bryant in the Chevron B19.
A driver that's going considerably quicker now is the driver of the number 17 Lola We think,
it's Gomez.
It's Gomez. It's Gonçalo Gomez that's in the car.
Gold helmet for Gonçalo. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Portuguese driver then has got into 129s, so 129.767. So significantly quicker. He's only half a second now off Alex Brundle's time. So a very competitive top three, Alistair.
Yes, it is, and Gomez is a very, very quick driver. So it'll be interesting to see if he can improve again and perhaps even pip Brundle and Harris for that second place. But at the moment, Chris Ward, who's in the pit lane, we just had a shot of him on our live stream, just sat chatting. He's still there in the pit lane, and also a couple of Chevron B8s. Wow, that's a nice sight, isn't it? 2 Chevron B8s in the pit lane. And on our live stream, we're looking at Chris Ward. Now, they've got the leaf blowers cooling the brakes at the front of the car there, with the mechanic just perched in front of the car. But, and a little bit of a mistake there from Gonçalo Gomez as he came through Sterling's. Had to really put quite a bit of steering input to keep that car on the track.
Definitive double movement then, yeah, so he didn't get it quite to plan anyway, but let's see how he gets on. So Gonçalo Gomez then comes over the line for the end of their 14th lap, and look at that, Alistair. Second position, 128.486, so could it have been provisional pole if he hadn't made that slight error at Sterling's, but still a great lap by Gonçalo Gomez, who then takes second position off the Alex Brundle, Chris Harris Lola.
And Chris Ward is watching his timing on his phone, because as soon as Gonçalo went over the line and set that time, which is only a quarter of a second slower than Chris Ward, Chris fired the car up and set off out onto track again. So up to Druids goes the number 70 Barclays liveried car of Chris Ward, going out now to set a time to try and consolidate his provisional pole position over the flying Gonçalo Gomez in the number 17 slightly later Lola, the T296 Lola.
I mean, if you looked at Chris Ward's car, by the way, and the way that he just took Surtees, you'd swear he was on a flying lap. I mean, the amount of track that he took didn't look like an outlap, but he's really on anyway. And the reason for that, of course, is there's only 2 minutes 40 seconds left in the session. So Chris will do well to make it round, and they'll probably just have time for, I think he'll have time for 2 laps after the end of this one, Alistair. But let's see how he gets on. But let's see, of course, whether Gonçalo Gomez improves in his Lola. So he's round the back of the circuit anyway, just in front of Chris Ward, actually. And,
yes, well, we'll see them come across the line one after the other. Here comes Gomez now coming through.
He's coming to the pits.
He is, yes. He's happy with his time, a 128.486. And Chris Ward will come. Here comes Chris Ward now through Clearways, through Clark Curve, and he is absolutely flying. So he's out there to set another lap. This is the lap to watch now. Goes over the timing line. He will get a further 2 laps before the flag goes out. Turns into Paddock Hill, just a little bit of a wiggle as he goes in on the brakes, up to Druids, impossibly late on the brakes, but gets the car turned in perfectly through the hairpin there, coming down the hill. Will swing to the right and then cut into the left for Graham Hill Bend, and then make his way along the Cooper Straight.
Super line through the Graham Hill Bend there, so got the car beautifully straight and then straight onto the accelerator, coming through Surtees now and onto the Grand Prix circuit. So let's see how Chris Ward gets on as he crests the rise down Pilgrim's Drop, heading towards Hawthorne then for what will be his 13th lap of this session. And let's see, he may have backed off there. Let's see. Or is he...
No,
he's definitely not backed up the way that he took Hawthorne's anyway. Into Westfield then. Very late on the brakes through Westfield. Drags the car to the outside of the outside line, and then Dingle Dell and into the Sheen Curve, of course. That quick right-hand chicane. Then onto Sterling's Bend, the penultimate corner of this Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. And Chris Ward throws it and gets a great line out. And then down into Westfield then. Will he be able to improve on 128.217? Great line through through Clearways and onto the Brabham Straight. And let's see if Chris Ward is able to improve. So number 70. And the answer is... well, I'm not sure what the answer is.
The time hasn't changed.
So we're waiting for Chris Ward's lap to be updated. It certainly wasn't a 132.694.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, there we are, 127.973. So apologies, everyone. I mean, clearly didn't quite pick up on the screen just how fast Chris was going towards Hawthorne Bend. So yeah, he is the first driver into the 127s within this qualifying session. The checkered flag now out. We've just had 2 cars, one of the Chevrons actually just over the line anyway, so I don't think that time will be beaten unless Chris, of course, Alistair decides to have another run, but I suspect he'll back it off this lap.
We're looking on our live stream at the very attractive, actually, the Cheetah of Beat Eggman in the Mazzario class, the car I was telling you about earlier, which wasn't very successful in period, but very pretty looking car, and it's got the high air intake as well, which appeared in motor racing around this time, and most notably for those watching on television would have been in Formula One, where all the cars suddenly sprouted these air intakes above the driver's head to force air down into the injection system, into the engine.
Walter Wolf racing on the side of the Eggman car as well then?
Yes, Swiss manufactured car as well, so presumably Walter Wolf put some money in perhaps.
And that car's got gradually quicker, the Cheetah, as the session's gone on, so Beat Eggman is now 134.844. 5th place. Oh, look at that. He's really trying on his final lap anyway, so doses of lockdown. Let's see how he gets on. And that was not quite as quick, a 135.007, but good to see the Cheetah regularly lapping in the mid-30s.
So the times on the screen, subject to confirmation, but this should set the grid for the 2-litre sports car race. There was another session planned today, but it's not going to happen today. Whether it will happen tomorrow, we will find out when tomorrow's timetable is issued. I'm sure there'll be some slight adjustments there as well, but certainly from that session it was all about Chris Ward, number 70, who did a time of 127.973 right at the end of the session there, his last proper flying lap. And towards the end of the session as well, the number 17 car of Gonzalo Gomez and James Claridge came up to 2nd place, just pipping Alex Brundle and Chris Harris into 3rd place. The car numbered 6, the yellow one, ex-Joe Bonnier car, and the difference in time between 1st and 2nd, Ward and Gomez and Claridge, was 0.513 of a second, so just over half a second. That's all. And Alex Legui is down in the collecting area, so Alex will be talking to some of our drivers.
Chris, let's see if we can get hold of you That was incredible. I was really intrigued by your decision to go back out. Were you certain you could eke more out of the car? Because you were pretty comfortable at the top as it was.
Yeah, we've all got to strive for improvements, and I just felt we could make the car a little bit better. So we made a roll bar change and some damper changes, and yeah, it made us that little bit quicker, which counted in the end, because I think Alex got back in the car, did he, and went super quick.
That's right. So I think 17 decided no chance. Yeah. But so it was obviously the right move. So now you've obviously learnt a little bit more about ahead of later's race. I mean, how easy is it going to be, or how hard is it going to be to convert this to a win?
It's always difficult. I'm going to have Alex and I on the front row, and of course it's going to be all hands to the pump and just try as hard as we can to get that win, because that's what we're all here for at the end of the day. And it's great to put the car on pole position for Legacy Motorsport, or Legacy Outlaws Racing, should I say? All credit to the team for the effort that they put in.
Well done to you as well. That was a great qualifying session for us to watch. Let's head over here, because this is where the energy changes. The historic touring car guys are just about to head out. Take a look at this explainer. This is what it's all about. The historic touring car challenge. If you grew up watching touring cars in the 70s and 80s, this is the grid for you. From screaming BMW M3s to turbocharged Sierra RS Cosworths and even the mighty Skyline GTR, this is a proper touring car time machine. These cars move, they lean, they fight. This is touring car racing as it used to be. And with icons like the M3 and RS Cosworth celebrating 40 years, the history is just as powerful as the racing. this is where the day really comes alive. As I'm sure many of you know, I'm a big touring car fan. I was really hoping we might be able to get hold of a few of the boys, but I'm not entirely sure we're going to be able to. So Chris Middlehurst had a brilliant qualifying session earlier on, and he starts the race on pole position. For those of you who watched Donington, this Godzilla was amazing. I mean, it chucked it down with rain. He started from the back. He qualified in pole in Donington, then had a DNF, so actually started from the back in the actual race. And then, due to that four-wheel drive, and much to many fans' excitement, he powered his way to the top step. So he pulled out a great qualifying session. He was a very happy fella. So we've seen where the pace is and the beauty of the historic touring cars. Just have a look at the difference in the mixture that we've got in the grid. Qualifying is one thing, but racing around Brands Hatch in touring cars is something else entirely. So his biggest threat will of course be Andrew Jordan, who starts in P2. Chris Whitaker was buzzing about the fact that he was up there with the big guns as well, but also keep an eye on Darren Fielding, Michael Cullen, Rick Wood. He's got huge experience in his Skyline and knows exactly how to use its strength. The mix of cars in this category is what will make this race so exciting. And then when you add in our epic drivers, that's where things get very exciting. It's packed full of experience. It's a really busy grid. Obviously, all of these different types of cars have strengths in different.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much, Alex Legui, doing the sterling job, by the way. We've now got the cars going round for their warm-up lap. Just a reminder, by the way, that this race starts imminently at the end of this lap, so it's a rolling start. Of course, it's a 35-minute race rather than a 40-minute race. And just to take you through the grid then, Alistair, so it's Chris Middlehurst who starts in his Nissan Skyline R32 in pole position. Second on the grid, Andrew Jordan in the number 81 car. Third on the grid, Darren Fielding in his BMW M3. Alongside him, David Tomlin in the Ford Sierra RS500. Fifth on the grid, Tim Curl, Ford Capri 3.1, with his brother Vim, Ford Capri 3.1. Seventh on the grid, Tom Roach, BMW 3 litre CSL. Alongside him, Paddy Shovlin, his BMW M3. Ninth on the grid, Michael Cullen, BMW M3. And guess what? Another BMW M3, Mark Smith and Carl Jones, number 10. 11th on the grid then is Tom Holbrook. He's shown with Alex Brundle, another BMW M3. And then it's the Wales, Nick Whale and Harry Wells. Nick starting that car. 13th, Dirk Curl in his BMW 3 litre CSL. Alongside him is the Woods in their Nissan Skyline R32. Nick Strong in his Nissan Skyline is 15th. Alongside him is Samuel Verhagen in his Mercedes 190E. 17th on the grid, Simon Alexander in his BMW 3 litre CSL, alongside Audrey Van Ham in the 2.6 Ford Capri. And then 19th on the grid, we have the Mike Whitaker Ford Capri Group 1, ex-Gordon Spice with Alex Lynn. And then in 20th position, it's Raphael de Boerman in his Ford Capri. That's the ex-Vince Woodward car. Then on 21st, it's Thierry and Alex Delattre de Busco in their Ford Escort Mark 1. Alongside them, it's Simon Palmer in his BMW 2002. Sorry, Simon Horrobin with James Palmer. And there are your 22 starters, Alistair.
Yes, we've got an extra couple of drivers in there as you were reading through. I'll pick those up when we're into the race. But looks like we've got some shared drives that we weren't aware of beforehand. But the car's coming round. It's a rolling start, this, so the cars will come back through Clearways and Jim Clark Curve, and the pace car will pull off into the pit lane, and then control will pass to the pole position car, which is Chris Middlehurst in the Nissan Skyline, the silver car, with Andrew Jordan alongside. And if the clerk of the course is happy, which it looks like he is, because the Hyundai pulls off into the pit lane, and we'll be racing for 35 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. So they come up to the line, the lights will change red lights will go off, and we're then racing for 35 minutes. And a great start from Andrew Jordan to hold on to the Nissan round the outside, but looks like Chris Middlehurst has got the line down through Paddock Hill Bend into the dip and then up towards Druids, and already those two cars are starting to pull away from David Tomlin in third. But look at the Capri in fourth place, which is now in third place. The brakes on that car must be amazing, because that would have been Wim Curl or Tim Curl, was it?
That's Wim Curl. So Wim Curl from sixth on the grid then, with a superb pass into Druids for the first time. Absolutely no problems at all with the brakes on that Ford Capri, but Chris Middlehurst making the break for it. You're right, Alistair, Andrew Jordan did get a slightly better start than Andrew Jordan, but as they come onto the Grand Prix circuit for the first time then, so it's Chris Middlehurst in a Nissan leading this race from Andrew Jordan in his BMW M3. Everyone has made a safe start, by the way, so the Ford Escort Mark 1 bringing up the rear, so that's the Delatri de Bosco car, but Chris Middlehurst, I think definitely Wim Curl is the ace in the pack here, the joker in the pack I should say, because he's really closing on Andrew Jordan now at the end of this first lap, coming towards Westfield then, up towards the Sheen Curve then for the first time.
Wim Curl it is. He won the equivalent race a couple of years ago at Silverstone at the festival, so he knows how to drive this car quickly, and they do race regularly on the continent. Great to see them over here at Brands Hatch. And down towards the end of the lap they will come. They've got the left-hander at Stirling's, and then the short run down to Clearways. With Middlehurst, it is still leading, coming now into the Indy Circuit section here, and to complete their first lap, it's Chris Middlehurst who leads, with Andrew Jordan in second place, Wim Curl in third place in the Capri. Fourth place coming across the line is the BMW M3, and it's Darren Fielding. Then it's David Tomlin, so he's lost a place since we saw them go out onto the Grand Prix circuit. David Tomlin in the RS 500 Sierra, and then in sixth place the Smith & Jones BMW number 19. Great to see that out, because that retired during qualifying, but they've got that back out on track.
Yeah, Mark Smith made a really good start actually. It was 4 places he made on the first lap, but he's just lost sixth position. He's just lost sixth position to Michael Cullen in the number 69 car. Paddy Shovlin goes down the inside. all locked up then into Graham Hill Benbury. He makes it stick, so it's Paddy Shovlin now who's up into 7th position in the Watson's car, and that means that unfortunately a further position has been lost, because that looks like the HKS Skyline. So I think it's Rick Wood that's in the HKS Skyline. He's moved up to 8th place, unfortunately. Alistair, after you mentioned him, Mark Smith's good start, he's then subsequently lost 3 places. But at the front of the field then, a second covers Chris Middlehurst and Andrew Jordan at the front as they come round to the end of the lap for the second time.
And Rick Wood quite lowly on the grid. He was 14th, so I wonder whether Rick Wood had some issues in qualifying, and he's now starting to make his mark on the front of this race. We'll see how he gets on, but it's another Skyline, that of Chris Middlehurst, who leads at the moment as they come back towards Clearways once again. And it is still the Skyline, but look at the Capri, it's not being dropped behind Andrew Jordan, so it's top 3 coming across the line to complete lap 2, and it's Chris Middlehurst leads, Andrew Jordan in second place, the wailing Capri of Wim Curl in third place, and Wim Curl sets the fastest lap of the race on that lap, 1:35.888, so he's definitely closing in on both the leader and the second place car of Andrew Jordan.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with the grunt of that 3.1 Caprice. It just came past the commentary box then for the second time, but it looks as though Andrew Jordan is starting to get the measure of Chris Middlehurst, so he's definitively closer as they go through Graham Hill Bend, heading towards Surtees then for the third time. That is well less than a second, which it was at the end of lap 2. So as they head down towards the Grand Prix circuit then, Chris Middlehurst has a half-second lead then over Andrew Jordan, with Wim Curl in third position. Wim Curl 3 places up from qualifying, doing remarkably well. They've dropped Darren Fielding and David Tomlin. David Tomlin was up to third place on the first lap, but unfortunately then lost 2 places towards the end of the first lap, and it's Michael Cullen, the number 69 M3, in 6th position.
And great little battle going on midfield between another of the Nissans, also one of the BMW M3s, one of the many BMW M3s, and the black BMW 3-litre CSL of Dirk Kuhl, who is Wim's dad and Tim's dad as well. That's Dirk Kuhl, who is running his BMW in this race, and they are running in 7th, 8th and 9th places coming around on the Grand Prix loop. Meantime, the leaders come across to complete another lap, and it's still the same order, with the leader being Chris Middlehurst in the Nissan, Andrew Jordan in the BMW in second place, and Wim Curl in third place in the Capri. Now, if you heard the interview with Chris Middlehurst this morning after qualifying, he said it's all well and good setting a time in qualifying in this Nissan, but we can't do that for the whole race, these qualifying times, whereas the BMW M3s will do it all day, every day, especially when you've got Andrew Jordan at the wheel. So Andrew Jordan has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:35.709 as he closes in on the leader, Chris Middlehurst.
So, you're quite right. With a 35-minute race, it's slightly easier for the Nissan Skyline team to manage their tyres. By the way, the race duration with 35 minutes, the pit stops, there is a mandatory pit stop in this race, will be between the 15 and 25-minute mark. It will be a minimum of 60 seconds. But, of course, the BMW M3 in period was renowned for the way that it managed its tyres. So they were dropping as well. Wim Curl made a fantastic start, but it looks as though they've been able to drop him. He's more than a second now behind Andrew Jordan. As Alistair quite rightly said, Andrew Jordan, the quickest man on the track, 1:35.70 now. I wouldn't expect anything else from a man that's won at Brands Hatch in the British Touring Car Championship and won his championship here back in 2013. So just waiting for the leaders then to come round. They're about to enter clearways now for the end of their fourth lap, and that is an appreciably reduced gap at the front then. So Chris Middlehurst with a half-second lead then over Andrew Jordan. Wim Curl is keeping them honest without being too close. He's a second and a half further back at Wailing Capri, and a further it was the fastest lap of the race for Chris Middlehurst, by the way, 1:35.878. So he's been able to stem that gap between him and Andrew Jordan, but it remained just over half a second.
And the top three are pulling away from the rest of the field, but let's tell you that in fourth place is number 8, Darren Fielding, BMW M3. Then it's the Sierra Cosworth RS500 of David Tomlin, the Batiboo sponsored colours, 117. He's in fifth place, and in sixth place is Michael Cullen, number 69, in another of the BMW M3s. Now, moving up through the order from the 14th position on the grid is the shared car number 87 of Julian and Rick Wood. That's another of the Nissan Skylines. In fact, Rick Wood has built most, if not all, of these Skylines we're seeing today. He's an expert in building these cars. Then it's 96. Next up is Paddy Shovlin in his BMW M3. He's in 8th place. 9th is number 11, Dirk Kuehl in the BMW 3-litre CSL. And in 10th place, number 19, is the BMW M3 of Mark Smith and Carl Jones. Mark Smith will have started that car, and ex-British touring car driver from many years ago in Sierra Cosworth. Carl Jones will take over.
Cracking battles all over the circuit, which Nick Whale and Samuel Verhegen having a great battle. Not many times that people pass around the outside at Graham Hill Bend, so the 190E did that on the previous lap. But Chris Middlehurst then crosses the line for the end of the fifth lap, and Chris Middlehurst sets the fastest lap of the race in the Nissan Skyline, 1:35.450. Slightly extends his advantage to 1 second. Both drivers taking a dare I say it, liberties across Paddock Hill, but very wide lines indeed, both pushing extremely hard in this race. 6.5 minutes, by the way, to when the pit window opens. They've dropped Wim Curl, then Wim Curl a further 2.5 seconds behind in that Wailing Capri. The other battle to watch out for is the battle for fifth, because David Tomlin now coming under increasing pressure from Michael Cullen in his BMW M3, number 69. That's the white and blue car on circuit. David Tomlin very, very squirrely out of Druids. So therefore the Sierra will have to try and manage its tyres during this race. And I think that Michael Cullen will get a good exit from Graham Hill. Will he go into let's see if he gets him into Surtees. No, because the Sierra RS500 with 500 brake horsepower on tap, of course, during period, was able to pull away. But let's see how Michael gets on the back end of the circuit.
Interesting that the top three cars are all from different eras of saloon car racing, or touring car racing as it's known these days. The Middlehurst Nissan is from 1990. Slightly later, after the regulations had changed, came the BMW M3, so that's a slightly later car at 1992, but much, much earlier for Wim Curl in the Capri. That's from 1972, so that's a whole generation earlier for the Capri. But it's still competitive, although he is losing time now to the two leaders, who are carrying on at a fearsome pace, with Andrew Jordan in the BMW in second place, setting yet another fastest lap with a 1:35.403 for Andrew Jordan, So he closes in to under a second behind Chris Middlehurst as they come down from Druids to Graham Hill Bend. Chris Middlehurst, big flash of flame out of the side of the Nissan as he changes down through the gears, and the unburnt fuel goes out to air at the end of the exhaust pipe. Very, very spectacular to see as they go off through Surtees on another lap of the Grand Prix loop. What a fabulous sight that must be out in the country on the Grand Prix loop to see these two drivers absolutely on the limit.
And the pressure toll, by the way, on David Tomlin, so Michael Cullen was able to get past him at Stirling's Bend, so it's number 69 Cardi BMW M3 Michael Cullen that's up to 5th position, and similarly Paddy Shovlin in his BMW M3 was able to get past Rick Wood's Nissan Skyline, so they were your changes for 5th to 6th, 7th to 8th. But at the front, you were quite right, Alistair, it is a fearsome pace that Chris Middlehurst and Andrew Jordan are putting on at the front, and you have to worry about the Nissan's tyres.
Yes, I think out of the two of them, it'll be the Nissan that suffers with tyres or possibly brakes as well. As from an earlier era, the Mark II Escort, number 66, that we're seeing on our live stream screen at the moment, the Iconic Auctions entry for Nick and Harry Whale, father and son team, number 66. The Escort Mark II from 1975, and that was started by the owner is Nick, the father. Harry will take over, and it's proved yesterday in the Generations Trophy race that Harry is now a little bit quicker than his dad. Nick Whale raced in period in BMW M3s in the British Touring Car Championship. And the leaders through Druids down the hill to Graham Hill Bend, and no fastest laps on that last lap between Middlehurst and Jordan. Wim Kuhl is still in 3rd place, but starting to drop away now. He's now 7.5 seconds behind Andrew Jordan. Darren Fielding is next up in the BMW M3, number 8 in 4th place, and Michael Cullen in another BMW M3 in 5th place. As you say, got past David Tomlin a lap or two back and has moved up into 5th as we see a car going off.
That's Paddy Shovlin.
It was.
And that's Paddy Shovlin just trying to pick up where he is on circuit. I think that, yeah, he is. That's on the outside of Paddock. So heading up towards Druids then, and looks as though Paddy's struggling with his car anyway. Oh, that's a big lose. Look at that. He's done very well to get the BMW M3, the Watson's car, that's the Macau livery, out of there. And Paddy Shovlin now just rounding Druids. And there may be a mechanical issue with the M3. Just the angle, Alistair, that he took into Paddock suggests there was an issue with the Watson's car. So we'll keep an eye on that. He's had Samuel Verhegen and Nick Whale pass him as they're coming down towards Graham Hill Bend. But we can see the Sierra Cosworth, the only Sierra Cosworth in the race, of course. And as you said, Alistair, earlier, the Batty-Boo, so that's connected to Thierry Boutsen in Belgium, and that's the sole Cosworth out today in 6th position in the hands of David Tomlin. David Tomlin currently lapping in the 1:40. Just to give you an idea, by the way, of the pace at the front, it remains absolutely frenetic in the 1:36s. The two drivers at the front, Chris Middlehurst in the Nissan and Andrew Jordan in his BMW M3, are 2 seconds quicker than any of the other drivers out on the circuit at the moment.
I'm afraid the BMW is retired at the bottom of the hill at Graham Hill Bend. Smart driving there because he's pulled it round the corner, so it's not directly in the firing line of the track. And in fact, is there even a yellow flag? I think possibly not. Can't see one.
It's just been withdrawn.
So yeah, so really smart driving. Oh, there is a yellow flag, yes, on the outside of Graham Hill Bend. And but smart driving there to get that car off the side of the track, out of the way, so racing can continue. And it's still Chris Middlehurst who leads from Andrew Jordan from Wim Kuhl, and then it's Darren Fielding in 4th place. Everybody moving up one because Paddy Shovlin has pulled off to the side of the track.
Now dealing with traffic, of course, and that has compromised Chris Middlehurst significantly as they're going through Stirling's Bend. They're lapping the Delatra de Bosco Ford Escort at the back. Beautiful livery, by the way, that Ford Escort Mark I. And lapping one of the Capris. I think that's Audrey Van Ham's Capri. Yes, it is. So coming through Clearways then for the 9th time, Chris Middlehurst in his Nissan Skyline leads from Andrew Jordan. Andrew Jordan has kept a watching brief on Chris Middlehurst throughout this first part of the session. We're 30 seconds away from the pit window opening, and the gap at the front, by the way, is 0.6 of a second, so the pace has dropped from the 35s to the 37s. Still a furious pace though. Wim Kuhl remains in 3rd position.
And when the cars do come in for their pit stops, Andrew Jordan will stay on board. He will take the second stint as well. He's not sharing. But of course, Chris Middlehurst will hand over to his father, Andy, who was production touring car champion 2 years running in a car like this, not the fully modified Group A version that they're driving, but the production version. And good to see Andy back in a car with his son, sharing in the Nissan Skyline as they come around to complete another lap. The pit window should be open very shortly, but we haven't got it on the screen yet. We'll let you know when it does open. And then they've got around 10 minutes to complete their mandatory pit stops.
Coming in very early within this pit window is Michael Cullen in the number 69 BMW.
It's not open yet, the pit, so it's a problem for Michael Cullen, I'm afraid. Another BMW comes in as well. In fact, I wonder whether we haven't got the message on the screen, but the pit window is actually open. There was some. We were told it was going to be after 15 minutes into the race, but the message hasn't come up on the screen yet. So let's assume that the pit window is open, because these drivers wouldn't all have made the same mistake and come in early. So that means it'll be open for another 10 minutes till 10 minutes from the end of the race.
Chris Middlehurst doing a great job managing the gap at the front from this relentless pressure from Andrew Jordan. Come up to Druids then for the 11th time. And you can see where the cars are comparatively stronger, Alistair, because the M3 clearly quicker through the slower corners, and again through Graham Hill Bend, the M3 is able to take more speed. But here's where the Skyline has the legs, of course, on the M3 going up towards Surtees, so he's able to stretch it out by at least another couple of car lengths. So Chris Middlehurst continues to lead the race. One of the interesting things, of course, about Andy Middlehurst, we have a problem actually now for the BMW 2002. So that's the number 202 car, smoking profusely as it was coming through Druids and through Graham Hill Bend. But the car's continuing. We'll keep an eye on the BMW 2002. One interesting thing about Andy Middlehurst, of course, he was the last driver to secure a podium in a Ford Sierra in the British touring car race. Yes. But interestingly, it was the only time it was a non-turbo in 1991. So fact of the day there for anybody out at Brands to impress your friends with. You can use that later on, but it remains Chris and Andy Middlehurst at the front of the field. Yet more pits activity, and that is the De Boerman ex-Vince Woodman Capri.
In the colours of, I think.
Apologies, the replica Vince Woodman car.
Whereas the red one, the Autocar Motorcraft sponsored car, that was a car driven by Gordon Spice in period in the British Touring Car Championship. And across the line come the two leaders. I wonder when they'll choose to come into the pits. They've got about another 6-7 minutes to do that. Middlehurst to Jordan now 0.8 of a second. Still Andrew Jordan holds the fastest lap of the race, set about 5 laps ago. But Jordan goes for the inside at Druids. As you say, the BMW is quicker through the tighter corners, but then the Nissan just gets the power down on the straights and is able to ease away as they go up towards Surtees once again. Well, the next section of the track after Surtees is the very, very long straight down through Pilgrim's Drop and up Hawthorne Hill into Hawthorne's Bend. And that, I suspect, will be where the Nissan starts to just ease away again. But then, of course, they come into a sequence of fast right-handers where Andrew Jordan should be able to close back in again as they go now through Hawthorne's and then up the short straight to Westfield. And you can see Andrew Jordan getting closer and closer as they get towards Westfield, turns in and down through the dip into through Dingledell into Sheen Curve, and that takes them to the last, effectively the penultimate corner on the track, which is the left-hander at Stirling's, if you count Clearways and Clark Curve as one long sweeping corner. And under the bridge they come, so they'll soon burst into sight for those of you spectating on the Indy circuit. And here they come through Clark Curve to complete lap 12, and they both continue. So another lap for the Middlehurst and Jordan cars, but into the pit lane has come and completed his pit stop is Wim Coyle. He has dropped to 7th because he's done his pit stop, but of course that will all unwind when the other cars ahead do their pit stop. So number 53 has been in, done his mandatory stop.
Yeah, Wim Curl out, and his pit time was 1:25.718. going to TSL. If anything, actually, Alistair, Chris Middlehurst was able to extend his advantage over Andrew Jordan that particular lap, but the BMW M3 back on his tail now as they're going through Surtees Bend for the 13th time and back onto the Grand Prix circuit. Having a quick look at who else has been into the pit. So the BMW 2002, so that's the number 11 car, so that's Dirk Kuyt, that's Wim's dad. He has just left the pits anyway. He's at the bottom half of the top 10, so currently in 10th overall. And the Delatri de Bosco Ford Escort has also come into the pits for its pit stop. So we'll have to see how everything shakes out. Anyway, David Tomlin, by the way, has just come into the pit, so he was in 4th position. So we'll see how David gets on with his pit stop in the Ford Sierra RS 500. So the current top 3 then, Chris Middlehurst and Andrew Jordan, with this what is now a 20-minute battle that has been going on for at the front of the field, and it's Darren Fielding in his BMW M3 a full 35 seconds behind Andrew.
And be interesting to see as in comes Chris Middlehurst. So Chris is coming in to do his pit stop. Andrew continues. Andrew Jordan carries on, so he now takes the lead as he goes down into Paddock Hill. And Andrew, I think, will have to come in probably next time around, otherwise he's cutting it a bit fine. So we'll see. But Chris Middlehurst has now come into the pit lane. He stops on the apron. He has to be stationary for a minimum of 60 seconds, plus the time it takes to drive in and drive out of the pits at the regulation maximum speed, means that the pit stop should be somewhere in the region of 1 minute and 20 seconds or so. We haven't mentioned elite driver penalties, which we haven't been given the details of, so we can't actually see what those are. But normally with Motor Racing Legends there are extra time penalties to be served in the pits for elite drivers, but as I say, we haven't been given details, so we'll wait and see how long Andrew Jordan stops for. And he should come round now to take his pit stop.
And that looked like the Smith & Jones M3 that was parked on the inside of Westfield. So the Smith & Jones car, the number 19 car, which did have problems in qualifying, that appears to have parked up anyway. So that looks the end for that M3's challenge. But I wonder if Andrew Jordan, by the way, is able to go faster now he's no longer behind the Nissan Skyline. Obviously not benefiting from the toe of the Skyline, but let's see if he's able to put a quicker lap in. So Andrew Jordan then rounds Westfield Bend, and he's coming in for his pit stop. So Andrew Jordan then comes into the pits. By the way, Andy Middlehurst has gone back out, so he's completed his pit stop then, and Andy Middlehurst's time was a 1:27.827. So a good pit stop then for the Middlehurst team, Alistair.
And the Jordan Racing team now attending to the BMW of Andrew Jordan. He has to stop for potentially longer than the Middlehursts. As I say, we don't have details, but we'll see when the times come up on the TSL pit stop timing screen as to how long he stayed in the pits. And Alex has Chris Middlehurst down in the pit lane.
Do indeed. That was a brilliant stint. I mean, it was like this. It must have felt like with Jordan right on your tails. I wondered how, with your strategy there of when to come in, was it a bit of a in the moment position to try and gain as much as you could before you handed over?
I had the inboard from the team, so just followed team orders. There wasn't really much of a sort of like gap to kind of go an extra lap really with the minute and a half-ish lap. It was a little bit tight, so we decided to sort of like come a lap in a bit before the like 1 lap before you can sort of technically do, just in case. But it's all I can do because the M3 obviously is lighter, more nimble, and the Skyline is fast as it is. Thanks to Rick Wood and the team and everything like that. It's just that the weight and the brakes, you know, you just can't sustain that pace really.
It's really interesting to see how the two cars dance around each other though, and the interesting way he comes out. Nope, can't remember what I was going to say. Brain gone, never mind. All right, well, we'll have a look, see what happens. How confident do you feel, or what's the degradation in the car like? How confident you feel in keeping up that pace for the second half?
It's just a case of trying to look after the brakes really. I think I did overcook them a little bit, but I had no choice. I realised that Andrew was obviously going to be quick and my dad's a little bit slower than me, so I thought I'd try and get a bit of a gap and then hand over to my dad I think Andrew might have had a 15-second penalty because of his driver status, if you like, but it looks like there's not much of a gap there, so I don't know. It is what it is. I think we're just going to have to sort of settle for, at this point, probably second or third, really, because, I think Andrew probably's maybe got ahead now with my dad, and even if it was me in the car a little bit quicker, I was losing the brakes. I almost lost the brakes completely at one point, and I was pumping them like mad. If you saw my brake lights flickering, it's just because I was just trying to get a pedal back, really. So, not ideal, but I did what I could.
Providing us with great racing, though. It was fun to watch.
Well, what can I say? I'll do my best. It's great to watch. It's great to be here. It's a fantastic event that MRL put on. So, big thanks to the MRL team.
Well, hopefully I'll have another chat to you in a minute. Thanks.
Thanks very much to Alex down in the pit lane with Chris Middlehurst. Instant reaction there from Chris. I don't think he even had a chance to have a bottle of water before he got out, before he got interviewed. But whilst he was talking, the lead has changed because Andrew Jordan has come out of the pit lane, and even with what could have been a slightly longer pit stop required from Andrew, as I say, we don't know that, so not sure what the rule was on the pit stop times, but the Andrew Jordan car, number 81, is now in the lead ahead of Andy Middlehurst, number 7, in second place, and the gap between them at the end of the last lap was 1.8 seconds. They completed 15 laps. They're now on their 16th lap, and the gap is extending. As Chris suggested, Chris is a little bit quicker than his dad, so he expects to see that lead extend with Jordan pulling away.
But I also suspect Andy's going to be managing the car for the remainder of the race, Alistair as well. I think that gap is well above 3 seconds, but we appear to have lots and lots of clean pit stops anyway. The only infringement is for the car near the bottom of the field. So that's the number 37 car of Raphael de Boerman. So that's the Vince Woodman replica Ford Capri. So that will be a stop-go penalty that de Boerman will need to serve. But Andrew Jordan at the front of the race now, who's driven immaculately, has to be said so far, just lapping it looks like the wood skyline as it came through Sheen Curve, and now coming to into Stirling's Bend. Yeah, race control, just a confirmation there that it's a 3 second stop-go penalty for a short pit stop. 3 seconds short on his pit stop. Yeah. So that came up red on our screen. No other red pit stop time, so we're not expecting to see any other penalties coming up for other drivers. Unfortunately, Raphael de Boerman just a little bit too quick on his pit stop. As Andrew Jordan comes through once again, we've got 7.5 minutes remaining, and Andrew's lead now 3.9 seconds over the number 7 Nissan of Andy Middlehurst in second place. Still in third place, and just coming across the line now is the fabulous sounding RS 3.1 or 3100 Capri. It's actually got a 3.4 litre engine developed by Cosworth for Ford to try and beat the BMW 3 litre CSLs, or 3.5 litre CSLs as they got towards the end of the period they were used. Car very much like Dirk Kuehl, who is in car number 11, who's in about 7th place. He's done his pit stop. Everybody's done their pit stops now, so where is Dirk? He's 7th in the number 11 black BMW. That was the type of car that Ford were trying to beat in the European Touring Car Championship, and they came up with the car that Dirk's son, Wim, is driving, the 3.4 litre Cosworth developed engine for the Capri, number 53 in third place. And then it's Darren Fielding still going on, metronomic in his BMW, as Darren often is. Very, very reliable car generally. And then it's Michael Cullen, number 69, in 5th place, and David Tomlin still going on in the Sierra in 6th place, number 117. It's a confirmation, by the way, unfortunately, of a second penalty, and it's for Samuel Verhegen. So it's the Sonax black and silver Mercedes 190E, so that is the number 3 car. He's got a 30-second penalty, so he'll have to come into the pits for that anyway, for pitting outside of the pit window. So fairly expensive mistake there for our Mercedes 190E driver. The gap at the front of the field, by the way, is extending further, so Andy Middlehurst clearly managing both tyres and brakes on the Nissan Skyline, 6.5 seconds now behind Andrew Jordan. Unsurprisingly, of course, Alistair, Andrew Jordan, Andy Middlehurst and Wim Kuehl all lead their classes.
Yes, and as I mentioned earlier, all from different eras of touring car racing. Nice picture on screen of the BMW, now of the Mercedes. Good to see Samuel Verhagen here in that Mercedes. It's one of the cars from the St Paul team, and Samuel is Dirk Curl's son-in-law, and great to see that car out in Klaas Ludwig livery, I think that one, isn't it, from the DTM, the German Touring Car Championship. He will have to unfortunately come in and serve a fairly lengthy pit stop penalty in the pits.
We appear as well to have a problem with the BMW 2002, so we've said earlier that the number 202 James Palmer Simon Horobin BMW 2002 was smoking a bit, and it has taken a pit stop well outside of the pit stop window, so we can only assume that not all is well mechanically with that car, the 1971 replica BMW 2002. So just looking around the field, actually the fastest man on track is a car that we've not mentioned at all, and that's Alex Brundle in his number 61 BMW M3, took over from Tom Holbrook.
Well, we didn't know about Alex Brundle being in that car, Ian. That's why we didn't mention it. Yeah, we had Tom Holbrook as a solo driver, but yeah, it's just popped up on our screen. Alex Brundle, and he's just set the fastest time, unless it's Martin Brundle, of course, or it could be, but no, I think it's more likely to be Alex. He's just done the best time for that car with a 1:36.776, sitting in 8th place in the number 61 car.
Of course, those people with long memories will realise that Martin Brundle, of course, did drive in the British Touring Car Championship as a works Audi driver.
That's right.
With Stirling Moss.
Teammate with Stirling Moss, that's correct, yes. In the Audi 80s, wasn't it?
Was the Audi 80 GLE.
Was it?
Yeah, there we are. So pre-Formula 1 anyway, but carrying on the front of this field then, so Andrew Jordan now with a 7.8 second advantage then over Andy Middlehurst in his Nissan Skyline, and Wim Curl remains in 3rd position. In fact, just checking the gap there between Wim Curl and Darren Fielding, 3rd and 4th. It's only 8 seconds, but mind you, we have just over 3 minutes of this reduced 35-minute race to go. So just seeing Alex Brundle now leave Sterling's Bend and coming towards Clearways, and let's see how Alex, he's really pushing. Great to watch in that Dunlop sponsored black and white car, just coming over the finish line now. So number 61, I think that is Japanese touring car livery on the Tom Holbrook car. Anyway, let's see what time Alex did in that previous lap. 1:37.051. So yes, Alex Brundle is the fastest man on the circuit. He's going even quicker than Andrew Jordan. You're
absolutely spot on with the origins of that car. It is an original car raced in the Japanese Touring Car Championship from 1991 to 93. That's the number 61 car of Tom Holbrook, now driven by Alex Brundle, so an original car from Japan.
Fantastic to watch. I mean, Alex Brundle was really pushing through Clearways, so absolutely no shortage of effort. Just have a quick look at the gap between him and Dirk, 11 seconds. So with 2 minutes of the race, even a man of Alex Brundle's talents is unlikely to make up an 11-second gap. But at the front of the field then, so Andrew Jordan then coming on to his 20th lap with a 10-second advantage over Andy Middlehurst. A great drive by Chris Middlehurst at the front in the Nissan Skyline, but ultimately I think that the BMW's reliability and mechanical sensitivity ultimately told.
Yeah, it's certainly Chris Middlehurst alluded to that in the interview after qualifying, that in order to stay ahead of the BMW they would essentially have to do qualifying laps throughout the race, and that wasn't something they could do. As David Tomlin goes through in the Batibu liveried RS500 Sierra, David Tomlin is now in 6th place, number 117. And we have a minute and a little left. Still car number 3, Samuel Verhagen, has to come in to do his penalty, so I don't think he's been in yet. I haven't seen him. Still showing as needing to do that.
So Andrew Jordan just coming over the line now, and with 1 minute 5 seconds remaining, then this will be the last lap of the race then for Andrew Jordan, just coming up to one of the BMW CSLs and through Paddock Hill Bend for what will be the last time Alistair as he heads up towards Druids.
That's like Tom Roche's car that he's just lapped going through Druids, the BMW 3-litre CSL, the weapon of choice for the BMW Works team up against the Ford Caprice. Tremendous battle it was for a few years. And Andrew Jordan, British Touring Car Champion 2013, said in an interview yesterday he has lovely memories of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, so we don't get to race here very often. And when we do, it's an absolute privilege, and he has great memories, of course, because it's where he won his touring car crown in 2013 after 4 drivers went into that final meeting with a chance of winning the British Touring Car Championship. The conditions were pretty horrible. It was a mix of wet and dry, but Andrew it was that came through to win in the Honda Civic. And he's making his way around the back of the circuit on his last lap of the race, the historic Touring Car Challenge. And we're seeing these cars again later on, aren't we? Yes, so they are getting their second race later on at the last race of the day, scheduled to start at 10 to 6. So here comes Andrew Jordan through Clearways and Clark Curve for the last time. A masterful drive by Andrew as he comes across the line. Checkered flag goes out to car number 81. Andrew Jordan drove solo and wins the historic Touring Car Challenge. In second place, coming through Clark Curve now, is the Nissan Skyline number 7 of Chris, and finally Andy Middlehurst. And the gap at the flag was 13.622 seconds. So as Ian was mentioning earlier on, it looked as though Andy was a measured pace through there. And then third is the Wailing Capri number 53 of Wim Curl, a further 12.6 seconds behind Andy Middlehurst in his RS 3100 Capri. And then fourth place across the line is Darren Fielding in the second of the BMW M3s, number 8. And in fifth place, another BMW M3, number 69 of Michael Cullen. And it should be David Tomlin takes sixth place in the RS 500. He's due through now, just coming through Clark Curve to complete his race. None of these cars were lapped, all completed the full 21 laps. And through comes David Tomlin to take sixth place. And then across the line, and that was a change of position literally on the last corner, with Alex Brundle in Tom Holbrook's BMW number 61 taking the 7th place away from Dirk Kuhl in 8th place, the number 11 BMW.
I can't believe that. There was 11 seconds between them with 2 minutes to go. So well done, Alex Brundle, for a sensational drive in Tom Holbrook's number 61 car.
Nick Strong finished in 9th place,
All
number
right,
12.
let me know when you want him.
And in 10th place, number 66, Nick and Harry Whale. And Alex is already down there with our winners in the pit lane.
I am indeed. Andrew, what a brilliant race. That first stint, you just managed, didn't you, to eke enough out of it to secure yourself for after that pit stop.
Not as fit as I used to be. That's pretty hot, no power steering in that, so it's pretty physical to drive. But I could see Chris in the Nissan was really struggling with his brakes from probably 6 laps in. He was pumping up, so I thought really it was just a matter of time. But I was surprised to come out so close after the pit stop. So yeah, great result, really enjoyed it, and it's always nice to win, certainly here at Brands GP.
Yeah, looked like it was rather fun. You provided us with some very nice racing. How long until your next race?
A couple of hours, I think. So a bit of the breather, put the brain into low grip, low to land, and see how we're getting in that one.
Yeah, we look forward to it. Right, well done, Andrew. Do we have any Middlehurst? There's a Chris over there. Should we see if we can go and grab a Chris? Grab you if we can before Papa comes in. Well, just as we spoke about, really in the pit stops, that where things changed, wasn't it? It was just about not quite getting enough power or time, speed. Yeah.
Yes, it's basically, I think the main issue for me was I was losing the brakes, and pass over to my father Andy. But even if I was a little bit quicker than my dad, we'd had to have just accepted second place there, because my pedal went straight to the floor at one point. Yeah. You might have seen the Mercedes at Hawthorns, the back market ETM. I thought, well, I'll just stick behind him and just kind of get him on the next corner. I braked, pedal went straight to the floor, and I went up the inside of him. I thought, oh no, and just pumped the brake pedal like mad to try and get something back enough to stop. So my dad was obviously nursing a car that I'd overcooked, but I had no choice because I had to get ahead of him. I had to try and pull a gap. I knew that overall they'd probably beat us. But yeah, well done to obviously Andrew Jordan and his team. Matt's built a great car, and we've got a great fight between the Rickwood Skyline and the M3. So I think I'm happy with second place, really. Glad my dad finished. He had issues with the brakes as well. He was like, I almost went off. So we're happy to finish at least and not sort of end up in the wall with the brakes cooking. So
Absolutely. Well done to you guys. Yes, we can. Right, come on, let's go and grab P3. Wim Cool. Hey. Good clean race for you.
Yeah, very good. Qualifying was terrible, 9th, eventually 6th. But I was quite fast in the start, so I managed to get 3rd and then keep the whole race 3rd, I think. So very hot, but very nice. Nice to be here. Nice with all the fans. So yeah, very nice.
Good. All right, thank you. Well done. I'll tell you what, folks. Let's take a look at the highlights of what was a brilliant touring car race.
Highlights of the Historic Touring Car Challenge. We had a wonderfully and very colourful start to the race with the Nissan and the BMW, one alongside the other, Andrew Jordan on the outside and Chris Middlehurst on the inside, and it was the Nissan that took the lead in the early stages of the race. But look at the start from Wim Curl as he took 3rd place up towards Druids on the first lap, and they continued in those positions, but great battling between some of the BMWs, a bit of a lock up there. That car eventually retired, unfortunately, but it was the Nissans versus the BMWs further down the field as well. One of the very early BMW 2002s we had out on track as well, followed by the Escort Mark 1, another of the earlier cars we had as they continued through the race towards the pit stops. A Mark II Escort also alongside a DTM Mercedes, a car we haven't seen in this series before, and then the Watson's BMW number 96 of Paddy Shovlin off into the gravel and into eventual retirement, unfortunately. But the battle continued for the lead between Chris Middlehurst and Andrew Jordan before the pit stops, and it was the Nissan that led all the way until they called into the pits, and it was a quick stop, perfectly timed for the Middlehursts. Andrew Jordan came in a lap later to do his pit stop, and here was the change of lead, which was into Surtees, was it that one? He turned in, just got through on the inside, and then across the line to take the checkered flag. Andrew Jordan, a great win, and immediately congratulated by Chris Middlehurst. Nice touch there, both of them well known to each other. Out on track next will be the Woodcote Trophy, but we've got the results of the Historic Touring Car Challenge first. It's Andrew Jordan in the BMW who wins by 13.6 seconds from Chris and Andy Middlehurst in the Nissan Skyline. In 3rd place, Wim Coyle in the Capri RS3100. Then it's Darren Fielding in the BMW M3. Next BMW M3 in 5th place for Michael Cullen. Then it's the fire-breathing Sierra Cosworth RS500 of David Tomlin in 6th place. 7th place, Tom Holbrook and Alex Brundle. Great drive from Alex to take a place right at the end and get 7th in his BMW, ahead of Dirk Kuhl in the BMW 3-litre CSL, who ends up in 8th. And then it's Nick Strong in 9th in the Nissan Skyline, and completing the top 10, Nick and Harry Whale in their Ford Escort Mark II.
The Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy share the track, bringing early and late 1950s sports cars into one spectacular grid. Named after Woodcote House, the club's Surrey home away from home, the Woodcote Trophy is home to earlier pre-56 cars, while the Stirling Moss Trophy hosts cars pre-1961. Stirling Moss Trophy is more than a name. At the end of the year, the winner takes home the trophy Sir Stirling was awarded for his first ever Grand Prix victory. The Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy. Now we step into a completely different world of racing as we're down here in the assembly area. Ollie Bryant is the man to beat as he is about to head out. I know you're very focused there, Ollie. I've got 30 seconds starting from pole. How easy is it going to be to convert this to a win?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Today was the first time I've driven this car on the Grand Prix circuit. It went really well this morning, so yeah, just looking forward to a clean race. You know, with these old cars, you've got to look after them for an hour, so it's you know, you never know how it's going to go until you get to the end.
All right, have a good one. So just have a look around here. Ollie Bryant there, he's the one to beat. He starts in the Lotus, it's light, it's nimble, very different way of finding lap time compared to some of these other cars. Michael O'Brien, 59 here. He is joining Ollie on the front row. Keep an eye out for, we've got Richard Hudson and the Lister, that's always a benchmark car. Jaguar D-types, Lotus. They're not just race cars, they're some of the most iconic pieces of machinery ever built. I mean, isn't this just the most beautiful assembly area you've ever seen? And it's so different to what we've just seen with the historic touring car as well. This isn't about aggression, this is going to be about finding the balance, not throwing the car at the lap, all about understanding it. These cars were designed for endurance racing, long stints, high speeds, and drivers working with the car rather than forcing it. With Gary Pearson, one of the most experienced drivers here, always incredibly measured in how he approaches races. Sean Lynn, of course, racing across multiple grids this weekend, as many of our drivers are, and adapting hugely between all of the different cars. Keep an eye out also for Halusa, always one to keep an eye on. Car with huge history, driver with mega history, and incredibly capable. Like I say, some of the most iconic cars out there. I'm not sure whether I'm able to grab some words or not. Maybe I do have time. I do. Hello. Seeing as we've got a bit of time, starting P5 on the grid, what do you feel like you can do from here?
Well, to be honest, I'm just going to try and keep up with the guys up front and try to have a really good time, try to have fun.
Enjoy it then. I'd love to know, I'd love to be able to say I can hear what they're saying, but I can't. I hope you guys can. Can you hear me? Can you hear them? Oh, that's easier. It's easier when they're a little quieter. Let's have a chat to Michael. Right, okay, front row of the grid, what can you do?
Just try and be consistent, I think. Stay in the mix. Obviously got some very quick guys around me, so just try and get stuck in. A little bit less power, a little bit quicker in the corners. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic before the race kind of settles down and gets into its rhythm. So yeah, good start, good first lap, and just try and stay in contention.
Was it an unexpected qualifying result for you?
Yes and no. You know, I think we've seen the potential of this car. We sort of started out with it at the end of last year, and we've gradually been making progress and getting more and more comfortable. So yeah, to be amongst these bigger, more powerful cars is pretty cool, and just a testament to the team and all the hard work.
What's when you're in a race in a car like this, is it about the slow progression? You know, I imagine you've got an awful lot to manage and an awful lot to juggle.
Yeah, definitely. Just trying to look after your temperatures, and especially on a day like today where you want to keep all your oil, water, everything under control. Everything gets very hot, brakes get hot. So yeah, definitely a bit of management going on as well. But should be fun, should be good, everything's set, and we'll just go and enjoy.
Tell me about your the livery design of your helmet. This is pretty cool.
Yes, so this was a couple of years ago in more modern racing. We did a bit of a collaboration with the British Army to sort of logo up a car and have a fan zone and different bits and pieces like that. And part of the deal was to get a helmet done and all painted up. And everyone loves it. I like the design and now just kind of stick with it. So that's it.
Yeah, I love it. It's very cool. Great. Have a great one. Yeah, as he says, it's behind, in the mix. It's not going to be an easy position to be starting P2 behind the likes of Ollie Bryant, who I imagine will have quite a lot of control over certainly the first half of the race. I'm not sure how long we've got. Let's see if I can find. All right, yeah, okay. They are starting to head out, my friends, to the track. Let racing begin. Alistair, Ian, this is going to be a fun one.
It certainly is, Alex. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for those interviews. Nice to hear from Michael O'Brien, who is the son of Mike O'Brien, who was a British touring car driver many years ago. And Michael now racing in modern GT racing as well as in historics. And just to confirm, this race not 1 hour but 55 minutes, so reduced by 5 minutes after our delays earlier on, but the pit stop window will remain the same. We'll talk about that when we get nearer to it, but just like the last race, all these cars will have to come in for a mandatory pit stop around about the middle of the race, and that will mean driver changes if they are sharing.
One of the things, by the way, Alistair, that struck me, part Ferme with Alex, was just how modest some of the drivers were. I mean, Michael O'Brien was remarkably quick. But just to go through the grid then, Ollie Bryant, of course, in pole position, Alistair.
Yep, number 11, Ollie Bryant in the Lotus 15 on pole alongside the Lotus 11, the slightly earlier car of Michael O'Brien, who Alex was just talking to. On the second row, it is Max Lynn and Andy Wolff on and Gary Pearson alongside in his Lister Jaguar Nobly. On row 3, it will be Lucas Halusa in his Jaguar D-Type and Sean Lynn and Scott Malvern in the Lister Jaguar Nobly. On row 4, we've got Ollie Crosthwaite, Nick Finberg in the Cooper Monaco alongside Doug Muirhead in his Lotus 11. And then next row back is John Chisholm and Ian Rowley in the Lola Mark 1 and Jonathan Bailey in another of the Jaguar D-Types, number 21 in that car. Then we've got Paul de Havilland in his Lotus 11 and Rick and Josh Wilmot in the XK140 GOM Special. Then it's Ben Eastick in his D-Type and Malcolm Harrison and Patrick Watts in the Cooper Bristol behind them. And 15th on this full grid is the Lotus 11 of Olivier Gonzalez, and alongside is the Hudson and Morley Lister Chevrolet Nobly, which is quite a long way back after an incident in qualifying. Then it's the Herrimans in the Cooper Bobtail, 17th. 18 is the GOM and Gordon Jaguar XK140. And completing the grid is Ken Pritchard-Jones and Nick Crewdson in the unique Turner Arden.
As we were talking earlier in qualifying, Alistair, this is really a case of brawn versus guile, isn't it?
It certainly is. Very much the same sort of story as we've seen in other races where the more nimble car, in qualifying we were talking about the Lotus Elan and the bigger engine cars. Well, in this one it's Lotus again. It's the Lotus 15 and the Lotus 11 at the front with the much bigger engines of the Listers, particularly Max Lynn, who will start number 3, the big 5.5 litre Chevrolet engine, whereas Michael O'Brien only has 1.5 litres, so he's 4 litres less in his engine. As they come round for the rolling start, it will be a 55-minute race with a mandatory pit stop with a driver change if needed. And they come up to the line, the red lights are on, the red lights will go out, and we'll be racing for 55 minutes, and away they go. And a good start from Ollie Bryant. Michael O'Brien is completely outgunned by the big V8 engined Lister, but he sticks to the outside and he runs down the dip towards Druids, and it's Max Lynn on the inside and Michael O'Brien on the outside for second place, and also getting in there is Gary Pearson as well, but Gary Pearson has to drop behind in the Lister Jaguar as they come down the hill towards Graham Hill for the first time. It's Ollie Bryant who leads in the Lotus 15. Second place, Michael O'Brien. Cheeky Michael goes through on the inside, but then he gets blasted past by Max Lynn in the V8 Lister. Then through on the inside, going up to Surtees, goes Gary Pearson as well. But Michael O'Brien holds on to that third place, stays on the outside as they head off down the long straight through Pilgrim's Drop.
That was remarkable to watch. Nobody's told Michael O'Brien you're not allowed to pass around the outside of Druids or Surtees. He's managed to do it on the first lap. But anyway, it remains Ollie Bryant at the front of the field anyway. He's going through Hawthorne for the first time then. It's Alex Lynn, isn't it? Sorry, Max Lynn. Max Lynn that's in second position in the number 3 Lister, and it's Gary Pearson that's up into third position, so he's managed to take Michael O'Brien at the down Pilgrim's Drop as expected. It's only a 1.5 litre engine, of course, within that number 59 green car. So we'll see as they come through Stirling's then for the first time. Ollie Bryant has a 1 second lead then over the number 3 car, the number 3 Lister. It looks as though Gary Pearson is looking very, very racy indeed. He's keeping Max Lynn very honest as they're coming into Westfield then for the Clearways then for the first time of asking. So Ollie Bryant has a 1.5 second lead, and let's see if Gary Pearson can do anything about Max Lynn's car. Let's see. No, he can't. So therefore going to Paddock Hill Bend. Max Lynn takes defensive line, Gary Pearson there. And Michael O'Brien, though, he was very, very quick, obviously, the first time round, Alistair. Will he be able to do the same thing again?
Well, he's closing in as they go up the hill towards Druids. He'll be later on the brakes as they go through there. But Gary Pearson goes through on the inside of Max Lynn, both in Listers, but Gary Pearson in the knobbly version and Max Lynn in the Costin version as they come down the hill. Max Lynn's held on to the inside of the corner as they turn into Graham Hill Bend, so no change there. But look at Michael O'Brien nipping at their heels. Unfortunately for Michael, they're about to go on to that long straight through Pilgrim's Drop to Hawthorns, and that's where the big Listers will pull ahead.
And we have a car that's off at Paddock Hill Bend, and it's on the racing line as well, just outside the racing line. It's number 10, so that's the Crosthwaite Finberg car. So we believe that it was Ollie Crosthwaite that started the car, actually started from 7th on the grid, qualified very well. It was up to 6th place, and safety car is out, so safety car out after only 3 minutes of action.
So the safety car should pick the leaders up when they come round to the pit exit, but unfortunately, as you say, Ollie Crosthwaite facing backwards just spun on Paddock Hill Bend, dropped it into the gravel, and that's where he's stuck. So hopefully that car can be towed back out onto the tarmac. Marshall's already in attendance, the excellent marshals here at Brands Hatch already there talking to Ollie about perhaps getting that car out. But unfortunately, safety car required with the position of that car. The safety car actually is on the Cooper Straight, so the leading cars will have seen the safety car boards and the yellow flag, so they'll know that they need to slow, and the safety car will pick them up as they go into Surtees. So marshals have retreated from Ollie Crosthwaite's car whilst the field goes through at much reduced pace, so all the drivers are aware that they need to slow right down, and of course there's no overtaking under a yellow flag or a safety car, so all the positions will remain the same. And up to Druids they go, and no change in the order. One thing we haven't had a chance to mention yet with all the action on the first couple of laps is that the leading Woodcote Trophy car is Lucas Halusa, who Alex had a quick chat with, and he said, I'm just trying to keep up with the faster cars. Well, he's in 5th place, leading Woodcote Trophy, and he wasn't far behind Michael O'Brien. He was certainly part of that lead group. So the Lucas Halusa Jaguar D-Type from the earlier era, the pre-56 cars, is actually hanging on to those leaders, and it's another D-Type just behind of Jonathan Bailey in 6th place behind Lucas Halusa. So it's Lotus from Lister from Lotus, and then it's Jaguar in 5th and 6th places, And in 7th place is number 61, Doug Muirhead, in his Lotus.
Malcolm Harrison made a very good start. Look at that, 6th place he's made, 8th position. The car being shared with Patrick Watts. That's the Cooper Bristol T25. But of course, the big loser from the safety car coming out was Ollie Bryant, because he managed to get 2 seconds clear of Max Lynn behind, and obviously he was coming under pressure from Gary Pearson as well. But we'll see how long it'll take for the Crosthwaite car to be towed out, sadly, from Paddock.
Well, the recovery vehicle's there already, so the field now out at the back of the circuit on the Grand Prix loop, so there'll be a little while before they return to this side of the track, and the clerk of the course will be on the radio to the safety car, and if possible slow the field down enough so that we can get this car cleared out of the way. But I think that it's likely, the safety car already back at Clearways, so we're going to get one more safety car lap after this one at least. But there's always the option of just slowing everybody down enough to get the car cleared before they arrive, but that's not been possible on this occasion. So safety car lights are still on. We come round to complete another lap. The clock's still ticking down, and laps are still being put in the book for the cars under a safety car, as they go past the Crosthwaite Cooper Monaco. Bryant leads overall and Stirling Moss Trophy, and then it's Lynn in car number 3, Pearson in 23, and O'Brien in 59, all in Stirling Moss Trophy, first 4. Then it's the leading Woodcote Trophy car, number 14 of Lucas Halusa, and second in Woodcote Trophy, just behind, is number 21, Jonathan Bailey. Third in Woodcote Trophy is that car that made such a good start. That's the number 55, Cooper Bristol of Malcolm Harrison and Patrick Watts. That is in 8th place and 3rd in Woodcote Trophy. Field now making their way through Surtees. The recovery of the Cooper Monaco is well underway now. It's been pulled out of the gravel and is now being towed to the inside of the circuit. And with the cars only just going down the long straight through Pilgrim's Drop, there should be time to get that cleared before they come round again. We'll see whether that's possible. Should be. I think there's a gap in the barriers down there that the car can be put behind. Great work from the recovery crew there to get that car moved so quickly. Safety car will be in this lap, so thanks very much to the recovery crew there and the marshals to get that car out of the way so we can go back racing again with a minimum of delay. Cars are coming through the far side of the circuit. They're coming through Hawthorne's Westfield, Sheen Curve, that section, and then it'll be left at Stirling's, and then the safety car will start to pull into the pit lane at Clearways, and we'll go back racing again. But no overtaking before they reach the green flag at the timing line on the main front straight. So everybody has to stay in order until they get to the timing line, and the green flag will be waving there. So safety cars pulled ahead quite a bit, so Ollie Bryant just backing the pack up a little bit. He knows that he hasn't got the outright grunt of the second place car, Max Lynn, so Max will be looking to try and get as close as he can to Ollie on the run down to the green flag, and Ollie in turn is trying to make sure he's got enough of a gap that the big V8 engine doesn't just gobble him up as they go down the hill up towards Druids. And it is Ollie Bryant who leads, Max Lynn in second place, Gary Pearson in third place, and Michael O'Brien in fourth.
First class restart by Ollie Bryant then, so he's managed to get his lead back to a second then over Max Lynn, and Gary Pearson in third position. I thought Gary Pearson may have been a bit closer to Max Lynn anyway, but anyway, it's Michael O'Brien then, who remains in fourth position. Michael O'Brien, of course, always seems to close up through Graham Hill and then gets blasted, unfortunately, because of his 1.5 litre engine. Takes a fantastic line through Surtees, but unfortunately as they're going to come onto the Grand Prix circuit and then down Pilgrim's Drop and up towards Hawthorne, he'll simply get left again and then catch them up. So I think that may be the story of the race, but it remains a top 4 as it was in the safety car, Alistair.
And what Michael O'Brien knows is that the 2 listers ahead might start to run out of brakes as the race goes on, and maybe even the tyres will start to wilt a little bit in the heat. whereas his very light and nimble Lotus 11 will still be running at full pace. So he may, if he can hang on, he may be able to challenge towards the middle to end of the race. And behind all of them is the 5th place car, which is the leading Woodcote Trophy car of Lucas Halusa, a very original Jaguar D-Type, a car that was built and designed purely to win Le Mans, the 24-hour race at Le Mans. Gary Pearson has a little bit of a nibble at Max Lynn as they come into Clearways. Just thought about a move there, but they crossed the line to complete 5 laps in the same order.
Max Lynn able to extend his advantage very slightly over Gary Pearson. His 5.5 litre engine appears to be the one that has the edge. Gary Pearson, though, gets a good line out of paddock. Will he go down the inside at Druids? Long way back, and he makes it. Fantastic pass by Gary Pearson. Maxson remains on the outside, though. Can Maxson gain back into Graham Hill Bend? And the answer is no. Gary Pearson with a fantastic move to go up to 2nd position. So what can Gary Pearson do about Ollie Bryant? Let's see. Relegated to 3rd, Max Lynn. Remains Michael O'Brien in 4th position, and Lucas Halusa in 5th. Through Surtees then now for the 6th time of asking. And yet again, Max Lynn looks down the inside of Gary Pearson. Can't do anything about him. Let's see how the 2 5.5 litre engines compare as they come down. And we'll just have a little replay of that on the live stream. Fantastic pass. He came from such a long way back, Alistair, into Druids. And the brakes certainly working at this part of the race with 12 minutes gone in the session. Let's see how they continue to work in the remaining 43 minutes. But yes, he's been able to maintain that advantage. In fact, he's been able to extend that advantage as they come into Westfield then. So about half a second advantage there. Michael O'Brien keeping them honest, so he's around 2 seconds behind Max Lynn. In fact, I think that's a bit less now, Alistair.
Yes, I think it could be just starting to close up a little bit. I will keep a check on that gap. At the line last time, the gap between, it was Pearson at the time who was in 3rd place, to O'Brien was 1.9, so we'll check on that when they come around this time. At the 23 Lister Jaguar, known as the Knobbly, because it's the way that the wheel arches and then the lump in the middle for the engine, it's a knobbly sort of shape, has the straight 6 Jaguar engine, 3.8 litres, whereas the much more slippery shaped light green Lister behind, the Costin-bodied car, has the 5.5 litre Chevrolet V8 engine, much heavier, and it's already starting to show that Gary Pearson has been able to keep up the pace. And look at Michael O'Brien, who's now closed up on Max Lynn as they go through Druids. Michael O'Brien in the little 1500cc Lotus 11. He's 4 litres smaller than the big Lister in front, but the brilliant design from Colin Chapman of a lightweight car with great handling goes through the left-hander at Surtees, going out towards the long straight to Pilgrim's Drop. Michael will be kind of relaxing back into the seat, saying, well, there's nothing I can do along here because Max will just power away from me. But it's through the corners that Michael O'Brien makes up the time, and the gap between Max Lynn and Michael O'Brien was 0.828. So definitely, as you say, Ian, Michael O'Brien at that stage was closing in on Max Lynn.
Yeah, it's the closest thing to David versus Goliath people will see all day at Brands Hatch anyway, so this fantastic battle for 3rd place. You just see the camera at the back of Michael O'Brien's car. I want to see the footage after the race anyway. While all that's been going on, Ollie Bryant has set his new fastest lap, 1:44.644 at the front for Ollie Bryant in the Lotus 15. That car, 2 litre from 1958. And Ollie Bryant, really fantastic driver. He's making this look very, very easy indeed. I can assure you it isn't, as he's coming through Clearways then for the 7th time. 15 minutes has gone in the race, and Ollie Bryant comes over the line then. He is slightly extending his gap then over Gary Pearson. It's Michael O'Brien that's keeping Max Lynn very, very honest indeed, even with the 4 litre disadvantage that the Lotus 11 has. If we have a quick look at the lap times, yeah, Michael O'Brien is lapping slightly quicker than Max Lynn as things stand. And again, you were talking before, Alistair, about the way that the Lister will be able to manage its brakes. I think that will become a material consideration ahead of the pit stops.
Oh, definitely, yes. And Michael O'Brien closes right up half a car length as they go through Druids, but then a squirt of power from Max Lynn takes him ahead to about 2 car lengths. Then it closes back up again. It's the old piece of elastic, isn't it? Stretches out, tightens up as they go down to along to Surtees and then up the hill and then along the long straight through Pilgrim's Drop. and still a little bit while to go before we get the pit stops, but just to remind you, there will be mandatory stops for every car, and the minimum stationary time, like the touring cars, is 60 seconds, and there may be additional time to be served by some drivers, as they might be classed as elite drivers, but that's not something we've been given, so we can't speculate on who might get longer pit stop times, but all will become obvious when the pit stops start in about how long have we got? About 5 minutes till the pit stops. Yeah, about 5 minutes till the pit window opens.
All will become clear like the French Revolution once said, but of course there were two separate races within this race. You have the Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy. We've talked about the front of the Stirling Moss field. It remains Lucas Haluza that's the quickest of the Woodcote Trophy drivers, currently 5th overall in the number 14 Jaguar D-Type. Second in class is the number 21 Jonathan Bailey Jaguar D-Type. Jonathan started in P10, so he's doing very well in 6th overall. And then 9th is the 3rd placed Woodcote Trophy car. That is the Malcolm Harrison Patrick Watts car, which started 14th on the grid, so that's been able to maintain its position in the top 10.
And the Jaguar D-Type that's leading the Woodcote Trophy, the numbers 14 and 21 cars, with the very, very distinctive vertical fin behind the driver, which was designed to help the cars with stability on the very long Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans, which is around 4 miles long. So the cars were getting up to well over 165 miles an hour, so they added that little fin just for Le Mans. No other circuits was necessary. And the car, as I mentioned, designed specifically to win the Le Mans 24 Hours at a time when car sales or car manufacturers could very much advertise the fact that they'd won Le Mans and it would boost their sales. Race on Sunday, sell on Monday was what they used to say. And it was very successful. Lofty England ran the team of Jaguar for a number of years, and the Jaguar D-Type first race at Le Mans in 1954, and it was second by 2.5 miles after 24 hours, but it won in 1955 and then again in 56 and again in 57. So a very, very successful design, and a lovely example is Jonathan Bailey's car, the yellow example of sort of a primrose, isn't it really, rather than the yellow, primrose coloured car. Very, very nice indeed, and you can see there on our live stream the very obvious vertical fin behind the driver, which isn't actually vertical and straight. It has a slight arc in it, which was to keep the car stable at high speed and help with the buffeting of the driver, because open car, of course, and at 160 miles an hour it's a fair bit of wind buffeting as the leader comes down to Graham Hill Bend. But Ian, the battle for third continues.
He's got a 5.5 second lead now, Ollie Bryant, in the number 11 car. But again, Michael O'Brien, I think he spent the last 5 laps with exactly the same disadvantage now over Max Lynn. Yet again, he's much quicker through Graham Hill Bend, but the V8, the 5.5 litre, just extends away going towards Surtees Bend, so about half a second between them. And again, Michael O'Brien, we all can see both on the live stream and that circuit that the 1.5 litre Lotus is much quicker through the slower corners. But again, when you come through Pilgrim's Drop, as they're doing for the 10th time now, you just see the V8, look at that stretch out. It's gone to a 1.5 seconds as they're coming towards Hawthorne, so that's going to be the battle of Michael O'Brien's race, of course, before the pit stops, is can he actually try and get past Max Lynn, because these two are actually losing time to Gary Pearson, around a second a lap slower. These two cars are lapping in the 147s. Gary Pearson, who's in second position, currently in the 146s, but it's Ollie Bryan who's making imperious progress.
And it's worth mentioning that of these leading 4 cars, the only one that will change drivers is the third placed car. That's the number 3, the light green Lister, on screen now, which will change from Max Lynn to Andy Wolff. Now, they're both quick drivers, so I don't expect there to be much change in the lap times, but Michael O'Brien will be staying on board, as will Gary Pearson and also Ollie Bryant as well, as Michael O'Brien has a cheeky look round the outside, coming out of Clearways into the very appropriately named Clark Curve, appropriate in terms of Lotus. Jim Clark drove for Lotus all of his Grand Prix career, And up to Druids once again, and Michael later on the brakes, so late that he actually can't stay behind Max Lynn. He has to go alongside, otherwise he'd run at the back of him as they come down into Graham Hill Bend. And once again Max, and a mistake from Max Lynn. He runs wide and Michael O'Brien gets almost alongside, but Max gets it all sorted out and goes down a gear and powers away once again. But that was the first obvious, certainly this side of the circuit, the first obvious slight mistake we've seen from Max Lynn. He turned in, but the car said no.
Yeah, I think he slightly missed his braking point as well, so Max Lynn then manages to keep third place despite that slight indiscretion at Graham Hill. I'm sure, by the way, that we should have a quick look at that. Oversteering into Graham, very easily done. Manages to collect the car though and maintains his third position. By the way, Michael O'Brien, when he came past the commentary box, when he showed a different line to Max Lynn, almost to say, I'm here. I'm sure he didn't need any kind of reminder, because Max Lynn is driving his heart out trying to keep the Lotus 11 behind him, but that's third and fourth. But while they battle, the gap between them and Gary Pearson continues to extend. Gary Pearson is 5 seconds up the road, and Ollie Bryant is a further 6 seconds up the road ahead of them at the front of this field. So coming to the end of lap 11, and Ollie Bryant will just double check his lap times, and he's still lapping in the 1:45. So Ollie Bryant gradually extending his advantage in his Lotus in front of the field.
Gary Pearson goes over the line in second place. Now the battle for third place. Max Lynn has actually opened out the gap a little bit, and just check that, yeah, there is some, I'm afraid, I thought I saw it on our live stream, there's a little bit of smoke. Oh, and it's caught fire, I'm afraid, as it goes down, so he'll stop that by the marshal's post and
quickly
straight out of the car gets Michael O'Brien and runs away from the car. Hopefully the fire extinguishers will arrive very shortly, but I saw some smoke out of the car as it was going through the back end of the circuit, and I didn't say anything because I thought it might just have been something on our screen, but as he came past us there was a puff of smoke came out of the car and then it burst into flames very, very briefly. Marshals on the scene very quickly indeed, and of course we do have a safety car out with the fire truck now at the scene, which has much more fire extinguisher material on board, just to make sure that car is fully out. The marshal's still working with the extinguisher to make sure that whatever has caused that fire is completely extinguished. And Michael O'Brien very smartly out of that car indeed.
That was spectacular and heartbreaking to watch. Michael O'Brien did an extremely good job to get out of that car as quickly as he did, and the marshals did an extremely good job as well to get over as quickly as they did to put the fire out on that Lotus 11. What a massive shame. A fantastic battle there, and Michael O'Brien, through absolutely no fault of his own, is out of the race. Safety car, of course, has been called because it's on the racing line on the exit of paddock, and so the ambulance just goes over just to check that Michael O'Brien's okay. And the safety car will eventually pick the cars up, so we'll have a slight delay in proceedings, but what a real shame, because obviously it's a new team that was running that Lotus 11. It did so well at Donington, and they were doing so well today.
And the experienced recovery crew arriving just to make sure that that car is fully extinguished. It's always a slight worry when you open the bonnet on a car that's been on fire, because sometimes it can introduce oxygen to the fire and it bursts into flames again. But I noticed the fire crew there were very, very careful in the way that they managed that situation to get that bonnet open so they can see where the source of the fire is and make sure it's fully extinguished. So really very, very experienced crews working here at Brands Hatch this weekend. They do train for these situations. They're all volunteers, of course, marshals and the rescue crews, but they train for situations such as this to make sure that they take appropriate action.
Just looking underneath the Lotus's bonnet, make sure all is okay.
They're just checking what the source might have been of that. It's looked to me as though there was some fluid coming out of the car, as I say, at the back of the circuit on the Grand Prix loop. And then as he came past us on the timing line, it was a sudden burst of smoke, and then it was almost instantly a lick of flame. The pit window is now open and cars have started to come in. There is an advantage to coming in under the safety car because you lose less track time, so I suspect everybody will come in to do their pit stops whilst the safety car is out now that the window is open. So I think the pit lane is going to get pretty busy. Just to remind you where we were before that incident with Michael, it's Ollie Bryant who's leading from Gary Pearson and Max Lynn. Max Lynn will be handing over to Andy Wolff when he comes in to do his mandatory pit stop. In the Woodcote Trophy, which runs concurrently but a separate race effectively, it's Lucas Halusa who's in the number 14 D-Type, the dark green car, British Racing Green, that leads the Woodcote Trophy, from Jonathan Bailey in the Primrose D-Type number 21, from Malcolm Harrison, I presume. Yes, Malcolm Harrison started the number 55 Cooper Bristol, and he's third in Woodcote Trophy.
Into the pits then, by the way, is the number 23 car, so was in second position. So Gary Pearson, he's driving that solo, so of course there is a minimum pit stop time for all drivers of 60 seconds. So Alistair and I will keep an eye on that field, let you know if there's any indiscretions or any particularly good pit stops. We're just keeping an eye on how the O'Brien Lotus is being recovered. It's still on the outside line at Paddock, so we'll be behind the safety car for, suggest, another couple of laps yet, Alistair.
At least, yes. I think there's some work going on there to get that car cleared, but pit stops taking place, driver changes taking place. The rules for the pit stop is that the car must be stationary for 60 seconds. There's a minimum time to drive through the pits at the regulation speed limit, which I haven't actually seen on a bulletin yet, but it's probably around about 20 seconds or so. And so the total pit stop time should be around about 1 minute and 25 seconds, which is what we saw in the previous race. Yeah, 1:22 for one car. And there are potentially additional time to be stopped for certain drivers who are classed as elite drivers, and we'll see when the pit stops scroll through whether any of the drivers have had to stop for longer. Some cars have come in. Ollie Bryant, the leader, is the car immediately behind the safety car, which is how it should be. He will come in perhaps next time around. There's the Malcolm Harrison on our live stream. Malcolm Harrison getting out with the M on his crash helmet, blue with the checkered flag around it, and Patrick Watts getting in to the number 55 Cooper Bristol T25.
Are there any cars that Patrick Watts hasn't driven?
Not many. Yes. Well, he raced for Peugeot in British touring cars, didn't he? I remember that. But prior to British touring cars, he was a bit of a master at one-make racing.
He's a hero of mine, but I mean, CRXs, MG Metro Turbos, you name it, Patrick's driven it. He's really driven it extremely extravagantly as well.
And shared with his daughter Amy in the Generations Trophy yesterday and had a great race. Ultimately they didn't win it, but they had a really, really good race.
Still the O'Brien Lotus remains sadly parked on the outside of Paddock. Three marshals looking over it. Currently not been removed from position, so the cars will remain behind the safety car. It's 25 minutes 45 seconds remaining, and the number 3 car is the latest to pit. So
Bryant in as well, the leader.
Indeed. So here is Max Lynn coming out of the car. Andy Wolff will go in. Andy Wolff, of course, fantastic drive yesterday to win the Generations Trophy race with his daughter Nicole. It was only Nicole's 3rd race. Remarkable. So in Andy goes, and we'll just keep an eye on the Ollie Bryant pit stop as well. So let's see if there's a change of position that comes from the pit stop times. Everyone that's been into the pit so far has been able to pit acceptably, with the quickest of the pit stop times a 1:21.288 from the number 9, so that's Ben Eastick's car. So very good pit stop from Ben. See if he's been able to meet. He's currently 8th on the road in an extremely distinctive car. That's the Jaguar long nose D-Type, the 3.4 litre. So just looking at the number 3 car now. So that is Andy Wolff, and Andy Wolff's current pit stop time. And now Andy's allowed away. And I think by the time he gets to the pit lane exit, Alistair, yeah, that would be a 1:34.707. So that looks a good pit stop then for the Max Lynn Andy Wolff car.
And Ollie Bryant, what was their pit stop time? 1:33.8. So only 0.9 of a second between them. So we can deduce from that that their required minimum pit stop times were the same. Nobody has the sword of Damocles hung over them with a red pit stop time, which means that it's too short. But we do have 2 cars, no penalty issued, but they were noted for leaving the pit lane when the red light was on. So they exited the pit lane, and that's car number 2, which is Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley's Lister Chevrolet Knobley, and number 84, which is the Rick and Joe Wilmot Jaguar XK140 GOM Special.
Unfortunately, one car that's suffering a variety of ailments is the de Havilland, the number 168 Lotus. So that's Paul de Havilland in the Lotus 11 Le Mans. That's a 1956 car, and that unfortunately has been in the pits now for the best part of 4 laps. So Paul de Havilland, who qualified well after a couple of early problems in qualifying with that car, he qualified 11th. Yeah, currently in the pits, but you can just see the O'Brien car now being put onto the back of the trailer, and hopefully we'll be able to get away relatively quickly. So let's see the O'Brien car get recovered then from the exit of the paddock.
That's a very recently renovated car. That certainly. It was at Donington, driven by Spencer Shinner, but prior to that it went under a very extensive renovation by GP59, who are based in Banbury. It's a great shame to see that car in that condition, but hopefully the damage is fairly superficial. Certainly the marshals managed to extinguish the fire very quickly indeed, so hopefully not too much damage done under the bonnet. Taken away, as is the protocol, in the ambulance, so he'll be being checked over. Meantime, the leader's changed because the pit stops are cycling through. We won't know the correct order until they come round again, and all the pit stops are counted, but at the moment Gary Pearson shown as in the lead and Lucas Alusa in second place, but of course we know only just out of the pits from their pit stops were Bryant and Andy Wolff. So let's see where they slot back in. What was the Pearson's Gary Pearson's stop time? 1:20.5. So Gary was, I think, probably the minimum time, 1 minute plus 20 to get through the pit lane. So Gary will have an advantage over Max Lynn and Andy Wolff, and also Ollie Bryant, who clearly needed to stop for slightly longer because their stop times were in the mid-130s.
Yeah, so some slightly unnatural positions behind the safety car, because people will notice that it's the number 9 Ben Eastick car that's immediately behind the safety car, followed by the number 139 Olivier Gonzalez Lotus 11, but they are 1 lap behind the leaders, of course, so they are in 8th and 9th position. But as Alistair quite rightly said, it is Gary Pearson that's showing up on our timing screens has been at the front of this field post pit stops. And it's Lucas Haluza in second position in the Woodcote, the leading Woodcote Trophy car. In second position in third place is the number 61 Doug Muirhead Lotus 11, which is second in the Stirling Moss Trophy. In fourth position is number 21, Jonathan Bailey, in the Primrose, as Alistair called it, or as I like to call it, Tasteful Yellow Jaguar D-Type, and he is second in that particular category. Safety car remains, but the pit window is now closed.
I think now that they've been round past the timing line once again, all the pit stops have shaken out as the recovery vehicles leave the scene of the incident at Paddock Hill Bend, Paddock Hill. So we should shortly see a sign come up, we hope, to say safety car in, but we'll wait until that comes up. We now have a message saying slippery surface and safety car in this lap. So great work again from our teams down there at Paddock Hill to get the incident cleared up. But the safety car will be in this lap. But what I was about to say was it has all unwound now, the pit stops. And because of the safety car being out, and because of some cars, for example, Gary Pearson, only needing to stop for 1 minute rather than other cars that have got a slight additional stop time because of the experience of their drivers, the order is Gary Pearson leading, number 23, second place number 14, Lucas Alusa, who leads Woodcote Trophy, third place Doug Muirhead, number 61, Jonathan Bailey in fourth place, number 21, and it's only when you get back to 6th and 7th places that you find Ollie Bryant and Andy Wolff, who were leading before. So very interesting to see in the last 18.5 minutes of the race how this goes.
It's going to be an interesting restart, of course, because you've got a number of cars at the front which are a lap behind. But as we can see then, it's Gary Pearson that leads over the line from Lucas Alusa and then Doug Muirhead. Great restart, by the way, by Ben Eastick. He was at of course, the first driver behind the safety car. But let's see how it shakes out as some of the faster drivers are able to put further laps, of course, on some of the slower ones.
So the order across the line was Pearson, Halusa, Muirhead, Bailey, Harrison, now Patrick Watts in that car, and Bryant and Andy Wolff. And we do have a couple of stop-go penalties, I'm afraid. It doesn't affect the top 10. It's car number 2, which is the Richard Hudson, Stuart Morley, Lister Chevrolet Nobley, which is in 12th place, and 11th place number 84, which is the Rick Wilmot, Joe Wilmot XK140 GOM Special, who've got stop-go penalties for leaving the pit lane when the red light was on.
Yeah, that was something that was being investigated during the safety car period. Great to watch, by the way. Gary Pearson scything his way through traffic around the Grand Prix circuit. You could see him really soaring at the wheel as he's come through Dingle Dell and about to come through the Sheen Curve. Laps Ben Eastick. But Ben remains in a very creditable 8th position in that Jaguar. But Gary Pearson, then, that is a fantastic lap through traffic, I have to say, as he comes through Stirlings and onto Clearways then for what will be the 18th time. We've got 16 minutes 45 seconds left in this race, and Gary Pearson has a very comfortable lead now over Lucas Alusa, because clearly Lucas has been held up behind some of the traffic. So Gary Pearson, as he comes across the line now.
But look at Ollie Bryant coming through that traffic. There he is, headlights ablaze. Ollie Bryant being followed through by Lucas Alusa. So Bryant is up to second now. So Gary Pearson has managed to work his way through the traffic, and he's now at the front of the running order, so he's got a clear track. But Ollie Bryant is like a hot knife through butter in the little Lotus, and he was 3.8 seconds behind Gary Pearson as they crossed the timing line. Ollie Bryant is now second in the queue, so he's made his way through all those cars that they were lapping, and it's now the chase is on in the last 16 minutes. Can Ollie Bryant catch Gary Pearson for the lead? They've both done their pit stops. Ollie Bryant's got the fastest lap of the race from earlier on in the race, so the chase is on now to the finish.
If anybody wants to see the definition of quality car control, watch the number 11 of Ollie Bryant go through some of the slower corners here at Brands Hatch. An absolute pleasure to watch. He was going through Graham Hill Bend for that time, and I think that gap is reducing, Alistair. I think you're absolutely right. So the previous lap, Ollie Bryant was 2 seconds quicker than Gary Pearson, and I suspect that will be a similar amount at the end of this lap. Lucas Alusa then remains in third position. He has a comfortable advantage at the moment over Andy Wolff, but let's see how Andy gets on now. He's taken over the car from Max Lynn.
But in terms of the Woodcote Trophy, Lucas is well in the lead, isn't he? Ahead of Jonathan Bailey still, but a few cars between them now, and closing up, and they're coming down under the bridge and into Clearways. Here's the leader coming into Clearways now. There is the second place car, Ollie Bryant in the Lotus. It's Lister leads Lotus as they turn through Clark Curve and come round to complete another lap. This will be lap 19. The gap was 3.8 seconds. Ollie Bryant goes through and the gap is 1.5 seconds. So Ollie Bryant pretty much halved the gap on that lap, and now they're going down the hill and then back up the other side towards Druids, and that Druids will be the first place where Ollie Bryant is significantly later on the brakes, so much so that he closes the gap incredibly as they go into Druids. Now they're down into Graham Hill Bend. Gary Pearson so smooth. What he doesn't know about Jaguars and Lister Jaguars, it's not worth knowing. And they go through the left-hander at Surtees. Bryant now is close behind. Possibly Gary will have the advantage now because they're going down the long straight through Pilgrim's Drop to Hawthorns, and the Lister will be quicker along there in theory. The 2-litre Lotus behind of Ollie Bryant will be struggling to keep up, but once they get to the next sequence of corners, Ollie Bryant will be very, very close. There they come, so the end of the long straight into Hawthorns. Ollie Bryant coming up alongside. Will he go through on the inside as they go up towards Dingledale and Sheen Curve? And yeah, I think Gary Pearson knew that this was a lost cause. He wasn't going to keep Ollie behind him for another 13 and a half minutes, so just leave him a little bit of space, let Ollie through. And so Ollie Bryant takes the lead on the Grand Prix loop, coming up towards Stirling's now, and he will appear at Clearways as once again our leader.
Gentlemanly driving there from Gary Pearson, but wouldn't expect anything else from Gary. But as they come through Clearways then, so Ollie Bryant then into the lead for the first time in the last 20 minutes, of course, and here he is in his Lotus. And let's see the lap time, he's appreciably quicker, of course, than Gary Pearson that time round, we'll see. And he comes over the line with a 1:45.428. Gary, of course, backed off to let Ollie Bryant through with a 1:48. It remains Lucas Halusa in third position, but being comfortably closed by Andy Wolff. So the gap between those two cars is only 5 seconds, and Andy is taking somewhere in the region of half a second and the second off Lucas Halusa every single lap. Lucas Halusa comfortably in charge of the Woodcote Trophy.
And Ollie Bryant racing this weekend in the family car, the 2-litre Lotus 15. Next weekend, chatting with him last night, he's racing at Spa. Not in it's the 24 hours weekend at Spa, but he's not racing in the 24 hours. He's racing in a Porsche 993 in the GT3 Legends support race. So he's changing from a small Lotus to a Porsche. But he will be as quick in whatever he gets in. We've got another.
We have a host of
stop-go penalties. So is anybody in our lead group? Yeah, the number 61, Doug Muirhead, I'm afraid, who's running currently in 6th place, has a 30-second stop-go penalty. Number 9,
Ben
which
Eastick.
is Ben Eastick. I'm afraid he's picked up a 30-second penalty as well. 139, which is the Gonzalez car, Olivier Gonzalez. He's got a 30-second pit stop penalty. And number 18, the John Chisholm, well, it'll be Ian Rowley now in the Lola Mark 1. Unfortunately, they also have a 30-second stop-go penalty. We're not told what those penalties are for, just says pit stop penalty. But it doesn't affect our lead battle, which is switched around now. It's Bryant leading Pearson by 1.5 seconds. It was Pearson leading Bryant by 1.5 last time around. There goes Andy Wolff. Now, Andy Wolff is not quite as quick as Gary Pearson, is he? Andy Wolff, where is he? 1:47. No, he's not quite as quick. Lucas Halusa is still in 3rd place, but he is being caught by Andy Wolff. But they are in different races because Halusa is in the Woodcote Trophy coming through Graham Hill Bend now. What a lovely drift. Oh! Sideways through. Almost lost it there in the D-type. Lucas Halusa.
He's
It really looked as though he was going to spin it round, didn't it?
He's thoroughly enjoying himself. That's the second time he's been lured through Graham Hill Bend, but unfortunately the more lured he is, the more time he's losing to Andy Wolf, who admittedly, as you rightly say, is in the Stirling Moss Trophy. But I suspect it's only a matter of time before Andy Wolf catches Lucas Haluza. But Lucas Haluza has got a very comfortable 15-second advantage in the Woodcote Trophy over Jonathan Bailey in his Jaguar D-Type primrose coloured car. And remaining in third position in the Woodcote Trophy is the Harrison Watts car. So Patrick Watts in the number 55 Cooper Bristol remains third in the Woodcote Trophy.
This is the battle for overall third place. We've got on our live stream pictures at the moment coming through towards Stirling's. Lucas Haluza in the D-Type with the Finn, and then Andy Wolf in the smooth-bodied Costin Lister behind. They are in different races, and Lucas is leading his race comfortably, but that won't stop him wanting to hold on to that overall third position ahead of Andy Wolf in the Lister Chevrolet. As they come onto the pit straight to complete another lap, the gap between them is just under a second, and once again Andy Wolf was around 1.3 seconds quicker as he was the previous lap than Lucas Haluza, so one would assume that somewhere around the lap it should change, the positions should change this time around.
I think Lucas lost at least a second by the way that he took Graham Hill Bend last time. Let's see if he repeats the trick this time round, throws the tail of the Jaguar out. He was a bit better that time, wasn't he? A bit neater, but clearly still oversteer is the operative word with the Haluza Jaguar. So as he goes through Surtees then for the 23rd time, that's just over a second then between Lucas Haluza and Andy Wolf. Andy Wolf, who's having a very productive weekend after his win yesterday. He's got several drives across the 3 days of this London Historic Trophy. And at the front, by the way, in terms of the imperious progress of the number 11 Ollie Bryant car, he is now, in fact he's not pulled away, Alistair, as much as I expected him to from Gary Pearson. The gap is around 3 seconds.
Yes, Ollie may have decided that that's a comfortable gap and he can manage that and not stress the car too much. A car that Ollie has driven many times, one of the fleet of racing cars that Ollie and his father Graham own and run. Here he comes across the line now. 23 laps completed for Ollie Bryant, and he's right on the pace. He's about half a second down on his very best lap that he's done, but still quicker by a second than John Pearson, who the gap extends out to 3.8. Next up we should have the battle for third place. Here it comes across the line now, and it's getting closer and closer. Lucas Haluza being caught by Andy Wolf, 14 and 3 as they drop down Paddock Hill and then make their way up towards Druids, up Halewoods Hill into the right-hander, then down Graham Hill towards Graham Hill Bend. And this is where Lucas Haluza had that very slidey moment a couple of laps ago. He's under pressure. He's getting a beautiful drift, just powering through there. A little bit of steering input, a little bit of throttle input, nicely sideways through Graham Hill Bend.
Oh, I could watch that all day, in all honesty, but not necessarily the quickest way round Graham Hill Bend. So Andy Wolf keeping him honest, of course. In terms of the times at the front, Ollie Bryant has gone back under 1 minute 45, so 1:44.950, so just over half a second slower than his fastest lap of the race. 6 minutes 25 to go, so by my maths I think that's 4 laps remaining then. So
and the position has changed for third place out on the Grand Prix loop. That was the run into Hawthorns along the long straight through Pilgrim's Drop, and it was a change for Andy Wolf moving ahead into third place, Lucas Haluza down into fourth, but still leading his race, the Woodcote Trophy. Gary Pearson goes through. The gap first to second is now extended out to 4.8 seconds. The battle for third still on. Lucas Haluza's there. He won't give up as they come through Clark Curve to complete another lap, and very close as they come across the line. The big Chevrolet engine Lister of Andy Wolf having to brake a little earlier than Lucas Haluza, who's in an earlier car. He's in a pre-56 car, so he's perhaps not quite as developed as the Lister that comes through the right-hander at Druids, down the hill once again. And it's now Halusa chasing Wolf down into the left-hander. And Andy Wolf takes a couple of bites at Graham Hill bend, but stays on track.
Most of the miscreants from the early pit window have taken their penalties. The only two who are awaiting in the pits, by the way, are the 8th and 9th place cars. So that's the 18 Chisholm Rowley car and Olivier Gonzalez in the number 139 Lotus 11. So they're the only two drivers who need to serve their stop-go penalties.
And the time to go now, 4.5 minutes remaining in this race. The unique GOM special goes through, number 84, based on a Jaguar XK140 chassis, but with a special body designed and built by MoGOM. It was originally fitted to an Aston Martin, but then moved across to an XK140 chassis. That's the Rick and Joe Wilmot car. .25 laps completed by the two leaders, Bryant and Pearson. The gap between them 8.7. The battle for third goes across the line, and now Andy Wolf is starting to open out a gap on Lucas Halusa for third and fourth places. Gap between them now 1.8 as they go up Halewoods Hill into Druids. Down now into the left-hander at the bottom of the hill, and it's Andy Wolf, a little bit of a slide, and Lucas Halusa does enjoy sliding that D-type around, just kicks the tail out a little as he comes out of the left-hander. Then they both make their way through Surtees out onto the Grand Prix loop once again. And we're very lucky to have three D-types in this race. It's Ben Eastick, number 9, who's unfortunately had to serve a pit penalty, but nevertheless he'll have enjoyed his race. He loves driving the D-type. He's been racing it for many years. And Lucas Halusa in the similar car, although Lucas's car is an original, whereas Ben Eastick's is a recreation built by Pearson Engineering quite a few years ago now for Ben Eastick. To Sterling's for the light green Lister Chevrolet and the dark green D-type Jaguar. It's coming round to complete their 26th laps. Meantime, the leaders have crossed the line, and we've got a couple of minutes to go, so they should get one further lap in after this one. So penultimate lap at the moment for the leaders. Ollie Bryant, number 11, extended the gap now to 10.2 seconds over Gary Pearson in second place, number 23. And then it's the number 3 Lister of Andy Wolf burbles its way through Druids, and in fourth place the Jaguar D-type of Lucas Halusa. There's Ollie Bryant, number 11, carries on. Ollie is such a smooth driver. He's very rarely do you see him bouncing over curbs or taking extra curbing on the outsides of corners. He just keeps it nice and smooth in the middle of the track, but very economical lines as well.
Yeah, an absolute pleasure to watch. Fantastic performance by Ollie Bryant. By the way, burbles should come up more in modern conversation. Not used enough.
Yeah, the trouble is these days we don't get big V8 engines with burbling around, do we? It's all little engines, but yes, absolutely perfect for the big 5.5 litre V8. And onto his last lap goes Ollie Bryant. 27 laps completed by the Lotus 15, number 11 of Ollie Bryant, through Paddock Hill Bend. And then across the line comes the 23 Lister Jaguar of Gary Pearson, also on 27 laps, 12.5 seconds behind. And Ollie Bryant still lapping as they go round. Third place comes through. It's Andy Wolff just ahead of Lucas Halusa for third and fourth. Halusa still leading Wood Cup Trophy, of course. And then we should have the next car across the line should be the Primrose D-Type of Jonathan Bailey, number 21. Which is currently making its way around the final part of the lap. And appears now in Clearways. So Jonathan Bailey turning through the right-hander at Clearways into Clark Curve to come around to complete his 27th lap. Second in Wood Cup Trophy. Up to Stirling's comes our leader, Ollie Bryant. So last time through the left-hander at Stirling's, just a couple of corners to go now. Clearways, Clark Curve, and then it's the finish line and the checkered flag for a superb drive from Ollie Bryant in the Lotus 15. Comes through Clark Curve up to the line. The checkered flag is ready and it goes out to Ollie Bryant, number 11. Wins the Stirling Moss Trophy in his Lotus 15. Drove solo. The winning margin over Gary Pearson, second in Stirling Moss Trophy in the Lister Jaguar. As he comes across the line, ends up at 15.678 seconds. And Ollie Bryant set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:44.462 as well. Then we've got the burbling Lister Chevrolet of Andy Wolff, started by Max Lynn, who finishes third in the race, third in Wood Cup Trophy, and then not far behind, just 3.9 seconds behind, is Lucas Halusa in the number 14 Jaguar D-Type, who wins the Wood Cup Trophy. And then we know it's a fairly long gap to Jonathan Bailey, who should come through fifth overall and second in Wood Cup Trophy in the Primrose D-Type. And behind them in sixth place should be the number 55, driven now by Patrick Watts, started by Malcolm Harrison. That's the Cooper Bristol that finishes in sixth place and third in Wood Cup Trophy. Ollie Bryant climbs out of his Lotus. And Jonathan Bailey does indeed finish in fifth place and confirmed Harrison and Watts in sixth. And it's Alex in the pit lane with Ollie Bryant.
I am indeed. Another pole converted. Did it feel as composed as it looked?
The car was great actually. A bit of a vibration through the back, which I was just taking easy with that really, just to make sure it made it to the end. But safety car threw a bit of jeopardy into it, and I thought it was maybe too early to stop the first lap, so I waited one more lap. And obviously Gary got out in front, so had a bit of a charge through the pack to get back with him, and then really just trying to bring it home really. Being a Lotus, you have to be very gentle on these things, especially on a track like this. It's got a lot of high load and high speed out the back, so you just stroking it really and just making sure it gets to the end, which is the important thing with these things. It's even though it's only a 55-minute race today, it's still quite a long old race for a car that's 65 years old. So yeah.
Well, you did it beautifully. Thank you. Well done.
Cheers.
Let's head in and see if we can get hold of Lucas Halusa, who won our Woodcott. Where's Lucas? Is he?
They've not stopped. 21.
Not in yet. All right, folks, just bear with me.
Who's Gary Pearson, maybe?
Yeah, we could speak to. Should we speak to Gary Pearson? Do we have time, my friends?
I need 14, 21, and 55 as well.
Charles, but you just disappeared.
Just a quick word.
Yeah.
Are we still live? We're still live. We're still live. All right. Talk us through that race from your perspective. Looked like you tried. No cigar.
No cigar. No. Ollie was in a different league. With the safety car, I came in straight away because I knew from the pit board it was by the time we got round, the pit window was open. Ollie went one more lap, gave me the track position, but the safety car negated all the penalties, that sort of thing. I could see him coming, so I just waved him past out the back and then just concentrated on keeping an eye on Wolfie, which is not hard to miss, that purple pastel green thing. So I could see it. So I was coming down the hill, I could see it every lap going into paddock. And as long as it was further away from paddock corner, every time I went down the hill, that was it. I just drove to the end. It's just great. It's just so much fun driving around this circuit in one of these cars. The Listers, we got quite a lot of horsepower with very narrow tyres, particularly that Chevy one. So the tyres have given up on a hot day like this, and they're physical and they slide, and it's just fantastic.
Amazing.
It's great.
It looked an awful lot of fun. Boys, I'm just intrigued. Like now, I mean, yesterday it was absolutely scorching, wasn't it? And over that hour's race, how much did the conditions change? How much were you aware of?
Well, when our brake pedal started going very, very long very quickly, I knew it was starting to get hot out there, and I thought Wolfie wasn't going to have any brakes towards the end. We got very lucky with the safety cars that we could bring them back. But yeah, as it started to get hotter, the engine started to get hotter and the diff, and car started to overheat quite significantly.
Right. Yeah, I did think so. Mind you, it all looked like a very calm, composed race from our perspective, but your face, your sweat says otherwise.
You try getting in that car, it's so hot in there. Open top cars might look cool, but man, it was hot in there, and he'd done some laps in it first. I got in, I'm thinking, Jesus, it's so warm. And the brakes went away as they do. Yeah. So trying to mount a challenge was going to be difficult, so I just nursed it home. It was great, good fun though, and thanks to Max for letting me drive it.
It was fun to watch. Thank you, boys. We enjoyed it. All right, I'm going to throw back to our commentators while we just find out what's going on down here. Okay, gang?
And highlights of the Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy as the cars set off on their 55-minute race, with Ollie Bryant taking an immediate lead from the Lister of Max Lynn in second place, and Michael O'Brien it was in third place at that point. But soon Gary Pearson went through in the number 23 Lister Jaguar, Michael O'Brien into fourth place. Then Gary challenging Max Lynn, and unfortunately Ollie Crossthwaite went off into the gravel, which caused the first of our safety cars, but was quickly recovered, the number 10 Cooper Monaco. And then we had resumption of racing with Gary Pearson getting through on the inside of Max Lynn at Druids to take second place away, and still in the frame there in fourth place was Michael O'Brien. That was a great drive from him up to that point. And then he started to challenge Max Lynn in the big Lister Chevrolet. Meantime, we've got pit stops, the mandatory pit stop starting. This is the Jonathan Bailey car. Another safety car was called, and that didn't change the order too much because the pit stops were all taken during the safety car. But afterwards, Ollie Bryant came out behind Gary Pearson, and it took him a few laps to catch and pass him. Gary, in interview there, said, I saw him coming and I knew he would get past, so I just opened the door and let him by. Nice driving there from Gary Pearson. And Lucas Alusa in the number 14 D-Type was the leader and winner of the Woodcote Trophy for the slightly earlier cars, the pre-56 cars. But it was Ollie Bryant who won the overall race and the Stirling Moss Trophy, who took the win quite comfortably in the end. And the results of the Woodcote Trophy, Stirling Moss Trophy combined race. It was a win for Ollie Bryant in the Lotus 15, and at a gap of 15.6 seconds. Gary Pearson in the Lister Jaguar Nobly in second place. It was Max Lynn and Andy Wolfe in the Lister Costin Chevrolet in third place. Lucas Alusa in the Jaguar D-Type wins the Woodcote Trophy, and fourth place overall. Jonathan Bailey in the Woodcote Trophy, also Jaguar D-Type. And then in sixth place it was Malcolm Harris and Patrick Watts in the Cooper Bristol. Doug Muirhead finished in seventh place in his Lotus 11, and it was Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley, who finished in 8th place in their Lister Chevrolet. Then the Lola Mark 1 of John Chisholm and Ian Rowley finished 9th, and in 10th place Rick and Joe Wilmot in the XK140 GOM Special. The rest of the finishing order looks like this.
It is really special to have the Group C cars here at Brands Hatch, in particular this one. We'll go into the story very shortly. Mark is here to tell us a little bit more about what it is that makes it so special to have these here at Brands this weekend for motor racing legends.
Oh, it's amazing to have the Group C's back. They're just such fantastic cars. It's a period of endurance racing that I think most people relate to. The word iconic is used so many times in the wrong sense, but here it's absolutely spot on. These are iconic cars, and for them to be here at Brands is even more special, because Brands in the UK was probably where Group C's, endurance racing, 1,000 kilometres, they all ran here at Brands Hatch, and the last proper Group C race was here. So we're bringing them back to celebrate the centenary of Brands Hatch, and we've got 16 fantastic cars of different varieties here for everyone to see.
Very fitting, and even more fitting to have this particular one too. Why is that?
It's very special to have this because the last person to win at Brands Hatch in Group C was Kenny Atchison, and Kenny will be with us this weekend with this fantastic Sauber Mercedes of his, and he will be out all weekend, and it's just lovely to welcome him back with this beautiful car, and it is beautiful. The paintwork on it is fantastic. It's beautifully prepared, and I can't wait to see this going out at the weekend.
Tell us a little bit more about the selection that we've got here this weekend.
So I think it's always quite difficult when you're putting a collection of cars together not to have too many of the same.
Yeah.
So there's always a tendency to lean towards Porsche because there are so many different liveries and different types. But here we've got the C9, we've got a Mercedes C11, we've got 2 silk cut Jags in different liveries, we've got a variety of Porsches, again in different liveries, got the Rothmans colours, we've got a cabin car, driven by Brits, you've got Pinky, which was Damon Hill drove, Derek Bell's driven cars, Mark Blundell has. There are so many cars here that British drivers have driven in Group C racing or at Le Mans. And we've got some Nissans as well, and we've got a Spice with a Chevy V8. So there's a fantastic selection, and hopefully all of them bar 4 will be going out. So to see 12 cars out on track over the weekend will be very special.
It's not just to see them, it's to hear them as well.
Oh yes,
So special, isn't it?
No, absolutely, and I think that's the thing. We've just been watching them do a bit of a shakedown ready for tomorrow, and I can't wait to see them all out there doing their stuff. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely right, and the word iconic is used far too often in motorsport, but it certainly summarises Group C, and we've got 10 Group C cars out in front of you today. A variety of machines. Passing me is the Ford C100, which I'll talk about very, very quickly, but just a quick word on what Group C actually was, and it was a legendary sports prototype racing category that ran between 1982 to 1993, and its core philosophy was actually rooted in fuel efficiency rather than raw engine power. And it compelled manufacturers like those in front of you today, so Mercedes, Jaguar, Porsche, Spice, Ford and Nissan, to innovate with aerodynamics and lightweight materials. If you're wondering, by the way, Group C, sports cars in front of you, Group A of course was for touring cars, and Group B was originally for GTs but ended up being a rally specification, but they were fantastic cars. Some of the cars in front of you today, teams were restricted to 600 litres of fuel per 1,000 kilometre of racing. Minimum weight of 800 kilos, but the power of these cars are the things that people tend to remember from the 1980s, and that was up to 750 brake horsepower, of course, in normal trim. And in the case of the Nissan at Le Mans in 1990, the Mark Blundell lap, that was around 1,000 brake horsepower. So no, these are incredible machines, and Mark got it absolutely right in that introduction. It's all about the noise of these cars. I remember going to the Silverstone Classic a number of years ago to look at the Sauber C9 that Kenny Atchison, of course, drove in period. He's driving it here today. That's the number 61 Sauber, which is just on your screen now. I was with a friend of mine. I said, "What did you think of that?" And he couldn't summarise any words. He just gave me a noise, and it was ooh. And that's the number 61 car. So it's great to see Kenny Atchison, of course, with the car that he won the World Sports Car Race at Brands Hatch here in 1989. He was sharing that, of course, with Mauro Baldi. Kenny Atchison, of course, a fantastic driver in his own right. He was a driver in Formula One, of course, drove 3 Grand Prix for Ram in 1983 and 1985. And that Mercedes, by the way, there are 2 Mercedes. The C9 was the original Sauber car, which dominated the World Championship in 1989, and the subsequent C11, which is being driven this weekend by Alfie Briggs, that absolutely dominated the championship in 1990, so it really was an all-conquering machine. So they are the 2 silver cars that you can see around the track today. But the other cars you can see, just rounding Druids, of course, is one of the iconic Group C cars. That's the Porsche 956, the Rothmans livery, which this weekend, I believe, is being driven by, I think it's Henry Pearman in that Rothmans car anyway. So it's the 962, apologies, from 1987. We have the number 44 Jaguar as well out on track. That's George Donny driving that. That's an IMSA specification Group C car, so that was driven in North America rather than the World Sports Car Championship. It was the prelude to Jaguar's return to Group C motorsport, and obviously they eventually conquered Le Mans in 1988 and won the World Sports Car Championship in 1988 with Martin Brundle. That fantastic looking pink machine that's just past Kenny Atchison at Westfield, that's a Porsche 962, but it's a slightly different Porsche 962, of course. It was run by the Richard Lloyd Racing Team, so it was known as the Porsche 962 GTI, and it was the only sports car driven by Damon Hill in period. Damon Hill drove it in 1989. He had a very interesting 1989 Damon Hill. He was driving all kinds of weird and wonderful machines, including the Ford Sierra RS500 at one point. But that particular example was driven by Damon Hill, David Hobbs and Stephen Ansgar at Le Mans in 1989. It was 9th at one point before ultimately retiring with engine issues, and that car's just pulled into the pits. One of the other cars out on track is the Nissan. Nissan, of course, had a fantastic history in Group C. Didn't actually win any World Sports Car events, but it was absolutely dominant in the North America INSA series, where there was a certain Jeff Brabham won several championships in that. But the Nissan, of course, that is the R90 CK. I think Richard Mines that's in the car this weekend. A similar car to that took pole position at Le Mans in 1990, and the time you had to believe, if you were there, 3 minutes 26 Mark Blundell did in the R90 CK, one of the all-time great laps. It's just rounding Graham Hill Bend now, so it's the number 24 car that you can see that's just rounding Graham Hill Bend. Absolutely fabulous machine. Mark Blundell, he was the king of understatement, and if I just grab my notes in terms of what he actually said after that Le Mans lap, what Mark Blundell at the time said to Autosport was, "I don't think I could have done the time without carbon brakes. They inspire confidence, but I don't really want to go and do too many of those laps." And I agree with him, because he was a full 6 seconds clear of the field. Just rounding Hawthorns now is the Pontiac Spice. That's another IMSA car with a V8 engine in the back. Fantastic sounding thing. There it is, just being overtaken actually by, Richard Mines tried to overtake him anyway, into Westfield. And that's another IMSA machine. Fantastic sounding V8 engine, but frankly speaking, these are all fantastic sounding V8 engines, in particular the Sauber Mercedes C9. So rather than having me prattling on about how great these cars actually sound, what I will do is stop talking and you'll be able to hear it for yourselves through the live feed and out on circuit. Another 5 minutes of the Group C demonstration continuing. And of course the car rounding Surtees now is one of the most famous, one of the most iconic. That's the Rothmans Porsche 962. Rothmans, of course, sponsored Porsche throughout the 1980s with its Group C effort. And lovely to see the 962 out today. That was the dominant force in Group C racing before Jaguar and before Mercedes. Porsche real mainstays of the series. Number 35 car, that's the Silk Cut Jaguar. That is driven by Gary Pearson this weekend. So that's from 1990. That's one of the final Group C machines. I think that's the youngest car that we have today, along with the Sauber Mercedes C11. So the Silk Cut Jaguar. Jaguar by that particular point didn't quite have the edge over Mercedes. That particular car that you can see out on circuit, by the way, designed by Tony Southgate, obviously one of the most famous racing designers of all. It was one of the 1990 Le Mans cars. It was raced by Martin Brundle, Alain Ferté and David Leslie. It ran for 220 laps until its water pump broke. Well, luckily today its water pump is working extremely well. Eventually what happened in that race, of course, is that Martin Brundle switched to the number 3 Jaguar, and Martin Brundle won that race. That was his sole win in the Le Mans 24 hours. But absolutely fantastic livery, and great to see people seeing outside of Stirling's Bend. You'll be able to see it as it comes through clearways. Absolutely fantastic machine. And Jaguar, of course, run by Tom Walkinshaw Racing. And Tom Walkinshaw, when he brought the team back to Group C and World Sports Car Championship in 1985, really did an absolutely fantastic job in making that ultimately a World Championship winning car with Raul Boesel in 1987 and Martin Brundle in 1988. A whole series of other cars then coming down, and really on it is Sauber C11. So Alfie Briggs, who's driven that car at Goodwood Festival of Speed before, but Alfie trying to get his way past George Donny as he's going up to Druids. And you can see 4 cars in succession. And the other car, of course, that you can see out on circuit is the cabin Porsche, which again is another Richard Lloyd Racing car. And I believe that's from 1988, so that's the red car that's just coming through Surtees now, just behind the C11 Sauber. One of the cars that I can't see out on circuit that I was really looking forward to seeing was the Ford C100. So the Ford C100, of course, that was Ford's early effort in Group C racing. Wasn't quite as successful as Ford wanted to be, unfortunately, but it did finish 4th here in 1982 with a certain Jonathan Palmer sharing with Desiree Wilson that weekend. So that's a checkered flag out, so that's the end of the Group C demonstration, but clearly it'd have been great to have more than 10 minutes to see these fantastic machines out on track, but what a fantastic way to celebrate what was one of the best eras of motorsport. So we're just waiting for the Group C cars now to finish their in-laps, and then we'll be getting back to the rest of the timetable. And just as a reminder for people, we've got 3 races to follow. Those 3 races being the Formula Junior race, the Pre-66 GT Sprint, and then the Historic Touring Car Challenge. But I wish these cars could come to Brands Hatch every weekend, in all honesty. In particular, you're not supposed to have favourites as commentators, but the car right in front of you, the number 61, the Sauber C9 Mercedes V8 engine, 750 brake horsepower, driven by Kenny Atchison this weekend. That is my favourite of all the machines. They gradually work their way back into the pits. The Porsche 962 again on screen, but there is the Sauber C9, which won the World Sports Car Race here at Brands Hatch 37 years ago in the hands of Kenny Atchison and Mauro Baldi. One thing, of course, about the Mercedes team, the Sauber Mercedes team, is they brought on the careers of several young drivers, including including one M. Schumacher, who won the 1990 Mexico round of the World Sports Car Championship, of course. But let's not forget that Sauber at the same point developed the careers of the likes of Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Karl Wendlinger as well. So the cars now, all 10, going back into the pits after their 10 minutes of driving. And great to see these cars back out at Brands Hatch after nearly 4 decades away. And there's that Nissan R90 CK. So evocative. I really do encourage people, if you've not seen Mark Blundell's Le Mans pole lap from 1990, please do so. It's one of the best 4 minutes of film you'll ever see in modern motorsport. And there's the 35 Jaguar with the final livery, of course. That was the final Jaguar produced as part of the Group C programme in 1990. And there's the long-tail Porsche 962. As it says on the side of the car there, Jochen Mass and Bob Wallach drove that in period. And that really was the dominant force in Group C until 1987. Back to the timetable then. So we have 3 races remaining. We've got the former Junior Championship at 4:10, and then we have the Pre-66 GT Sprint, and that's taking place at 5:20, and then the final race of the day, the Historic Challenge, Historic Touring Car Challenge, due to start at 5:10. Now back in the pits with Alex.
They're small, they're light, they're incredibly responsive, no downforce, no electronics, just pure driving, which means momentum is everything. Speed, keeping the car balanced, and basically having kahunas of steel. I am going to somehow get down here to Lucas Halusa, who's just stepped off the top step of the podium to then hop into a rather different beast. Just how much confidence does it take to really push a car like this around Brands Hatch?
Yeah, short answer, a lot.
Yeah.
It's like you say, it's a really different car to what I was just driving, and the amount of momentum and speed that you can throw these cars into the corners in is dazzling.
Yeah.
So especially in the wooded section of the GP circuit, it's such an awesome track, ups and downs and blind corners, but you do need to really have a lot of confidence in knowing what the car's going to do.
And how tricky is it? I mean, I'm speaking to you as obviously, you know, you're very used to it, but you know, in layman's terms, like just how different is the driving style to what you've spent the rest of the day in?
Yeah, hugely different, and just in sort of in easy terms, is that this thing weighs 500 kilos, 400 kilos. The other one weighs almost a ton, and so that's got lots of power. This has a 1.1 litre engine, and so everything, the mechanics, it's all very different.
Yeah.
But it's also what makes it fun jumping from one to the other.
And how much more subtle is the driving compared?
Subtle in the sense it both have a different type of subtleness.
Yeah.
You do feel like you're really flicking these into the corner, while the others, it's gross, but the subtleness is what makes it fast there.
Yeah, right.
So they're subtle in different ways.
All right, you're in a nice position. How much money are you putting on your chances today?
Honestly, not a lot. I mean, to get a podium, I think I can do it.
Yeah.
But these guys are so rapid, and they grew up in these type of cars.
Yeah.
So I expect you'll see me struggling in the first few laps while I get my eye in, and then hopefully I can find a rhythm. But I'll throw everything I got at it. And see.
Do you know what I love? I mean, I can only see your eyes. I'm about to get run over by your car. I can see the emotion, how much you enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. And this is such a great event. Such a great car.
Right, I'll leave you to it. I've got to try and stand up as well. These boys are heading out. Oh my word. Yeah, just as Lucas alluded to. how much confidence it must take to push these cars. Obviously, they're being pedalled by very, very confident and capable drivers. Right, let's go racing. Alistair, Ian, off you chop.
Thanks very much, Alex. Nice to hear from Lucas Alusa there about the difference in the cars. That's really interesting. What did he say? 400 kilos the car weighs? It's very, very light, isn't it? And the racing will be, I'm sure, fantastic for these cars. The Formula Juniors, and they're coming out onto the grid because it is a standing start for these cars, as opposed to the rolling starts we've been seeing up until now. Very much the final step towards Grand Prix racing for many, many drivers as Formula Junior in the period. It started in 1958 and ran through to 1962 with many hundreds of manufacturers of Formula Junior cars, some of them one-offs, others multiple cars made, such as Lotus and Brabham, but they all were aiming for the same thing, which was trying to get a drive in Formula One, and a number of drivers made it through to Formula One directly from Formula Junior. As we look at the number 90 car, that's Rufus Flann's Lotus 22, the yellow car, but the front row is a Brabham and a Merlin. You may well have heard of Brabham. Jack Brabham designed with Ron Toranak the Brabham BT6, BT being Brabham and Toranak, and alongside the Merlin, which is not such a familiar name perhaps to people who don't follow historic racing, but Merlin, a British make, successful in Formula Juniors and in later on in Formula Fords, produced from about 1960, and the front-engined car there, the number 23 car of Adrian Russell, that's the Condor S2, and he is the first front-engine car in the field. So you can see how much higher he sits if you're looking at our live stream, or if you're looking down on the grid from your spectating position there. Look how much higher number 23 Adrian Russell sits in the car, because his engine's at the front and then he's got to sit on top of the drivetrain that takes the drive to the rear wheels, whereas of course when the rear-engined revolution started in 1958 onwards, with manufacturers like Cooper, particularly in the early days, the whole thing, the engine, gearbox and drivetrain, was all at the back behind the driver, so the driver could sit much lower and much more aerodynamic, much smaller and lighter cars, not so much metal flying around driving those rear wheels. And it took a few years for 1 or 2 years for some of the manufacturers to catch up with the idea that actually rear engine was better. And in pole position is number 21, Alex Ames in his Brabham BT6, and alongside is Callum Grant in the Merlin Mark 5/7. And those two quickest in qualifying. Then it was Lucas Alusa in the Lotus 22 alongside the similar car of Michael Hibbard in 4th place. Onto the third row, it's the similar car again, the Lotus 22 of Rufus Flann, and alongside is the slightly earlier Lotus 20 of Nathan Metcalf. Then it's Nick Carlton-Smith in his Lotus 20 alongside the Birmingham-built Alexis Mark III of Stuart Roach, 8th on the grid. 9th is Philip Buhofer in his Lotus 27, and alongside is James Hicks in the Caravelle Mark III. And then it's Robin Longdon in his Lola Mark 5A, and then the first of the front engine cars, the Condor S2 of Adrian Russell. And then Duncan Ross in his Lynx T3 alongside the Lotus 20 of Oscar Trepas. And then in 15th is Stuart Monument in his Lotus 22 with another of the Brabham BT6 of Lucas Buhofer alongside in 16th place on the grid. Then it's Keith Pickering in the Britannia Formula Junior and Andreas Halusa in the Lotus 22, second of the Halusa family on the grid. Then it's Alan Schmidt in his Brabham BT6. Further back in the grid, this very, very large grid indeed, and Keith Pickering in the Britannia and Andreas Halusa, as I've said, alongside in 18th place. And then Alan Schmidt in his Brabham BT6 with Marco Zolin in his Cooper T56 in 20th on this grid. Then it's John Timoney in Osper, an Australian car, the Osper T3, and the Cooper T56 of Crispian Besley, 22nd on the grid. 23rd is Lawrence De Bruyn in the Cooper T65 and Ralph Carter in the Brabham BT2. Carrying on back, 25th on the grid, Richard Ferris in his Donford Formula Junior, and Spencer Shinner in the Lola Mark 5A. I think Spencer Shinner had some problems in qualifying, so we may see him moving through the field. 27th, Valerio Leone in the Elba 200, and Justin Fleming in the Lola Mark 2. And 29th, Jeremy Dealey in the Cooper T56 alongside the Kieft Formula Junior of Gary Thomas. It may sound foreign, but no, a British make. Cyril Kieft built those. The Lotus 22 of Martin Halusa, the third Halusa on the grid, is 31st. And Chris Wilkes in the Deep Sanderson Formula Junior, great name, in 32nd. Then it's Martin McHugh in the Lotus 20/22 in 33rd. And 34th, Neil Hodges in the Gemini Mark II. A totally full grid here. Maximum number of starters is 38. We're still going. 35th is Giuseppe Felle in the Elva 200, and Duncan Rabagliati, the man behind the Formula Junior series, in his Alexis. And then it's Peter Fenichel in the Cooper T52 and Adrian Stevens at the back of the grid in his Hillwood Formula Junior. And that's a full grid. Maximum number of starters in this allowed is 38. We had reserves as well, so we were always guaranteed of a full grid. Great to see Formula Juniors on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit as they pull up to the line. So unlike the races we've seen before, not a rolling start. The cars will bring themselves back, or the drivers will bring the cars back to the grid in their correct order. They'll line up, and you can see there on the front row with the yellow helmet, the dark blue car, number 21 is Alex Ames in his Brabham BT6. Alongside is the red with the yellow stripe of Callum Grant, another expert driver in these Formula Juniors, in the Merlin Mark 5/7. And then an offset for the second row, and that's Lucas Alusa and Michael Hibbard on the second row. 15-minute race for this Formula Juniors, and the flag goes down, or the lights go out, and away they go, and into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It's Alex Ames who leads, but alongside is Callum Grant, and Callum tried to stay wide, but now he cuts back to the inside. Great move from Callum Grant. He will go up the inside, and I think he'll take the lead as they go into Druids. What a masterful move. He stayed wide at the beginning of Paddock Hill, but set himself up for a tight line into Druids. So it's Callum Grant from the second position on the grid who leads down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Alongside, just behind him is Alex Ames in second place. In third place is Michael Hibbard in the Lotus 22 as they head round Surtees and out onto the Grand Prix loop.
Alex Ames very, very aggressive into Graham Hill Bend to try and keep Callum Grant behind him, but Alistair was absolutely right. A sensational piece of driving by Callum Grant going into Druids for the first time then, and it's Callum Grant that leads us round then in the Merlin, in the red and yellow Merlin. Alex Ames challenges on the outside then at the bottom Hawthorne, doesn't quite work though, so again the inside line is the better line. But clearly these two battle lines drawn, they were the class of qualifying and they already look to be the class of the race. So Callum Grant, number 57, leads, coming through the Sheen curve then for the first time. And Alex Ames is really, really close to him. Very, very close, almost into his gearbox. But anyway, but a great line then by Callum Grant going into Sterling's then. So he's got a 2-car length advantage over Alex Ames, but they've managed to clear the rest of the pack, Alistair, by 3 seconds.
Absolutely, they've absolutely stormed away, haven't they, in this race. On the end of the first lap, it's going to be 2 for the lead and the rest of the field for third place as they come through Clark Curve to complete the first lap. The little engine, 1100cc engine, screaming away as they go down to Paddock Hill Bend once again. But Alex Ames right in behind Callum Grant as they head down the hill and then back up the other side to approach the hairpin at Druids. No move from Alex Ames to try and do what Callum Grant did, which was take a tight line into Druids. Happy to follow him down into Graham Hill Bend, and the rest of the field have streamed across the line. It's Lucas Halusa who's up to third. It was Michael Hibbard at the beginning of the race, but Lucas got past, so Lucas Halusa in the Lotus 22, then Michael Hibbard in his similar car, Lotus 22, then it's the Nathan Metcalf, number 171.
Big mover in the pack on the first lap, as Alistair quite rightly said, as Alex Ames gets very wide on the outside of Surtees, completely compromises his speed then going down Pilgrim's Drop, so we'll watch out for the gap between Grant and Ames at the front of the field. But the big mover in that particular lap was Spencer Shinner, who you mentioned on the start line, Alistair. He moved up 9 places, and he was definitively out of position. Spencer is a very, very quick driver, very, very quick at Dollington, of course, during the Dollington Festival. So let's see how Spencer gets on. I think he'll be in the top 10 in fairly short order.
Yes, he's got 1 or 2 cars ahead of him to pass, but of course they're all tightly bunched at this early stage of the race, apart from our 2 leaders, who are anything but tightly bunched with the rest of the field. It's Callum Grant and Alex Ames really showing their skill at driving these little cars around this Grand Prix circuit, and it's still Callum Grant who leads from Alex Ames in second place as they come through Clark Curve and down towards the timing line once again to complete lap 2. Across the line they go. Remember, this race is reduced to 15 minutes from the original 20 minutes, so quite a short blast for these cars for this race. And up towards Druids they go, and into the right-hander, and it's still Callum Grant from Alex Ames in second place, and in third place a big gap now has opened up with Nathan Metcalf across the line. Lucas Halusa in third place across the line, and then it's Michael Hibbard and Nathan Metcalf in fifth place. Nick Carlton-Smith in sixth place in his Lotus. The leaders now starting to make their way out towards the Grand Prix loop, going through Surtees onto the long straight through Pilgrim's Drop.
It's a private but very intense battle at the front of the field. You just saw the amount of wheel that Callum Grant took through Paddock Hill Bend. He's trying absolutely everything to keep Alex Ames behind him. Grant has the fastest lap of the race, by the way, at 1:39.833, but these two are 2 seconds clear per lap of anybody else, and actually in terms of the rest of the field, Alistair, they're 5 or 6 seconds quicker per lap, so it'll be a battle line drawn between these two for the remainder of the 10 minutes, of course, within this shortened Formula Junior race. Just in terms of Spencer Shinner, by the way, he is up to 16th, so he's already made up 10 positions in 2 laps.
There's plenty more cars for him to pass. The leading front engine car is Adrian Russell, number 23, who is in his Condor S2, and he is in 12th place overall, and actually comfortably ahead of the second place car in the front engine classes. But the leaders have already completed 3 laps. The gap between them just under 0.2 of a second. Fastest lap has changed from Callum Grant, who originally had it, to Alex Ames now, 1:39.526, which compares with their qualifying times. That's interesting, 1:40.7. So they are a second under their qualifying times. Whether that's to do with track conditions or whether it's to do with the fact that they're racing very, very hard indeed, as Nick Carlton-Smith in a good battle for 5th, 6th and 7th places. Nick in the blue car with the red flash down the middle, but the orange car ahead is Stuart Roach, number 12, in his Alexis Mark III, a rear-engined Alexis, one of the later cars they produced.
Great pass by Stuart Roach around the outside of Graham Hill Bend. So absolutely nothing wrong with that at Alexis. Anyway, so that's the orange car going up then. But back to the front then. So Alex Ames, has he been able to do anything about Grant? No, and the answer is no. Callum Grant has been able to actually extend that advantage. So it was 0.2 of a second. Takes off his tear-off visor as he comes into the left-hander at Stirling's End, heading towards the end of this lap, which will be the end of lap 4. So heading towards Clearways then. I think that's a second advantage that Callum Grant has been able to extend. Coming into traffic for the first time then. So currently lapping, it looks like number 24, which is Adrian Stevens, and Peter Fenichel in the number 24 car. But he's mastered that as a passing move past traffic anyway. So Callum Grant leads. Alex Ames able to slightly draw him in ahead of Paddock Hill Ben. Let's see the lines that they take. Again, beautifully balanced on throttle, and very smooth drivers, both Callum Grant and Alex Ames, and that's coming through in the lap times, of course, Alistair.
It certainly is, yeah, and both these drivers are car preparers as well, so they're very, very good racing drivers, but their day jobs are looking after other people's historic cars, so they've both been racing in lots of different cars. Alex Ames, very connected with the Halusa family stable of cars and often shares with one of the Halusas in their cars, the E-Type being an example we saw earlier on. But Callum Grant very much involved with single-seater racing and preparation, and he's well known in historic Formula Ford racing as well. The gap across the line was 0.4 of a second, so the gap had opened out a little bit. Callum Grant just ahead of Alex Ames, and the question is, if Alex Ames is able to stick with Callum Grant, where will he make his move? We are just over halfway through this race now, 7 minutes remaining. There's a time penalty for car number 45 for an incorrect start. That's the 16th place car, number 45, Duncan Ross, I'm afraid, in his Lynx T3 has a 10-second penalty for a false start. Must have moved before the lights went out for that standing start. Here come the leaders making their way through the slower cars, and masterful the way that they work out where they're going to pass those slower cars. The slower cars very good indeed. They keep out of the way. They can see those faster cars coming. The marshals are waving a blue flag, which means to the slower car, you've got somebody faster coming up behind you. And they go across the line, and it's 0.9 of a second now between first and second as they went across the line. 5 laps completed. Lucas Halusa in third place, number 54, a further 10 seconds back behind Alex Ames. So I'm afraid Lucas is having a rather lonely race, because he is 16 seconds ahead of Michael Hibbard in fourth place. So Lucas is in the gap between the leaders and Michael Hibbard.
Well, Lucas, of course, is going to be out with Alex Ames in the next race, the Pre-66 GT Sprint. So maybe Alistair doesn't want to be too close to Alex because he'll be seeing him during the next race.
They've both got to leap out of their cars then and get into another car for the next race. A retirement, I'm afraid, for that looked like, was it James Hicks in the Caravelle, the blue car. Certainly the quick flash we had on our live stream, that certainly looked like James Hicks's car. He was running in 11th place. Oh, that's a real shame for James Hicks. And Nick Carlton-Smith in the very pretty colours on the Lotus number 39. Nick Carlton-Smith in the Lotus 20. Leaders cross the line again. They've got a whole bunch of back markers in front of them, and Callum Grant manages to get past the first one before Paddock Hill Bend. Unfortunately, Alex Ames had to wait till after the corner to make a safe pass there, so the gap between them will have extended a little bit, but really last time around, in fact, Alex Ames was 0.4 of a second quicker than Callum Grant up to the timing line, so the gap had come back down to half a second.
Just in terms of the quickest front engine car, apologies, that is the number 23 car, so Adrian Russell currently running in 13th position. But at the front of the field then, it's as you were, so Grant and Ames, and the gap maintained to 0.6 of a second. So fantastic performance so far from Callum Grant, being able to withstand such heavy pressure.
Yes, and Alex Ames really knows how to apply the pressure. We've seen him win a number of Formula Junior races in battles like this where it's close racing, and he may well be planning a strategy for closing in on Callum Grant. On the other hand, Callum Grant is planning a strategy for pulling away from Alex Ames to make sure he's got enough of a gap to defend to the end of the race. And I see smoke from one of the cars. I think that was Ames. Just quickly caught that on our live stream. We'll confirm what the situation is when we get another shot of them, or they come through to where we can see them. But wait till we get another shot of that. But it certainly looked like a bit of smoke out of Alex Ames' car, I'm afraid, but we'll see. Repeat of that, and it wasn't Alex Ames, was it? Yes, it was, wasn't it?
That looked like brake smoke to me. I think he just overbraked.
Did he lock a brake?
Yeah, it sounded fine as it came past us in the commentary box position, so the gap remains 0.4 of a second. By the way, there has been a time penalty for one of the drivers, and it is, I think that's Duncan Ross.
Yes,
number 45.
I mentioned that. Yeah, false start. Yeah, Duncan Ross. So a 10-second penalty added to his race time. So panic over for Alex Ames. It looked like he just snatched a break going into the corner. It looked like it was coming from the engine, but no, tyre smoke for Alex Ames. So just under 0.4 of a second across the timing line last time around. We've got 2.25 minutes remaining. Some track limits warnings going out for one driver, which is car number 52, which is the Peter Fenichel Cooper T52. And that's for exceeding track limits, so if he does that again he will get a time penalty, as the leaders make their way back round to complete another lap. Last time around it was just under 0.4 of a second first to second, and they go across the line and Alex Ames passes Callum Grant on the timing line. And then Callum Grant tries to go back at him as they come down through Paddock Hill and up the other side towards Druids. Can he go through on the inside like he did on the first lap? No, he can't do. He tries. He gets very, very close. They've got a whole line of cars to lap ahead of them. That might give an opportunity to one or the other as they come down to the first of those slower cars, and Alex Ames goes for the outside. Callum Grant goes for the inside, and they go past the two slower cars, one either side, and they were both on the grass trying to get through. Callum Grant takes the lead back again as they go through Surtees. He's just got a better run through Graham Hill with those slower cars to lap. So absolutely amazing driving by not just the leaders but also the slower cars to keep out of the way and just keep their line to let the leaders go through. Alex Ames is back into the lead again as they come through Pilgrim's Drop and up towards the right-hander at Hawthorns, and again smoke from Alex Ames. This time I think that came from the engine, but anyway he's still going. It's still blowing smoke. Yes, it is coming out of the exhaust. I thought I'd seen that earlier on, and I'm afraid it looks a bit serious, but they're coming round to take the flag. So will Alex Ames manage to get his car to the flag? They're going through Stirlings. They've only got 2 corners to go after this one, both fast corners, Clearways and Clark Curve. Callum Grant will have seen that smoke as well. He'll know that it may be that Ames will have to slow down, but they're coming into the last sequence of corners now, and it's still Alex Ames who's leading. Callum Grant in second place as they come through Clark Curve. They come to the line, the checkered flag is ready, and the checkered flag goes out to Alex Ames after the most stunning drive from both of them. They were never more than about 0.4 of a second apart until the last lap. Actually, Alex Ames won by 0.7 of a second, so he did make up. And as they go up to Druids on the slowing down lap, notice that both drivers clapping each other, saying well done, that was a really good race. Behind them, Lucas Halusa has indeed finished in a rather lonely third place, number 54, and then it's Michael Hibbard in the Lotus number 51 who will be in fourth place. He's just coming through Clark Curve now, so he will cross the timing line to take fourth place, which he does, and in fact a change on the last lap of the race, because Stuart Roach in the number 12 Alexis got up into fifth place. Very good finish. Nathan Metcalf in 6th, Rufus Flann in 7th, Philip Buhofer in 8th, and Nick Carlton-Smith 9th. Robin Longdon finishes in 10th place. So a very, very good race indeed. Just to confirm the top few cars, 21 Alex Ames in the Brabham BT6 wins by 0.761 of a second from number 57 Callum Grant in the Merlin Mark 5/7. In third place, number 54 Lucas Halusa in his Lotus 22, and then it was 51 Michael Hibbard in his Lotus 22, and completing the top 5, number 12, after a great last lap, Stuart Roach takes that 5th place in the Alexis Mark III. And I have a message from both the Motorsport Vision and the Formula Junior Historic Racing Association to say that the driver involved in the incident at the start line in qualifying earlier today is doing okay, and they pass on their great thanks to the circuit medical team for their prompt attention. So that's really good news. And the highlights of that race, well, how can we make highlights out of a race that went on for the whole 15 minutes? They were never far apart, but it was a brilliant move from Callum Grant, who was on the outside of the front row, but he did the wide in, tight outline through Paddock Hill Bend, got inside of Alex Ames, and then had the inside line for the right-hander at Druids. And then they battled for the rest of the race, with Callum Grant generally around 0.2 or 0.3 ahead, and Rufus Flan, and then right at the end, number 12, Stuart Roach in the orange Alexis, had a great battle throughout that race with other cars like Nick Carlton-Smith's Lotus number 39 there as well. But in the end, Stuart came through to 5th place. A very, very good drive from him. But he was involved in a battle the whole race. And then we saw smoke coming out of Alex Ames's car, slightly worried a few laps before this when we first saw it, but then it really was quite a lot of smoke. But the move past those two slower cars as they went through Graham Hill Bend was amazing, heart in the mouth stuff. But it was Alex Ames who took the win in his Brabham BT6 from the Merlin Mark 5/7 of Callum Grant. And the top 10 for you, first Alex Ames, second place Callum Grant, third it was Lucas Halusa, fourth Michael Hibbard, fifth Stuart Roach, sixth place Nathan Metcalf, then it was Rufus Flan in seventh, Philip Buhofer in eighth, Nick Carlton-Smith in ninth, and Robin Longdon completed the top 10. And we're now going to speak to Alex Ames, and I think it's Rachel Bailey who will be on the microphone with Alex Ames.
So we're looking ahead to our brilliant calendar, and two major events stand out: the Trophy d'Ouvrier and the BRDC Classic. And Rachel is here to tell us a little bit more about both. So, the Trophy d'Ouvrier.
Say it so nicely.
Well, I was hoping you might do it for me.
I'm going to say the Circuit de Charade. It sounds much better.
It's going to be a great event, isn't it? What is it that makes it so special?
I think it's going to be, well, it's our first event in France this year, and it's a fantastic little circuit that I think most of our drivers won't have got to see. It's the original French Grand Prix circuit, and it's absolutely beautiful in the mountains, you know, with the volcano behind you, the Puy de Dôme. It's a unique setting. They're going to have a great time there.
And a very different setting to where we are right now, which is Brands Hatch. Can you tell us a little bit more, give us an overview, I guess, over the weekend?
For this weekend or for Charade?
For Charade.
So a similar sort of setup. We've got testing before we go into the race timetable as we do here. But we've got a drivers club there. We've got a cinema on that people can watch the Grand Prix film in the evening. We've got a party, same sort of thing. So the MRL vibe, but in France, basically.
And what sort of cars and races are we expecting now?
So we've got similar. So we've got the 366 cars there, GT and Touring, the pre-war cars, and the earlier 50s sports cars as well. So they've all got a chance to come and savour the great Charade circuit.
So basically another typical MRL amazing event. Okay.
The idea, bring as many of our cars to each event, and then it's consistent as well, isn't it? So they know what they're going to get.
And the BRDC Classic, I mean, that's like a gift that keeps on giving. So to be part of that is amazing.
Yeah, I know, and it's under a new name this year, but I still think it's going to be the most amazing event, and it's sort of like the biggest event that we do in England as well. It's just a real showcase of historic motorsport. And MRL are there with 9 grids this year, so we are literally going on mass. Anything that is eligible can race with us that weekend.
Which explains, why it's such an important event for you guys to be involved in.
Exactly, and it's also, we're going to have our GP icons are coming out for the first time, endurance icons, so the MRL stable is going to get bigger as well, which is, it's fantastic. Can't wait to see that.
The fans are going to be so excited.
And live streaming as well, don't
I was going to say, so not only if you're able to make it in person, then I highly recommend, but also if you can't, then the live stream is covering it, which is a big deal for you guys, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's great that you can see it all by sitting at home and sort of get to experience it as well. So, everything is supposed to love, doesn't it?
So, 2 amazing events. I mean, if you are watching at home, brilliant. But if you can get there in person, make sure you do. The Prix 66 GT Sprint is a brand new addition to the Motor Racing Legends programme, and it brings a real energy shift to the weekend. This is classic GT racing, but with a sharper edge. Cobras, E-Types and Austin Healey's, exactly like the legendary Paddy Hopkirk raced at Brands Hatch in 1965, now pushed into a fast-paced 1-hour format. Add in pit stops, driver changes and a mix of power and precision across the grid, and you've got a category that's unpredictable, intense and built to race. And here we are, back in the assembly. It's the Prix 66 GT Sprint, and after his brilliant win, he's back. He's getting on pole position, Alex Ames. The cars are starting to head out. This is where things really start to amp up again. These cars were not built for this kind of racing. They're endurance machines designed to be managed over time. But now we have a France sprint race about to kick in. So drivers need to deliver straight away. So it will be fascinating to see how this plays out. Aha, Lucas Lucer is just back from his podium and about to step back into hugely experienced. It's an amazing combination. It'll be really exciting to see how he gets on. So it's the Prix 66. Let's see what happens in Alistair. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Alex. And cars already out on their final lap to the rolling start, and Lucas Alusa obviously having a bit of a rush there, and Alex Ames both in that last race. So on the pole position is the Lucas Alusa Alex Ames Jaguar E-Type alongside Mike Whitaker in his TVR Griffith 400. And on the second row, we've got Connor Kay in the diminutive Lotus Elan 26R alongside the big rumbly AC Cobra of Sean Lynn and Scott Mulvin. Then it's Graham Moss in the Shelby American Cobra, that's the Daytona version, and John and Gary Pearson in their Jaguar E-Type in 6th place. In 7th is Andrew Lawley in the Lotus Elan 26R, and another car, a similar car, of Max Lynn and Rowan Lundy in 8th place on the grid. Then it's John Tordoff and Andrew Jordan in the Land 26R. Tom Roche is out in his Jaguar E-Type, the semi-lightweight version. And then it's the Paces in their Lotus Elan 26R. Peter Reynolds and Dan Quintero in their Lotus Elan 26R, very, very common car in this race. And then it's Joel Hopwood in his 26R. And then it's Peter Thompson and Cliff Allison is... not Cliff Allison, but anyway, in their Shelby Cobra. Then it's the Armstrong Skipworth Lotus Elan 26R that ended up in the gravel in the qualifying session. The Shepherd and Jackson, that's Cameron Jackson in the Lotus Elan 26R, yet another one. And then again, another Elan for the Boohoffers with Harvey McBrien in the MGB that had some sort of mechanical failure in qualifying and actually ended up in the gravel, but back out for the race. Then it's the Butler and Rich Elan and Jan Bittrim in another of the Elans, definitely the most popular car in this race. Mark Gordon is out in his Jaguar E-Type, and then it's the Jolly and Farthing Mustang GT350, which is next up.
And that looked like Lucas Halusa coming into the pits, Alistair.
Is he having to start from the pit lane?
Yeah, so the number 16 cars come into the pits, so the rolling start then?
No, I think it had to start from the pits because he didn't get in the car in time to get on the grid. So it's Mike Whitaker who leads into the right-hander, but up on the inside goes Connor Kay, gets past the Sean Lynn Cobra, but then the Cobra Power takes over and powers up the hill and into the right-hander at Druids for the light blue TVR Griffith of Mike Gardner. Then it's the Sean Lynn Cobra in the red Wilmot colours with the white stripe. Then next up is Connor Kay in his little Lotus Elan, and behind that is Max Lynn in the second of the Elans. The Shelby Daytona Cobra Coupe goes way out wide at Graham Hill Bend onto the grass. And just to explain, that all happened at the last minute. The number 16 car, which was on pole position, which is shared with Lucas Halusa and Alex Ames, wasn't able to make the grid because they were both racing in the Formula Junior race. So Lucas Halusa has jumped on board that car, but of course he missed the start, so he started from the pit lane.
Yeah, watch out for the number 16 car come through the field anyway, so a bit of a difference, of course, Alistair, Formula Junior into a car of that size, but let's see how Lucas Halusa gets on. Yeah, straight out of the pit lane anyway. Huge moment, by the way, for the number 59 Graham Moss car, the Shelby Cobra. He got it all wrong at Graham Hill Bend. He's lost at least 10 positions, but at the front of the field then, Mike Whittaker continues to extend his advantage then over Sean Lynn in second position, and then it's a host of Lotus Elans, Alistair, of which we were expecting this. In fact, if I'm right in thinking, you said watch out for the Elans later in the race.
Yes, well, it's quite early in the race to be watching out for Elans, isn't it? They're so quick, so nimble, that they are keeping up with the big V8 engine cars, the 4.7 litre Ford V8 engine in the front of both of the leading cars, the TVR Griffith and the Shelby Cobra. And then it's two Elans and an E-Type next up, and then another Elan. And we'll watch the progress of the number 16 car of Lucas Halusa, who has started the car as the owner. And there he goes into Paddock Hill Bend. So he came through in, where is he?
21st.
21st, thank you, yeah. 21st place was the E-Type. So he will start to make his way through the midfield. And one amendment to the programme which is worth telling you at this point, which is that the number 13 red Cobra is being shared between Sean Lynn and Scott Mulvin, and Scott Mulvin is one of our fastest modern GT drivers, but also does a lot of historic racing, and great to see Scott here this weekend. So that will be a changeover in the pit stop from Sean Lynn, the owner of the car, to Scott Mulvin.
An interesting battle developing for second and third between father and son, of course. So Sean Lynn was able to extend over Max Lynn through that part of the circuit, but of course the Lotus Elan will be quicker through the final part of the Grand Prix circuit. And they're holding off Conor Kay, of course. Conor Kay, very, very quick driver indeed. It looks as though the number 30, is that the number 33 car that's now in fifth? The Shepherd and Jackson Lotus Elan, I believe, is making its way through the field. So we'll double check that one. I think it is, because he's got past the Pearson Jaguar E-Type. So great move. So anyway, the end of the second lap then, coming through Clearways. Mike Whittaker has a 1 second advantage then over Sean Lynn. Then it's Max Lynn, and Conor Kay is closer to Max Lynn than he's ever been before. Let's see if he can make a move into Graham Hill Bend. I suggest not. So he's around 3 car lengths behind, and yeah, Conor Kay slots into position behind. But the car to watch is the blue and yellow Elan in 5th position. So the number 33 Shepherd and Jackson car, it was I believe it was Shepherd starting that car.
Murray Shepherd owns that car, and he'll hand over to multiple historic Formula Ford champion Cameron Jackson later on in the race. But they're all closing up now, so it's Mike Whittaker who leads in the TVR Griffith. It's the Wilman coloured Cobra in second place with Sean Lynn. Then it's Max Lynn, his son, in the first of the Elans, closely followed by Conor Kay driving solo in the 173 Elan. And then the next Elan is Murray Shepherd, number 33, with up to 5th place now, with the number 23 E-Type of John Pearson dropping 1 place to 6th place. And meantime, on that lap, the number 16 E-Type came through in 15th place, so it was up a further 6 places on that last lap.
Murray Shepherd, this is an absolutely sensational drive. He was 16th on the grid and he's 5th overall. It's only the 3rd lap. Incredible. In case people are wondering where Lucas Halusa is, by the way, after his pit lane start, he's already up to 15th position. He's lapping in the 1:46, so Lucas is actually the second quickest man on the circuit. The quickest man on the circuit the last time round is the leader of the race, Mike Whittaker, in the TVR Griffith. But Sean Lynn is coming under increasing pressure from Max Lynn, who's coming under increasing pressure from Conor Kay, who's coming under increasing pressure from Murray Shepherd. And look at that, Murray Shepherd looking to the outside line as they come into Clearways, and then Murray Shepherd's done it. Fantastic pass into Clearways, up into 4th position. The blue and yellow Elan is the one to watch.
And these 3 Elans battling with the Cobra ahead. What a spellbinding battle as they came towards Clearways there, with, as you say, Murray Shepherd, the number 33, the blue Elan with the yellow stripe down the middle, that making up a place at Clearways by getting past the Conor Kay car. Conor Kay, well, I would have put him down as the fastest of these Elan drivers that are in them at the moment, so quite something for Murray Shepherd to get past Conor Kay. and Conor Kay is now battling to get past Max Lynn, who in turn is following his father around in the big Cobra, the red car. So really close battle there, and just ahead of them all is Mike Whitaker. And at the start we saw, well, what a start from Murray Shepherd there, who came steaming up the outside, took about 6-7 cars in the run to the first corner, and has really not looked back since then. As we look at a rather special car there, the Mini, built by Broadspeed. That's the number 53 car of father and daughter team Richard and Alice Locke. It's called the Mini Broadspeed GTS. Car they thought that would have a market, but unfortunately after making a few they didn't really sell, so they didn't carry on making them.
It's got the smallest engine in the race, of course. It's only a 1.3 in that Mini Broadspeed, where these Elans that we're seeing on screen now clearly 1.6s. And look at Murray Shepherd now, is up into third position. So Murray Shepherd now leads the Elans, and how long will it take for him to get past Sean Lynn? Well, let's see, because he's managing to keep up remarkably with Sean Lynn's car as they're coming into clearways then for what will be the end of the fourth lap. So Mike Whitaker then with a 2-second advantage over Sean Lynn in the AC Cobra, and then third position Murray Shepherd. The only question mark for Murray Shepherd really here, Alistair, is will his tyres last? Because if you actually look at him through the first part of the circuit, look at him again, really fantastic car control, but you know, continually oversteering through Graham Hill Bend. He was doing it through Druids, he's doing it through Graham Hill Bend as well. Apologies, that was Paddock Hill Bend, of course, where he's oversteered just then. Murray Shepherd, can he get past Sean Lynn this lap?
Oh, what a race they're having, but Mike Whitaker is not managing to pull away, despite the fact there's a great battle going on, which generally slows the cars down. Well, a little bit of a moment there for Max Lynn. He got sideways coming through Graham Hill Bend. Will give Conor Kay a chance? Well, Conor thinks it should do. He's closed right up on Max Lynn as they go through the left-hander at Surtees. If he can get a good run, he might be able to come up alongside on the long straight down through Pilgrim's Drop, up Hawthorne Hill into Hawthorne's Bend. That would be for fourth and fifth places, with Conor Kay trying to get past Max Lynn. But it's Mike Whitaker who leads from Sean Lynn in the Cobra, from Murray Shepherd now, who's had a fantastic start to the race in his Lotus Elan, and he's done the fastest lap of the race with a 1:45.373. Meantime, let's look slightly further down, and 8th place now for Halusa, Lucas Halusa, in the dark green Jaguar lightweight and low drag body shaped car, number 16, and they're up into 8th place.
Yeah, great performance by Lucas Halusa, but look at the fire-breathing TVR Griffith as he comes into clearways then at the end of lap 5, and he's managed to extend his advantage. And Murray Shepherd now, will he get a tow from Sean Lynn in the AC Cobra? He's looking down the inside into Paddock Hill Bend for the 5th time, and clearly the AC Cobra's pace pulls it away from the Lotus Elan. But let's see the way that Murray, again, it's almost as if he shuffles the car into Paddock Hill Bend and then throws the car towards the apex. Now heading towards Druids. He's got a good run on Sean Lynn again, but he's not close enough to make a move. So he reins in behind the AC Cobra, and behind him Conor Kay is keeping Max Lynn very honest indeed. Max Lynn has got his lights on, but I suspect Conor Kay will turn his lights on shortly. He's that close to him. Again, Murray Shepherd very close, and really on the ragged edge on the outside of Graham Hill Bend, on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, but Sean Lynn able to keep him behind, and unfortunately Sean Lynn is holding up Murray Shepherd, and that's bringing the two cars, the other two Lotus Elans, back into the play. So all to play for in second position, but Mike Whitaker at the front in the TVR with a near 3-second lead. By the way, the fastest lap of the race was set on the previous lap by, you guessed it, Lucas Halusa, who is up into 7th position from the back, number 16.
And his next target is John Pearson in the E-Type, but the gap between them is 8.4 seconds, so Lucas has got much harder work now to make up any further places. Obviously, as you're going through the slower cars coming from the back, it's relatively easy to pass cars, but as you get nearer the front, it becomes harder and harder because they're closer to your lap time. And the battle for second has changed, because through has gone Murray Shepherd into second place ahead of the Cobra, but they're just going under the bridge coming up towards the clearways, and yes, it bursts into view. It's the light blue Elan in second place. Mike Whitaker it is who leads in the light blue TVR, crosses the line now to complete lap 6. then it's Murray Shepherd, then next up is Sean Lynn in the Cobra, then it's the next two Elans, and it is Max Lynn ahead of Connor Kay. Or is it the other way around? Let's just check. Yeah, Max Lynn ahead of Connor Kay, and then next through is John Pearson in his E-Type, and then it's Lucas Halusa in 7th place in his E-Type, and he has cut the gap to John Pearson with another fastest lap for Lucas Halusa, a 1:44.739. He's got the gap down to under 6 seconds now.
And a change for 4th. Connor Kay took Max Lynn at Druids. Fantastic pass, and he was able to maintain that on the outside of Graham Hill Bend. So change for 4th position. Connor Kay, who we expected to be at the front, now really keeping Sean Lynn honest in that AC Cobra. Of course, the AC Cobra will pull away as it goes down Pilgrim's Drop towards Hawthorns then for the 7th time.
And lovely shot on our live stream there, looking into the cabin of the Cobra. Sean Lynn working really, really hard. Lots and lots of steering input, as unfortunately one of our other Cobras comes into the pit lane, the pit window not yet open. It's the Cobra Daytona Coupe that's come in, which is Graham Moss, number 59. Unfortunately, looks to be in mechanical strife. It's stopped in the pit lane now, the team talking with the driver.
Murray Shepherd's been able to get away, and Sean Lynn has lost another position. So as they were coming through the Sheen curve, it looks as though Connor Kay has gone up from 4th to 3rd, and it looks as though Max Lynn has also got through. So both Elans looks, and off the circuit, one of the MGBs rather too enthusiastic, and does he? Yes, he does. Able to get out of the other side of the gravel trap. Quite lucky there. That was number 82 car,
Charlie
right
Joy.
to the back, Charlie Joy. So Charlie Joy, not much joy, unfortunately, going through Stirling's Bend that time. But anyway, Mike Whittaker extends his advantage at the front then over Murray Shepherd, and that gap is 0.7 of a second now. So Murray Shepherd is actually reducing the advantage.
And Max Lynn has dropped behind John Pearson in the E-Type. So Max Lynn, who was very involved in the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th places, is now in 6th place, having lost a place to John Pearson. I wonder whether Max Lynn made a mistake somewhere. We didn't pick it up, I don't think, on our cameras, but the leader is now under real pressure from Murray Shepherd as they go through towards Surtees, out onto the long straight. This will be advantage to Mike Whittaker in the V8 engined TVR, but the gap at the line was 0.6, but it's now nose to tail.
Mike Whittaker's last lap was very slow, 1:51 now. Clearly he's been managing traffic, but yeah, I'd expect the TVR to be quicker. And Murray Shepherd appreciably closer now as they're coming through Hawthorn then for the 8th time. So they're currently lapping one of the MGBs and through the Austin Healey, and it's Mike Whittaker. You sense, Alistair, that Murray Shepherd is now just biding his time, because clearly the longer that Mike Whittaker holds him up, Connor Kay has a chance of getting past him, of course. But Mike Whittaker's TVR able to extend its advantage as it's coming through the Sheen curve now and into Stirling's for the 8th time. Mike Whittaker retains the advantage. Murray Shepherd looks down the inside, more hope rather than expectation. But now coming towards Clearways, I expect the TVR to have pulled out a bit more of an advantage using that V8 power, of course, within that TVR. But the Lotus line keeping very honest indeed. Two completely different lines. Very defensive line and into the right-hander from Mike Whittaker. A aggressive line from Murray Shepherd's blue and yellow Lotus Elan. But it's about a second, Alistair, as they cross over the finish line for the end of their 8th lap.
Yes, this section of the track along the main straight is advantage to the Griffith, but then we've got the next battle coming through, and what a battle it is, which involves now Lucas Halusa, who's made his way up to the back of that group. So across the line it was Murray Shepherd in 2nd place, just behind the leader Mike Whittaker, then a small gap of 2.5 seconds to Connor Kay in 3rd place, number 173 in the Elan, with Sean Lynn just behind in the Cobra, so he's made a place back up again amongst these pesky Elans. Then it's John Pearson in the number 23 E-Type, but as they went into Paddock Hill Bend, things started to change because Lucas Halusa was coming through to take a place, so we might find when they go out onto the Grand Prix loop, Lucas Halusa is actually in the middle of that pack now.
He's right on the back of Max Lynn in 7th position, so Lucas Halusa has been the man on the move, and he's only 8.5 seconds behind Mike Whittaker now, so fantastic drive from the pit lane from Lucas Halusa. But it's Mike Whittaker now who's managed to extend his advantage actually over Murray Shepherd. Murray Shepherd's been very close to him the last couple of laps, and he's got through, so Lucas Halusa is up into 6th position, so he's gone past Max Lynn. Max Lynn seems to be struggling at this phase of the race anyway, so they're coming through what will be Westfield and then down into the Dingle and into the Sheen curve anyway. So Sean Lynn in the Red Cobra retains 4th position. It's John Pearson in 5th in the Jaguar, and then it's Lucas Halusa in the 6th position.
And Lucas Halusa now starting to look at a challenge on John Pearson as they come through the left-hander at Stirling's, coming round to Clearways to complete another lap. And it looks as though Lucas Halusa is starting to line John Pearson up. In fact, he's done it already as they come into our view. Halusa slides through on the inside of John Pearson, but John Pearson fighting back as they come towards Clark Curve, but no, he's in behind. And now the next target for Lucas Halusa is Sean Lynn in the Red Cobra, which comes across the line in 4th place. Halusa 5th, Pearson 6th, and into the pit lane. You said you thought Max Lynn was in trouble. You're absolutely right, because Max Lynn is into the pits, I'm afraid, number 3, and the pit window is not yet open.
Absolutely right. By the way, with the Class D cars, that is clearly for the top of Class D, which is the Lynn and Halusa battle anyway. On Murray Shepherd down the inside at Surtees. Mike Whitaker super aggressive in keeping him behind anyway. Murray Shepherd almost through. It was a half a car's length win, and he was able to fend him off anyway. But what a fantastic battle at the front of this field. More traffic then for Mike Whitaker to try and negotiate around Hawthorn. He does it majestically. He goes the outside of one, the inside of the other. So he laps a couple of those pesky lands as you were talking about earlier. But Murray Shepherd now half a second behind, but Murray Shepherd looking very racy indeed. In terms of the fastest driver on the circuit, by the way, who do you think it is? And it's actually Mike Whitaker. So Lucas Halusa, I believe, has lost time because he's clearly passing cars and rounding traffic. But I suspect Lucas Halusa won't take very long to actually join this battle.
No, he's very much involved in the battle behind. Connor Kay is still in 3rd place, number 173. The cars should be around again shortly to complete their 10th lap. Yep, just coming under the bridge into Clearways, and it's close again with Mike Whitaker once again finding slower cars that he needs to lap. They keep out of the way. Blue flags are being waved by the marshals, so that's a warning to those drivers of faster cars coming through. So we should see the light blue TVR Griffith. It does, it comes across the line 0.6 of a second ahead of Murray Shepherd in the light blue and yellow Elan number 33. Now this is where Murray Shepherd is a little bit quicker. He can brake a little bit later, so Mike Whitaker goes very defensive into Druids, keeps in the middle of the track, down the hill now towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, and this particular section of the track perhaps advantage to Murray Shepherd, but as soon as they go through Surtees and out onto the long straight through Pilgrim's Drop, it's very much advantage Mike Whitaker with that big V8 engine pulling him along. Shepherd in second. Connor Kay still remains in 3rd place, about halfway between Shepherd and Sean Lynn behind. Sean Lynn in 4th place, number 13 in the Cobra. Then it's Lucas Halusa in the number 16 E-Type. John Pearson in the number 23 E-Type in 6th place.
They're not dropping Connor Kay, are they? So Connor Kay is 2 seconds down the road from Murray Shepherd, but he's still keeping them honest. He was a full second quicker actually than the 2 drivers in front of him. But Elan battles, of course, all across the field. So we're just looking at Joel Hopwood's white and yellow Elan. Joel Hopwood, who you often see out in the Chevron B8. We were talking about Chevrons earlier, Alistair, but Joel currently in 13th position. So battles all over this racetrack. And one of the drivers gradually getting quicker, by the way, it's his first in, is John Tordoff in the number 600 car, so 149.9.
You were obviously thinking the same as me, because John Tordoff owns the car, and with all due respect to John, he's not the quicker of the 2. It's Andrew Jordan will take over that car. John Tordoff is Sam Tordoff's dad, but only been racing about 5 years. But John's job really is to keep the car somewhere in contention, so that when he hands over to Andrew Jordan, who I'll stick my neck out and predict Andrew Jordan will take the fastest lap of the race, or maybe no, I'll go with Andrew Jordan. Scott Malvern often takes the fastest lap as well as Andrew Jordan, but Scott is in the Cobra on this occasion rather than the Elan.
Well, we'll have a sportsman's bet on that, Alistair, anyway, so we'll see on that one. Mike Whitaker clearly has had enough of the pesky Elans, because he set the fastest lap of the race, 1:45.082, of course, before Lucas Haluza went over the line. Lucas Haluza has now got the fastest lap of the race, 1:44.739. The gap between Mike Whittaker's leading TVR Griffith, number 46, and the number 16 Jaguar of Lucas Haluza is just 6 seconds, which is barely conceivable when you consider Lucas Haluza started from the pit lane.
Absolutely, dead last, and actually behind the last car, because he wasn't able to leave the pit lane until everybody was down into Paddock Hill. And Whittaker leads from Shepherd. It was 1.2, which is an age in this battle. They've been so close for so long, but as you said, Mike Whittaker seems to have found another gear almost, and is starting to pull away from Murray Shepherd. And behind Murray Shepherd, Connor Kay in the 173 Elan. Then it's Lucas Haluza, who's up ahead now of Sean Lynn in the red and white striped Cobra, number 13 in 5th place. Then it's the Pearsons in 6th place. John Tordoff, we just mentioned, is in 8th place, number 600 in the light blue Elan, and his last lap time, a 150.1. He's generally around about that. 150 is his mark, so he's not as quick as the leaders, but he needs to keep that car somewhere in contention when he hands over to Andrew Jordan at the pit stops, which the race was shortened by 5 minutes, so it's a 55-minute race, and the pit stop window opens at 25 minutes into the race. So is that another 3 minutes, isn't it? Yeah, 3 minutes to go till the pit window opens. It will be open for 10 minutes. They have to come in and stop for 60 seconds. And just looking down, again, we've got the possible extra time has to be stopped by the elite drivers, but again, we haven't got the list, so we'll just ignore that and look at the timing screens when they start doing the pit stops.
If I could describe Lucas Haluza's driving style in one word, it would be this: exuberant. Absolutely wonderful to see around Graham Hill Bend, and Lucas Haluza has set yet another fastest lap of the race, 1:44.670. So he's lapping regularly quicker than Mike Whittaker, Murray Shepherd and Connor Kay in front of him. And then you can see it based upon what you can see on the live stream, of course. So Lucas Haluza just 4.5 seconds now behind Connor Kay.
And the Jaguar coming through the far side, the Grand Prix circuit, not used very often, the Grand Prix circuit. It's a real privilege to see these cars out there sweeping round through the far side, through Hawthorns and Westfield, and then Sheen Curve and back to the left-hander at Stirling's, which brings them back towards Clearways. A fabulous track. And it's Whittaker that leads Shepherd. It's now 1.8 seconds. Cameron Jackson will be taking over Murray Shepherd's car. Cameron Jackson is no slouch, so it'll be interesting to see whether he can go a little bit quicker than Murray Shepherd, perhaps. Not sure about that. But Connor Kay is a solo driver, so he's in 173 in 3rd place. And in 4th place is Lucas Haluza. His last lap time, a 45.0. And ahead of him, Connor Kay, a 46.1. So Lucas has closed the gap 4th up to 3rd, down to 3.6 seconds.
So the pit window opens in 1:20. One driver I'm interested to see how he gets on is the Daniel Quintero car, so the number 135. He'll be taking over from Peter Reynolds at some point, obviously, during the pit window. Pit window lasts for 10 minutes, of course, in this race. And let's see how the leaders are getting on. So it remains Mike Whittaker with a 2-second advantage, so he's gradually been able to eke that advantage out of the past 5 laps. And then Connor Kay is a further 4 seconds behind Murray Shepherd. So Murray Shepherd has been able to drop Connor Kay pretty conclusively, actually. And look at Lucas Haluza, the way he's gone into Hawthorn Bend. Absolutely magnificent to see that Jaguar slide out the way it does into Westfield then for what will be the 14th time for Lucas Haluza. Let's see how much track he takes. And he takes the appropriate amount of track, actually. He's very thoughtful, I thought, with the curve that time. Into the Sheen Curve then. And let's see how Lucas gets on. And again, absolute perfection there from Lucas Haluza. And yet again, fantastic. It's fantastic to watch from this commentary position. I'm not sure how his tyres are feeling. But anyway, we're coming into, and again, look at the amount, the way the car drops down with the amount of brake force that goes into Clearways at the end of this lap. So let's see what Lucas Haluza does before obviously he changes over to Alex Ames during the pit window. The pit window is now open, and that previous lap was the fastest lap of the race. What a surprise based upon what we've seen. 1:44.667, an absolute pleasure to watch.
So he's got the gap down now to Connor Kay to less than a second. So we need to watch that as they go up to Druids. Where are they now? They should be up at Druids, are they? Yes, they're coming down actually. They've already got round Druids. They're coming down to Graham Hill Bend, and Conor Kay is in the white Elan with the black stripes down it, and then of course the dark green Jaguar of Lucas Halusa behind as they head out to Surtees. Lucas goes a little bit wide in Surtees. Maybe that's a line he likes to take to try and get a good run down the long straight through Pilgrim's Drop.
And the first car is just coming into the pits then, and the Mini that we were talking about earlier, that's the number 53 car of Richard Lock and Alice Lock, the Mini Broadspeed GTS. That's one of the cars in. One of the cars also in is the car that I've just mentioned. That's the number 135 Peter Reynolds Daniel Quintero Lotus Elan, and Daniel Quintero was very, very fast in qualifying. I think Daniel Quintero will be close to Andrew Jordan, if not quicker, in terms of the race lap. Let's see if he does get a fastest lap anyway, but they're the first cars in this pit window.
So wait for the leaders to start pitting now. That will shuffle the order until all the pit stops are completed, but at the moment no sign of Mike Whittaker coming in. They've got another 8 or so minutes before they need to serve their pit stops. With the shared cars, they'll have agreed beforehand whether they change over at the halfway mark or whether perhaps one driver does slightly longer than the other. And the first of those will be Murray Shepherd and Cameron Jackson, and through in a new third place it is Lucas Halusa in third, although he doesn't appear on our... Yes, in second. Why is he in second? Because Shepherd's come into the pit lane. Thank you, yes. So one of our leaders is in. Didn't spot him coming into the pit lane. Murray Shepherd has stopped for his mandatory stop, and therefore the change of order that went between Lucas Halusa and Conor Kay was actually for second place. So Halusa now up into second in the number 16 E-Type, and third place Conor Kay, but that's without the pit stop taken into account, because already in the pits has come Murray Shepherd. Sean Lynn now comes in to hand over to the very, very quick Scott Mulvin, who will take over from Sean in this very original car, a Wilmot car in period, a proper original car out there racing, and it's lovely to see one of Sean's cars out here racing. And he's came in fourth place, and he is currently sat in the pit lane. Murray Shepherd is underway again, so he has switched with Cameron Jackson, who is now on board the number 33 Lotus Elan, which was so quick in Murray's hands. And out it goes onto track again through Paddock Hill Bend. The blue Elan with the yellow stripe is now handled by Cameron Jackson.
Incredible stamina, by the way, by Lucas Halusa. So he's finished third in Formula Junior, 15 minutes, then hopped into this absolute behemoth that's currently in second position, the Jaguar, and he's continuing to do insanely quick laps. Let's see what he did that last time round, and he set yet another fastest lap of the race, 1:44.569, which means that he's dropped Conor Kay now. He's 7 seconds behind Mike Whittaker at the front of the field.
Alex Ames must be jumping from toe to toe at the moment, waiting to get into that car, because they have got a chance of winning this race. Mike Whittaker's yet to come in. Oh, and out has gone number 13 from its mandatory pit stop. So now Scott Mulvin on board the red Cobra with the white stripes, number 13. And meantime, Lucas Halusa continues. So our leading pit stopper at the moment is Murray Shepherd's Elan, number 33, which is now in the hands of Cameron Jackson. None of the cars ahead. So another car just come in, which is the number 26 Lotus Elan of Andrew Lawley, which has had a quiet race, but there it is, up in the top 10, and just come in from 5th place. Also in is John Tordoff, number 600 in the light blue Elan. He will be handing over to my tip for the fastest lap of the race, which is Andrew Jordan, who will take over John's Lotus Elan, which is prepared by the Jordan Racing team. Andrew Jordan and his father Mike, both of whom of course are seasoned racers, both in British touring cars. Andrew, the British touring car champion in 2013, and that's that blue Elan again. The Buhoffer's Elan went in the gravel in qualifying. I'm afraid it's parked to the side of the road.
That's a Dingle Dell, so it looks as though it's come down the hill, and I think he's lost it coming out of Westfield. So yeah, unfortunately the Buhoffer car was 10th. and that won't be going any further, unfortunately. One to keep an eye on is Scott Mulvin. So as Alistair quite rightly said, fantastic Formula 4 driver and also a fantastic GT driver. His pit stop was slightly longer than everybody else's because Scott has got an elite driver penalty, but he's back out there. He'll now be in 10th position, of course, given the Buhoff troubles, and we'll keep an eye on the way that Scott gets on. In fact, he just passed us now in the commentary box, and he is now up to a net 7th on the road. His last lap was a 1:50.487, but clearly Scott will be getting up to speed.
Yeah, that's probably out of the pit lane, isn't it? An out lap. So Scott Mulvin in number 13, just going through Druids now. Another driver who just doesn't look particularly quick. He's so fluid and so neat, and he's chasing the Elan ahead. Scott Mulvin is chasing the 26 Elan of
Andrew
Lawley. But the top 3 cars currently on our timing screen, Mike Whitaker, Lucas Alusa and Conor Kay, have not yet stopped. And they don't have a terribly long time to stop, so I think they'll all be in on this lap. It's only 3.5 minutes to go, and their lap times are 1:48, something like that. So they need to perhaps have a little bit of leeway before they to allow, in case there's a delay, before they can get into the pit lane. So perhaps they'll all come in on this lap.
Daniel Quintero's already done the fastest lap of the number 135 Lotus Elan, a 1:47.736. They're in 9th position overall. The Pearsons remain in the pits, by the way. They'll be leaving very, very shortly in the number 23 Jaguar. In fact, I think that is the Pearson car that's just left the pits. So they will be a net 5th overall. But the gap at the front remains 6 seconds between Mike Whitaker and the TVR, who's led from the very start, and Lucas Haluza, who started from the pits and has travelled all the way up to 2nd.
And Conor Kay into the pit lane now. 173 Elan was in 3rd place. It's been involved in the lead battle from the start of this race. So that leaves us with just the 2 leading drivers, Mike Whitaker and Lucas Halusa, yet to come into the pit lane. They have 2.5 minutes to do so before the pit window closes. Conor Kay is currently in the pit lane, and if you're watching our live stream, you can see a close-up there of Conor sat in the car with the team member with the used to be stopwatches. These days it's mobile phones they use to time their pit stops, but very important to get through the pits and get out without incurring a penalty. Still Whitaker and Halusa continue.
Interestingly, one car that's come into the pits is the Buhofer car, so they've managed to extricate that from the inside of the circuit at Westfield, and that Lotus Elan is back in the pits.
And the Watts family car into the pit lane. My goodness, Patrick and Amy have been busy this weekend. That car coming in now, number 17, was running in 14th place. Started by Patrick. I think he's the owner of the car. Amy will take over for the rest of the race.
No, I think that's Patrick getting in the car.
It is, you're absolutely right, just looking through the binoculars there. Amy started the race, Patrick will take over, and in comes the leader, number 46, Mike Whitaker. Will Lucas Halusa follow him in to the pit lane? I suspect he will. Yes, he does. So both came in with a minute to spare on the pit window. So both our leading cars now in the pit lane, which means that everybody has done their mandatory stop. So as the cars come round now and cross the timing line, the order will start to settle into where it will be for the rest of the race, and 2 very powerful leaf blowers at the front of the TVR Griffith, and another leaf blower being used to cool the radiator on the Jaguar of Lucas Halusa, which will now be taken over by Alex Ames, although Lucas is staying in the car, I reckon, Ian. There was a shot there on our live stream of the pit stop, and it didn't look like Lucas was getting out.
No, that looks as though Alex is speaking to Lucas in the car, so I think that Lucas will remain in the Jaguar, so we'll keep an eye on that. The joker in the pack, though, is Cameron Jackson in the number 33 Lotus Elan, who took over for Murray Shepherd. He set his fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, a 1:44.905. He was just 2 tenths behind Conor Kay on the previous lap, and someone's gone off at Clearways, and it looks like one of the Elans. I think it's one of the Elans further down the field. I think that could be the Joel Hopwood Elan. Yeah, Joel Hopwood is in the white and yellow Elan, so that'll be a yellow flag for the rest of the drivers anyway. as Cameron Jackson really pushing. In fact, Cameron Jackson is behind Lucas Haluza. So that's for position, and Cameron Jackson is going up the inside of Lucas Haluza at Druids. Does he make it? No, he doesn't. Lucas Haluza, brave as you like on the brakes, but then on the inside he gets him back. So Cameron Jackson on the inside. Does Lucas Haluza get him on the inside again, going into Graham Hill Bend? And the answer is yes. Lucas Haluza is able to keep that position, but he gets his braking all wrong. He forces Cameron Jackson to the outside of Graham Hill Bend, and somehow Lucas Haluza maintains that position.
What a drive from Cameron Jackson there, trying to keep out of the way of Lucas Haluza, who was absolutely determined to keep Cameron behind him. But they're heading out now onto the Grand Prix loop, and we have a safety car. I did fear this would come with that car on the gravel at Clearways, and unfortunately it's going to break up some of our, or close up the cars, but spoil the battles.
It is. It's the Hotwood car, the number 19, and that's well and truly sandcastled, isn't it? Yeah, that won't be moving anywhere until we get the recovery vehicles out. Well, that's the end of Joel Hotwood's race. It was a real shame. Joel Hotwood was running well, actually, just outside the top 10.
It also means that the quicker drivers that are in, if the driver in now is the quicker driver of the pair, their time in the car is being wasted, because Andrew Jordan has taken over John Tordoff's Elan in 8th place. And he would expect to be very quick in the final part of the race and take a few places, but of course he's now unable to overtake the car in front of him, and so it wastes the lap with the faster driver on board. In terms of where everybody shook out before this safety car was called, it was Mike Whitaker who came in the lead. He did his pit stop, didn't change drivers, and he's gone out and he's still in the lead. But in second place, after starting, I remind you, from the pit lane, is Lucas Haluza, who, as far as we could see, we were told he would start the car. He's certainly is the owner of the car, and we were told he was starting the car. And we think he did, but he didn't change to Alex Ames at the pit stop. We saw Alex Ames stood by the car chatting with him when he was doing his pit stop. So it looks to us as though Lucas is going to do the whole race in the number 16 car. And so he's in second place, number 16, and in third place is the number 33, the first of the Elans. It's Murray Shepherd, who did an absolutely stunning stint to hand over to Cameron Jackson with a chance of a win. And Cameron certainly was challenging Lucas Haluza when he came out of the pit lane, and now remains behind him as we're under the safety car. And then in fourth place is number 173, Connor Kay, in his Elan, solo driven. And then it's the Pearsons, John and Gary Pearson, the brothers, in the number 23 Jaguar E-Type in 5th place. And in 6th place is number 13, the red Cobra with the white stripe, which is Sean Lynn started and Scott Mulvin took over. So there's another car that would expect to perhaps move up a little bit with the professional driver Scott Mulvin on board. In 7th place is another of the Elans. It's the number 26 car of Andrew Lawley. And in 8th place, another Elan, the number 600, the light blue Elan of John Tordoff, now driven by Andrew Jordan. 9th place, number 135, is Peter Reynolds, and the faster of those two is Dan Quintero, who's took over. So that's another car we would have expected to see gradually moving up. But unfortunately, Dan Quintero can't push on, and completing the top 10 is number 20, Peter Thompson and Charlie Allison, in another of the Cobras, which is sitting in 10th place. Safety car comes through. It's picked up the leader, so Mike Whitaker leads. 1, 2, 3 cars, 2 cars between him and Lucas Haluza, and Lucas Haluza, of course, immediately followed by the 3rd place car of Cameron Jackson.
So the replay then of the Lucas Haluza Cameron Jackson battle, and as you can see, Lucas Haluza slightly got his braking wrong, and there we go. I think he apologises, the hand out the window there to Cameron Jackson. I think they look like an apology anyway. So
yes, I think you're right.
So there we are, but those 2 cars remain in 2nd and 3rd. The Hotwood car is just about getting dragged out of the gravel now. That's making a it's making very slow progress towards the tarmac, but I think that car will be cleared in 2 to 3 minutes time, Alistair, but we'll keep an eye on that for everyone. There are 14 minutes 30 seconds to go, and I think we'll have several laps further of what I believe to have been the best race so far this weekend.
It's been a cracker, the whole race, yeah, very, very close. Well, it's a good race amongst a lot of good races today, and Mike Whitaker it is who leads. He's got 2 cars between himself and Lucas Halusa, so at the restart Mike will be able to go straight away, whereas Lucas has got to wait to get past those 2 cars after the green flag at the timing line. That's where the green flag will be shown, so he can be close, but he can't overtake those 2 slower cars. And good news that the Hopwood car is out onto the track again. In fact, he's going straight off and doing to join the back of the queue, so absolutely no problems for the Joel Hopwood Lotus Elan. Just a little bit of dust up the side, and assuming our recovery vehicle can make it back to its place of safety, we could be going racing again this lap, but at the moment, no, they're too close, aren't they? The recovery vehicle only just now making its way past the gap in the barriers where it can park up, so the safety car is already here, so one more lap behind the safety car as they come through Clark Curve, and of course the order won't have changed, so it'll be still the same cars in the leading group, but will Cameron Jackson be able to get the jump on Lucas Halusa in that first rush to Paddock Hill Bend? Notice there Cameron Jackson just not overtaking, but just coming up nearly alongside Lucas Halusa, just to say, I'm here.
The 2 cars between Mike Whitaker and Lucas Halusa, in case people are wondering, it's the number 20, so that's the Charlie Allison Shelby Cobra, which is currently in 10th position, and then the number 114, the Alan Mann looking Lotus Elan, so that is the red and gold car of Jan Bitterim, which had problems in qualifying, but Jan's done a good job this race. He's in 11th overall.
Yes, yeah, he spent most of the qualifying in the pits, didn't he, with what we don't know why, but a problem with the car. But the safety car is just going into, actually just coming out of Surtees, so it's got the Grand Prix loop to go, and I think we'll see the sign come up saying safety car in this lap, because the recovery vehicle has parked up now in its normal place behind the barriers. So we'll then have what will be around 11 and a bit minutes of frantic racing to the end of this Pre-66 GT Sprint, which is the inaugural race in this series. It's never been run before, and what a success it's been, with a very full grid and some absolutely brilliant racing. So a big tick for Motor Racing Legends' idea of a Pre-66 GT Sprint. And the cars just coming through the back of the circuit. Should be coming towards, oh, they're here already. The lights are out on the safety car. We don't have a message on the screen, but there we see it now. Lights are out, so we'll be racing to hopefully to the end of this race. It'll be just under 11 minutes of racing now. Mike Whitaker goes through, and Lucas Halusa waits to get by those 2 slower cars, and then blasts past as soon as he's crossed the timing line. Unfortunately, Cameron Jackson couldn't quite make it past the Cobra, which has got more power, but Cameron Jackson breaks in so much later as he turns in. And down in the pit lane, Alex is with Rick Parfitt Jr.
Indeed, and Rick and I were just saying that I think the last time I interviewed you at Brands Hatch was British GT. Can you remember what year that would have been?
I think it was the year I won it. It was 2017. Yeah. We'd actually, I think we just won the 3-hour race here, and I was all a bit emotional because I'd been in hospital for 3 days that week and pulled myself together for the race, and it was an incredible moment, wasn't it? And it was really nice to share the winning moment with you, to be honest. So it was great. But it's lovely to be back.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's really nice. And actually since then, we just seem to cross paths at music festivals, not ever car related, weirdly. But yeah, this is, I mean, it must, like, what sort of memories does this bring back for you generally?
Do you know what? Since I stopped in 22, I really haven't been involved in motorsport a lot. The band has been so busy, and we've just been touring and gigging, and so it's really nice to come back to a paddock. And the people on the paddock entrance were like, "All right, Rick," when I turned up, which was really nice, you know. So I feel that I made a little mark in this world. But I have to say, going to touring cars and also into GTs, I've been and I've watched, and I really, you know, I feel like I've done it. I've ticked the box, and that was kind of it. This is the first paddock where I've got... You can hear, it sounds amazing. This is the first paddock where I've actually just felt really excited. I mean, some of the cars are incredible. You know, I mean, Sean Lynn is out in the most incredible sounding... There it is! That Cobra sounds
creative, though,
absolutely
something awesome in motor racing legends. Like, it's really nice, and like, even like you were saying about the paddock, the people, the atmosphere, everything about it's really been really lovely. Have you noticed that as well?
Yeah, totally. I mean, when Sean said we'd like you guys to come along and perform for our members, I was like, we don't really do like little things anymore. And he was like, I really want you to come and do it. So we turned up, and of course, you sort of look around, and there's everyone, a lot of people of a certain age, and I went, we are going to blow their heads off. They don't know what's coming. And you know what? It was so much fun. Everyone was jumping around, and we had such a fun time that he said, right, I want you to come and do Brands this year. So that's why we're here. We've all set up. I had to apologise to everyone in there who's having a nice quiet day, going, we're going to do a sound check now. I hope you're all right with that. And so yeah, we're all done, and we're just waiting for all the racing to stop and the drinking to start, and then we'll...
Now, 5:30. What time do you kick off?
Really early for us. It's like 7:15 or 7:30. I mean, that's just super on rock and roll, you know.
I might actually hang around to watch, you know. I feel like I should.
Do you know she's an amazing singer, ladies and gentlemen? She's an incredible singer, so, you know...
We're going to do a duo.
I think you should join.
You heard it here first.
There we go. The MRL All-Stars.
The MRL
Come on.
Yeah, I love it. Good, okay. And if you had a pick of... I know you haven't probably been able to waft around the paddock too much, but if you had a choice, what would be like your top 2 or 3 cars that you'd like to go out in around Brands?
Oh my God, well, any of the Group C's.
Yeah.
Any of the Group C's, because I grew up watching those, and you know, my favourite, I think the ex-Schumacher cars here, I think it was 91, the Silver Arrow, you know. Sean is so noisy. That car, I love that. I'd love a go in Sean's Cobra. That's incredible. So yeah, there's too much to choose from. I think I've said this before. If you're a motorsport enthusiast, you know, this is incredible. I mean, it really is. The access, you know, you can go and talk to the owners. You can really get in amongst the cars, and you can be so close. And it's not as hectic as like a British GT or a touring car weekend. It's very sort of relaxed and friendly, and yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past when we slow down. I think I need to start having a look at the classifieds and see if I can get myself into something.
I mean, and you know, you're at the right age now, you know, we're not 20s anymore. It's time for you to move on to the historics.
That's it, we're cutting at that. Just kidding.
I love now's the time.
No.
Thank you very much, Alex Le Gui,
you know,
with Rick Parfitt Jr.
Like with most people, you get to that point when your appreciation of classic cars really kicks in. And I'm really cheering the guy in the Morgan in this race. He's not doing terribly well, but I've just bought a Morgan Aero 8, and I really get Morgans now. So does that mean I'm old?
Yeah,
it does.
Sorry. Never mind.
Hey, well, what can I say? I love it. I've got a Morgan Aero 8, and I've got a little Chesil 356 Speedster. So I'm well into the classic world, but I just need a nice little race car would sit quite nicely alongside them, I think, you know.
I'm pretty sure we can find you a car. All right, thank you. Have a great
Lovely to see
gig.
you.
Yeah, you too.
Great.
And thank you very much, Alex Le Gui, with Rick Parfitt Jr. If Rick Parfitt wants to have a go of a car, I suggest he has a go of the Jaguar E-Type that Lucas Halusa's currently driving, and he is less than half a second now behind Mike Whittaker. So the last 5 minutes has been a fantastic battle. Look at again Lucas Halusa oversteering his way through Graham Hill Bend. By the way, one of the big things, Alistair, of course, within the resumption of racing is a huge lose for Connor Kay at Paddock, which unfortunately lost Connor 3 places.
And in fact, he's just lost another place because as we have a spinning Elan coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, which has stayed on the track, so hopefully he'll get that fired up and moved on. But Andrew Jordan has come through to 6th place now, so he took over John Tordoff's car in 8th place. He hasn't had many laps behind the wheel where he can race because of the safety car, but already he's moved up to 6th, and he's 3 seconds behind the number 13 Cobra of Scott Mulvern. And Andrew Jordan, his last lap of 44.7, but one of my tips for the top has just taken the fastest lap of the race. I did mention Scott Mulvern. Scott Mulvern has just got the fastest lap of the race in Sean Lynn's Cobra number 13 with a 1:43.705, which is considerably quicker than anybody else. It's over 2/10 quicker than Lucas Alusa has managed. So Scott Mulvern is absolutely flying, and that's Andrew Jordan's next target. But Andrew at the moment is a little bit slower than Scott. Are they both catching? They're only less than a second down on the Pearsons, so there could be a change of position towards the end of the race.
By the way, that's the finest 360-degree pirouette I've ever seen in my life from Jonathan Pace's Lotus Elan. I'm sure it was a brown trouser moment though going through paddock, but he's managed to rescue it. I think he only lost around 15 seconds, but Lucas Haluza yet again really powering his way through Graham Hill Bend. He's going for it down in the inside of Surtees. Does he make it? Does he make it? No, he doesn't. Mike Whittaker just about keeps him at bay. But as they're going towards the Grand Prix circuit, Lucas Haluza will try and get a tow now from the TVR. So let's see what happens. So going down Pilgrim's Drop then for the 28th time. And Mike Whittaker just about keeps Lucas Haluza behind him. But Lucas Haluza did everything he could. Yet again, more smoke from the Jaguar. So the Jaguar E-Type from Lucas Haluza. Can he do it, Alistair? Can he come from the pit lane to win this race?
Oh, that would be something, wouldn't it? In such a competitive race, it's not as though he's by far the quickest car out there. He's quicker, but he's had to really work for every position he's taken over the last 3 quarters of the race, and he's challenging now for the lead once again as they come down to the left-hander. He goes for the inside at Stirling's, but Mike Whittaker, a very seasoned competitor, and he knows exactly where to place his TVR Griffith. So it's V8 Ford power versus straight 6 power of the Jaguar behind as they come through Clearways. We've got 2 1/4 minutes remaining, so they're just going to get another 2 laps. Great news, they just get across the line in time for 2 more laps. So down into Paddock Hill Bend, it's still Mike Whittaker who leads, but Lucas Halusa looking quicker on the exit of Paddock Hill. Will he try? No, that TVR pulls away as he goes up to Druids. Now we need to look at the next battle, which is the Cobra with Scott Mulvern on board, and then it's the E-Type. But look at Andrew Jordan, he's coming up to the inside, but he doesn't get through at Paddock Hill Bend to try and get past the Pearsons for 5th place. So Scott Mulvern is in 4th place in the red Cobra number 13. Then it's the grey Jaguar E-Type number 23 of Gary Pearson, and then it's Andrew Jordan in number 600 who's snapping at the heels. In fact, he's got through at Druids, so Andrew Jordan moves up a place towards the end of the race. Andrew Jordan is now in 5th place, and Gary Pearson drops back to 6th place in the E-Type. And I think Lucas Halusa has a brake problem, you know, because now 2 laps running and he's losing ground to Mike Whittaker. 2 laps running, Lucas has locked up as he's come into it was Hawthorns at the back of the circuit. So I think maybe Lucas has a little bit of a brake issue.
Yeah, he's done that for the last 3 laps, and as you quite rightly say, fantastic though on the outside of the Sheen curve as he goes into Stirling's. He's wonderful to watch. I mean, he used every single inch of track and a little bit more as he went through Stirling's. But unfortunately, what this means is Mike Whittaker has extended his advantage now to what looks like over 2 seconds to me, Alistair. So Mike Whittaker then comes onto his final lap, and this will have been an immaculately judged race by Mike Whittaker, who's been able to withstand all kinds of pressure from Elans in the first part of the race, and Lucas Halusa, who has driven a sensational race to come from the pits up into 2nd position, but I fear the TVR has got away from him.
Cameron Jackson is in 3rd place, a bit lonely now, and next up is Scott Mulvern, and then we've got the new 5th place car of Andrew Jordan, number 600, who's got ahead of Gary Pearson on that last lap at Druids, but I don't think Andrew Jordan has enough pace to catch the Scott Malvern Cobra, because Scott did have he still has the fastest lap of the race with a 43.705 for Scott Malvern in Sean Lynn's Cobra, then Andrew Jordan, then Gary Pearson, Connor Kay in 7th place in the 173 Elan, and then it's the Reynolds Quintero Elan with Dan Quintero at the wheel in 8th place, number 135. But the battle up front continues. Again, a locked break for Lucas Halusa, but he's so close to Mike Whittaker that he looks as though he could challenge, but they're coming through the two right-handers that will lead towards the left-hander. They're coming now through Dingledale and Sheen Curve, then it's the run to the left-hander at Stirlings. This is where last time around Lucas Halusa went right off the track onto the two wheels on the grass in his efforts to catch. He gets the car a bit sideways, but I think he knows now he can't catch Mike Whittaker by the time they get to the finish line. The checkered flag will be ready, and it will be Mike Whittaker who brings his TVR Griffith through to the finish line to take the checkered flag, and the flag goes out to Mike Whittaker, number 46, who wins from Lucas Halusa in 2nd place. Whichever way you look at it, Lucas Halusa's drive was tremendous. 3rd place, another great drive. Murray Shepherd, a brilliant drive to hand over to Cameron Jackson to finish in 3rd place in the Elan. And then it will be Scott Malvern in Sean Lynn's Cobra number 13 with the fastest lap of the race, finishes in 4th place. And in 5th place, a good drive from, as you'd expect, from Andrew Jordan, who took over John Tordoff's car. John managed to hold that car well inside the top 10 for the first section of the race, and Andrew Jordan really was snookered by the safety car, not able to go at full pace for a few laps. And then it's Gary Pearson in 6th place, with his brother John starting that car, number 23. Then it's Connor Kay, number 173, in 7th place. Peter Reynolds and Dan Quintero in 8th place, number 135. In 9th place, number 26, is Andrew Lawley in his Elan. Then Jan Bitterim in his Elan, number 114, in 10th place after a troubled qualifying. So very good to come through from the back of the field to 10th place for Jan Bitterim. But hats off to Lucas Halusa, who, because Mike Whittaker is an invitation car, the winner of the Pre-66 GT Sprint within the classes that are permitted is Lucas Halusa, of course. So he went from last to first and stayed. He did stay in. We just had a message through. We thought that was the case. Lucas did the first stint and then stayed in for the second stint.
As you rightly say, Lucas Halusa wins Class D, given Mike Whittaker was an invitational car. So it will be Lucas Halusa, of course, that sits at the top step of the podium later on. So just in terms of those Class D runners, Lucas Halusa won Class D from Sean Lynn and Scott Malvern. Scott Malvern, as Alistair said, got fastest lap, 143.705, and the bottom step of the Class D podium will be the Pearsons, who eventually brought their car in 6th position overall. Class B then, of course, won by Murray Shepherd and Cameron Jackson after a fantastic race from 2nd position, John Tordoff and Andrew Jordan. And then 3rd in Class B was the recovering Connor Kay after that momentous lose at Paddock Hill Bend.
So a fabulous race. What a start to the new idea from Motor Racing Legends to have a shorter sprint race. Still 55 minutes today. It should have been 1 hour, but locked to 55 minutes. And Mike Whittaker it was who took the overall win. And down in the presentation area is Alex Ligui.
Well, yes, you say 2nd place, but he's not, because Mike Whittaker is an invitation. So actually, Lucas Halusa is the winner of that race. You were as surprised as I was, weren't you?
I was. I had no idea that he was. I thought we were battling for P1.
Yeah.
And I was still happy with P2, so
Yeah,
I'm elated with P1.
Well, I'm not surprised you were happy even with P2, because that was such a brilliant drive. Just talk us through it from your perspective and where you feel like you really made ground.
I think the first couple of laps is what was most important for me. I did get the tyres very hot, just really pushing the first few laps, but I didn't want to lose the leaders too much with the slower cars. But of course the car is much faster than like an MGB in a straight line, so that wasn't too difficult. But then it was just about finding a rhythm and not getting thrown off about the fact that I started from the back and not getting disappointed, but just like trying to have as much fun as possible, which worked. I had loads of fun.
Yeah, you are, aren't you? And Brands Hatch seems to be serving you rather well.
It is. I mean, it's an awesome circuit.
Yeah.
It's also a great event. I mean, I love MRL. I think it's also gone from strength to strength. So it's just a great grid, great group of people, and the car's great. So the team did a great job as well. I mean, obviously I wouldn't be here if the car wasn't an absolute rocket. So High Tech did really well.
Well, Lucas, you're a huge asset. Well done, and a well-deserved top step. How cool is that? Good. Okay. I'm not sure we've got. We do. We have some more.
Murray Shepherd and Cam Jackson.
Oh yes. Okay. Great. We can have a chat to our boys. And also, you guys have technically been upgraded then as well, because Mike Whitaker was an invitation, so therefore you're P2, not P3, correct?
Great.
That's good news. I'm bringing good news to the world. I love this.
A bit mean to Mike, isn't it?
Well, I don't think
let's leave him there.
I think he's quite happy about it. That was a great race.
Yeah, really, really fun. Murray drove incredibly well. He was up to 7th by Graham Hill, started 12th. And just did an amazing job, got past all the V8s, and it was great to watch him and then take over when it was all hot with no brakes and no clutch. But it was good fun. Yeah.
You talk about him, and now your turn to talk about him, isn't it?
Well, yeah, Cam did a fantastic job, as always. It was a great race. 9W are running the car. They've done a fantastic job. We were kind of working against it a little bit. We were down here testing on Wednesday, doing nice low 42s with a 41 possible. We were excited for qualifying. As soon as we went out, misfire. And so we thought, oh no, it's not going to be our day. So the guys have done an amazing job at 9W to turn it around, swapped everything out, and got a car that works really well. And straight off the start, you could feel it had its whiz back. It was good fun, and it's always nice to hand over to Cam because he can finish the job. So.
Well, good job, boys. A well-deserved podium, which I will come and do in a second. But first of all, folks, it's time for the explainer of the historic Touring Car Challenge, which ends our day. Have a look at this. The Historic Touring Car Challenge. If you grew up watching touring cars in the 70s and 80s, this is the grid for you. From screaming BMW M3s to turbocharged Sierra RS Cosworths and even the mighty Skyline GTR, this is a proper touring car time machine. These cars move, they lean, they fight. This is touring car racing as it used to be. And with icons like the M3 and RS Cosworth celebrating 40 years, the history is just as powerful as the racing.
And the historic touring cars out on track now for their lap to the rolling start. So the pace car is out the front. And we have on pole position Andrew Jordan in the BMW M3, then it's Chris and Andy Middlehurst in the Nissan Skyline alongside, and then it's Wim Coyle in the Ford Capri alongside Darren Fielding in the second of the BMW E30 M3s. On the third row we've got Michael Cullen in another of those M3s with David Tomlin in the Sierra Cosworth RS 500 alongside in 6th place. Then we've got Tom Holbrook and Alex Brundle sharing in the BMW E30 M3. Dirk Coyle in the larger BMW 3 Litre CSL, except that is parked up at the side of the track. Then it's Nick Strong in the Nissan Skyline GTR with Nick and Harry Whale, but I'm told that Nick will not take this race, so Harry Whale solo. Then it's the Woods in their Nissan Skyline and Samuel Verhagen in the DTM Mercedes 190. Next up is the De Boku in the oldest car, I think it is in the race, the Escort Mark 1, and Simon Alexander in his BMW 3 Litre CSL. Audrey Van Ham in her Capri RS26, and then it's the Whitaker Lynn Ford Capri. Well, that's Mike Whitaker, who's just done the last race, so he's going to be pretty warm. Ralph de Boorman in his Capri brings up the rear of the field. So the cars making their way out to the Grand Prix loop through Stirling's, but I don't think we're going to have a start. An extra formation lap, yes, as we expected, because unfortunately the number 11 BMW of...
It's Curl Senior.
Dirk Curl is stopped on this formation lap, this pace lap. So what will happen is the cars will do another full lap behind the safety car. Whilst that car is recovered, there's the track vehicle is already there. I think they've just hitched up. Have they put the tow rope on it? Yes, they have. Very, very quick work from the track vehicle, and we'll tow that car down the short Cooper Straight to the back entrance to the pit lane. So hopefully that car will be out of the way and we can go for a start at the beginning of the next lap. But the clock has already started counting down, because obviously we're working to a curfew of 6:30, so we need to get the race finished by then. So the clock has started counting down in this race. It was reduced from 40 to 35 minutes, so we're now down around 34 minutes as the BMW is recovered. Well done to the recovery crew there, got that car out of the way very quickly. So one more lap behind the pace car and we'll be running with a rolling start for what will be around 32-minute race with a mandatory pit stop.
That was absolutely exceptional marshalling work, as it's been throughout the day. Oh, we do have another car actually, and that looks like the outside of Clearways.
Yeah, and is that the
That's
Alexander?
another BMW 3-litre CSL. So your favourite car, not having a great time of it.
That's the Alexander one, I think, isn't it? That's stopped there at Clearways.
And that is on the racing line. So let's see if there is yet another. They just stay behind. I think they're just going to stay behind the safety car, Alistair, actually, with 33 minutes. So we've had the first 90 seconds of the race, of course, behind the safety car. Yes. So the fantastic work that's just been completed by the marshals will have to be replicated again for the Alexander car. So that's the number 93 car in everyone's programme. It was going to be starting 14th on the grid, so we've lost the cars already that were due to start 8th and 14th. I hope we don't lose any others before the start of the race, Alistair.
Well, the track vehicle is now speeding down the pit lane. It can't go from the pit lane entry backwards up the track. It's not allowed to do that, so it will, for obvious safety reasons. So I think what it will do is go down the pit lane and then loop round the back entrance. It can get out through the pit lane and down onto the Cooper Straight. In fact, no, there's another vehicle been scrambled. So there's a lorry, flatbed lorry, gone out onto the Cooper Straight now. It will make its way round through the Indy circuit, cut through to tow the Simon Alexander BMW from its position just on the exit of Clearways. In fact, that other circuit vehicle has already, he decided to do what I suggested, which was make the quick run round through the pit lane. He's now come up behind the lorry, so they'll both work together to get that car moved as quickly as possible.
Well, whoever's driving the flatbed, apologies, took probably one of the best racing lines I've seen all day through Graham Hill Bend. So a driver of some skill bringing the flatbed round. But yes, that Simon Alexander car, Simon Alexander walking disconsolately away. He's been able to get one race out today, but unfortunately the second is beyond them. But in terms of the battle at the front of the field, of course, the interesting thing to watch at the start of this race, Alistair, is how Wim Curl gets on, because if you remember, he had a lightning start in the previous race from P6 on the grid. He's third overall at the moment.
Oh, well, actually, the 93 car, we now know why it stopped.
Why? So he was so disconsolate.
Yes, Simon Alexander wandering back to the car with a wheel, and it's the front left wheel has come off. So clearly an issue there with the fitting of the front left wheel, and it came off at Clearways. So Simon's picked that up, and that car, therefore, that's why they scrambled the lorry, because that will need to be lifted. It can't be towed like the Dirk Curl car, which was just simply hitched up and towed away.
Absolutely no points on the streaming service, by the way, on YouTube if you wrote "You can't park there, mate" for the Simon Alexander car, which is currently awaiting there anyway. But it's about to go on the back of the flatbed anyway, and we'll see how long we have. And of course, all the time that's eating away, Alistair, we're getting closer and closer to the eventual pit stop window.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we're down to 30 and a half minutes now, so we've 4.5 minutes we've been running the race behind the safety car at the moment, but shouldn't be too long before they get that fixed up onto the back of that lorry. Hopefully, if it can be towed up onto the flatbed. So the field being taken past the stricken BMW by the safety car, which goes off on another lap. And it's Andrew Jordan who's just hopped out. There's a lot of hopping out and hopping in of drivers this afternoon. We've had Lucas Alusa doing 2 races on the trot, 3 if not 3, and we thought Alex Ames was going to be doing the same thing, but in the end Lucas did the whole race. In this one we've got Andrew Jordan, who's just finished 4th, was it, or 5th in the John Tordoff Elan. 4th, wasn't it? 5th, right, in the John Tordoff Elan, and he's hopped out and got into the Mats BMW number 81. And Mike Whitaker as well, yes, good spot. And Lynn as well, who's in which, we don't know which Lynn's in number 88, do we? It's Mike Whitaker's Ford Capri with a Lynn, but we don't know whether that's Sean or Max. They don't tell us that. So we'll try and find that out. That's changed for this second race. I don't believe they're shared in the first race. And it doesn't say Lynn M or Lynn S, so we don't know which one it is in the car with, or not with Mike. So the cars can continue round on their pace laps, and unfortunately it looks as though they've had to scramble the lift vehicle to lift that BMW, because it's currently on 3 wheels, so it's not so easy to just drag along, and the JCB has arrived, so a slightly longer process than was hoped. But thank you, Ian. It's just on a bit of checking. It's Max Lynn who's sharing with Mike Whitaker. So Max the son, Sean the father, and Max's brother is Alex Lynn, who races in the World Endurance Championship. So cars come through again past the stricken BMW. The JCB is now on scene. It's very unfortunate that this has happened right at the beginning of the final race of the day.
But then some of the drivers can treat this as a bit more of a sprint race, which then benefits certain drivers. I think it benefits the Nissan Skyline, of course. That's the Weaving number 7 car, the purple one of the finest driving duo from St Helens, Andy and Chris Middlehurst. It's Chris Middlehurst that's taken the start of the race. And the other car it will benefit is the Ford Sierra RS 500. So David Tomlin, who made a sensational start in race 1 before fading backwards, pretty much like most Ford Sierra RS 500s in period, actually. Absolutely brilliant over the first 10 laps, and then it was a case of trying to maintain tyres and brakes afterwards. So we'll see how those 2 cars get on, but clearly there's a multitude of M3s. Alistair, and as you were talking about the pesky Elans in the previous race, you can now replace that with pesky BMW E30 M3s.
Yeah, which was in period one of the most successful touring cars ever produced. The E30 model, which is the car leading this field, was won the World Touring Car Championship in 1987, the European Touring Car Championship in 87 and 88, the British Touring Car Championship in 88 and 91, the Italian Touring Car Championship in 87, 89, 90 and 91, the German Touring Car Championship in 87 and 89, the Australian Touring Car Championship in 87, and also separately to that, a bit later on, the 2-litre Touring Car Championship over in Australia in 93, and even the Irish Tarmac Rally Championship in 1990. And in Japan, in the class, not overall, but it won the class for those cars in 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92 and 93. You could say it was pretty dominant.
It was an absolutely sensational car, and of course you mentioned that it won the 1991 British Touring Car Championship with Will Hoy. That was in the Vic Lee Racing Listerine sponsored car. And the interesting thing is that was the first year of Super Touring, so it managed to jump between Group A and the new Super Touring regulations introduced by TOCA in 1991, so it really was a sensational car. And as you mentioned, some of the drivers that won those championships include Frank Sittner, who won the 1988 British Touring Car Championship, Jim Richards, who won the 1987 Australian Touring Car Championship, and then Roberto Ravaglia, of course, that won the European Touring Car Championship in 1987-88 and the World Touring Car Championship in 1987. So the BMW M3, an absolutely sensational race car, and it was a sensational rally car as well, as we've previously discussed, Alistair, in the way that Patrick Snyers exuberantly won the 1988 Manx Rally in a ProDrive prepared M3, and of course ProDrive ran the BMW M3 team in Great Britain under the watchful eye of David Richards.
Yes, the M3s appeared in European rallying when I was actually competing in the European Rally Championship, and it was absolutely wonderful to watch them. And drivers like Patrick Snyers, Mark Duez, racing them on particularly the European roads, where roads were closed then, unlike the UK at the time, which couldn't close public roads very easily.
The Belgians really liked the M3 because I remember Bernard Begouin run the 1987 Tour de Corse in a BMW M3, which was yet another ProDrive entry. So there was a real lust for that particular car.
And it continues because the Mats team that are building these M3 cars, they're in Belgium, and a figure I heard a few weeks ago was they built around 70 of them, so maybe even more now, and quite a few for rallying now. They've started building them for rallying, and they are being successful in particularly tarmac rallying, but also in gravel rallying as well. And one took the very long 5-day Roger Albert Clark rally last year on gravel in a BMW M3, so they are starting to come back through the historic motorsport door.
And good to see, speaking of Matt's cars, that the number 96 car of Paddy Shovlin, which retired in race 1 with some form of mechanical malady, is back out there. So it is last on the grid, or it was last on the grid, in 19th position, but given we've got a few missing from this race, we've already had 2 retirements, of course, in Dirk Curl and Simon Alexander. That means that the Paddy Shovlin car is actually up to 15th place. Still waiting for the Alexander car to be winched onto the back of this flatbed with 22 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So a fairly genteel race for some of these drivers anyway. I'm sure that Andrew Jordan and Chris Middlehurst wanted to resume the fantastic battle from the first race, but we'll just have to wait for another couple of minutes further.
Well, the pit window opens after 15 minutes, and that is in 2 minutes' time, isn't it? So I predict that everybody will dive into the pit lane. They've put the wheel back on, yes, and one of the recovery crew has the spanner to fix that wheel on. So they probably decided that was quicker than trying to lift the car up and onto the flatbed, so the wheel has been refitted.
And off it goes.
Driven back into the pit lane. We now have 3 vehicles to get back behind the barriers. That's the JCB, which is making its way back to its little haunt at Clearways, and then the 2 trucks are back in the pit lane now. So it looks as though we should go racing next time around, just as the pit window opens.
Funny that. Yeah, so really fantastic work again by the marshals to clear that car, and very sensible from the safety car driver to slightly slow down the field as well, so giving the marshals plenty of time to clear their vehicles off the circuit. But as Alistair quite rightly said, safety car is coming in this lap. There is 1 minute to the pit window. Let's see if everyone dives in. I think Alistair's absolutely right. You'd be mad not to. And we'll see the start of this race under slightly different conditions than the start of race 1. But just a reminder then of the cars at the front of the field. It's Andrew Jordan that brings us round in the number 81. That is an original BMW E30 M3 from Chris Middlehurst in Nissan Skyline R32. And then it is the 4 Capri, number 53 of Wim Curl in 3rd position. 4th place for Darren Fielding in the BMW M3 with Michael Cullen, another M3 in 5th position, number 69. And then number 6, the spectacular white, red and green 117 Ford Sierra of David Tomlin. And we'll see whether the Sierra and the Skyline are able to get a good start or whether they end up down into the pit. So the grid comes back round, and do they come into the pits? And the answer is no, because Andrew Jordan decides to take the start. So Andrew Jordan, then Chris Middlehurst and Wim Curl are your top 3, and in fact it's Michael Cullen that's decided to come in. So the 5th place car, no, apologies, no, it's the Holbrook Brundle car that comes in early to swap to Alex Brundle. That's very, very clever from Tom Holbrook to get Alex Brundle in that car as early as possible. But actually, we were completely incorrect, Alistair. Only one of the cars going into the pit lane at the start of the
Some of them may have passed the pit entry before the pit window opened, because it was very tight, wasn't it? It was a few seconds here and there, so they'll possibly come round next time, but there's no massive advantage now because they're not under the safety car anymore. So the advantage of stopping under the safety car has gone, and the car's now heading out onto the Grand Prix loop with Andrew Jordan leading from the Middlehurst Nissan, but Chris Middlehurst, who starts the car, is very close behind Andrew Jordan as they go through the 2 right-handers, and unfortunately the ex-Gordon Spice car is in the pit lane. Mike Whitaker, who was supposed to be sharing with Max Lynn, but I'm afraid, and there's Max Lynn actually talking to Mike Whitaker through the door. So unfortunately a mechanical issue for the Whitaker Capri, but the lead is close with the Nissan in the section of the track which perhaps it has the advantage, the faster section. But oh my goodness, Chris Middlehurst having to correct a slide there as he went through the left-hander at Stirling's. Down into clearways they come. Andrew Jordan it is who leads from Chris Middlehurst in 2nd place. They both carry on for another lap and come across the line, and Middlehurst squirts the power of the Nissan that goes past Andrew Jordan, but Jordan is later on the brakes, tries to go up the inside. They're side by side through paddock as they go down the hill. Andrew Jordan has to keep that inside line if he can to stop Chris Middlehurst turning in at Druids, but he can't do it. Middlehurst knows exactly what he was doing there. He got past and then immediately went defensive to the inside, but Andrew Jordan now trying again as they come down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, trying to get the inside line there, but he can't do it. So it's Chris Middlehurst who leads from Andrew Jordan in 2nd place. What a drive from these two as they battled for the lead down into Graham Hill Bend. Now they're heading through Surtees and on their way out onto the Grand Prix circuit.
Well, they're leaving absolutely nothing out on circuit, are they? I mean, I think there's 150 brake horsepower difference though between the Skyline and the M3, and that came to the fore then as Chris Middlehurst blasted his way past the M3 and into the lead round the outside of Paddock Hill Bend for what would have been the start of their 7th lap, of course, now after the 6 laps behind the safety car. So Chris Middlehurst, who clearly wants to extend his advantage, try and dominate from the front before he brings the car in to his dad Andy. So Andrew Jordan then remains in 2nd position, and into the pits then is the Fielding BMW M3, so the number 8 car, which started very high up the grid, and David Tomlin as well in the Sierra RS 500. So actually we've got multiple cars in the pits now, but none of the top 3.
And one of the Curls also in the pits in the Capri. Which one was that? It's just coming out. It's the 53 car. So Wim Kiel has done his pit stop. Now he was a contender for the lead at the beginning of the first race earlier on today, so he may well make his way back up into the top 3 or 4.
And into the pits is Andrew Jordan. So from Andrew Jordan then from 2nd position comes in, and we'll keep you abreast of how they get on with the pit stops, of course, as they come through the race. But we'll see how Chris Middlehurst will get on without having to worry about Andrew Jordan behind him. His fastest lap of the race was the previous lap, 1:35.783, which I think was slightly quicker than Chris went in this morning's session. But it's him, it's Rick Strong that's in 2nd place, and then it's Rick Wood in 3rd position. So you've got 3 Skylines in the top 3.
And I wonder whether Andrew Jordan's choice to come in then was because he'd been passed by Chris Middlehurst. He felt that he couldn't go quite as quickly as he wanted to. He was slightly slowed by Middlehurst in parts of the track, not all of it, of course. The Nissan was pulling away on the long straights. So Jordan, I think, before he can do another lap, possibly, but we'll see. He's behind the RS 500 Sierra of David Tomlin, and he'll get past. It's going to be tight to come in the pit lane. No, he drops behind David Tomlin, so will he snick to the right into the pit lane? I think he probably will. We'll see. Yes, he does.
So into the pits then comes Chris Middlehurst to change to his dad Andy. So he was clearly quite desperate to get past David Tomlin towards the back of the circuit, but here he is then, so he's just currently being waved in. So the lead-in, number 7, purple AXIA Trampio Nissan of Chris Middlehurst, following a great first stint, is out, changing over to Andy Middlehurst. Andy Middlehurst, of course, such experience in Formula Ford 1600s, in the Nissan Skyline in 40 years. He was actually a works Nissan driver, of course, in the 1992 British Touring Car Championship, so an excellent driver in his own right. But we'll see whether he comes out in front of Andrew Jordan. Andrew Jordan actually just rounding 30s.
So Andrew Jordan on his way onto the Grand Prix loop. We'll keep an eye on his progress. Chris Middlehurst is out of the car, helmet off, his dad being strapped in, Andy for the second part of this race. And we have just over 14 minutes remaining. Andrew Jordan going through Hawthorns up towards Westfield now, turns into Westfield, and still the Middlehurst car has to wait in the pit lane for its minimum pit stop time to elapse. And Jordan comes through Dingledell into Sheen Curve, so it's the short run now to the left-hander at Stirling's. Here he comes now. He's not really been held up on this lap. The Middlehurst car is underway, so it will be out on the track well before Andrew Jordan comes through, and I suspect that's because Andrew Jordan had to do a longer pit stop because he's an elite driver. But again, as I mentioned before, we don't have the list, so we're not sure who's got what penalties, but Andrew Jordan it is who comes through. He's now got to try and catch Andy Middlehurst, who's already coming down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, whilst Andrew Jordan is going up the hill into Druids.
Alistair's absolutely right, by the way. So 1:34 was Andrew Jordan's pit time. So yeah, that suggests that he has had to observe a elite driver penalty while he was in the pits. And off on Paddy Shovlin that's gone off. I'm just trying to work out where the Watson's M3 has landed.
There.
And it's a paddock.
Right in front of us.
Unfortunately, I was looking the other way towards Clearways, but Paddy Shovlin, will he be able to get the M3 out? So he's elected to reverse it. Let's see how Paddy gets on. Of course, that's where he went off in the first race. So that was a mechanical malady that did for Paddy in the first race, and the Spice Capri just about manages to get it through. Does Paddy Shovlin get out of the gravel? Yes, he does. Well
Luckily,
done, Paddy.
He was on the downhill section of Paddock Hill, so he was able to just roll backwards, wasn't he, without digging into the gravel. So we'll find out when they come through once again, with Audrey Van Ham now on in the lead, number 35, because she's not done her pit stop yet. The pit window is still open, so I assume she'll come in this time around. It'll be closing in 2 minutes. And then Nick Strong is in the pit lane, Rick Wood is in the pit lane, the Delattre de Boku team are also in the pit lane, but Middlehurst comes through in second place, and the gap to Andrew Jordan is around 9 seconds from Andy Middlehurst, with 11 minutes remaining, and Jordan has to get past 2 cars before he can get at Andy Middlehurst, because Wim Kuil is in front of Andrew Jordan. He's just about to try and pass him as he comes down the white and blue Capri, and then just ahead of Wim Kuil is Darren Fielding in his BMW. That's also got to be passed by Andrew Jordan if he wants to have a nibble at Andy Middlehurst for the win of the race.
So Andrew Jordan is the fastest man on the circuit at the moment at 1:36.0, which was 4 seconds quicker than Andy Middlehurst on the previous lap. So Andy Middlehurst clearly is managing the tyres and brakes of the Skyline anyway, but he's got a significant advantage of 7.5 seconds over Darren Fielding in the second place. But Alice is absolutely right. Has Andrew Jordan been able to get past Wim Curl? The answer is no. He's still behind Wim Curl as they're coming through Westfield for the 10th time. So Darren Fielding, Wim Curl, Andrew Jordan, there's only 2 seconds between them now. And here is Andy Middlehurst rounding Stirling's, then the left-hander before the blast towards Clearways at the end of this lap, the end of lap 10 So the Nissan Skyline in charge as things stand, but with 10.5 minutes to go, the key question is, can Andrew Jordan catch the Skyline i32 before the end of this race? So here he is. So let's see what Andy Middlehurst does this time around. It was a 1:40.698 the previous lap. This time, Andy Middlehurst has done a 1:38, so a significantly quicker lap. Andrew Jordan shows the inside of the BMW M3 to Wim Curl as they come through Paddock Hill Bend, but not close enough, I'm afraid. But Wim Curl gets it wrong on exit, and Andrew Jordan is able to pull up past Wim Curl as he goes up to the Druids hairpin, and that is third position. So Andrew Jordan then is the one that's making his way through this pack in the immaculate purple, red and yellow machine, the Motul machine. If anybody wonders, by the way, where that livery is from, that is a Jean-Pierre Malcher French touring car livery from 1992.
And it was almost as though Andrew Jordan, I'm sure he did plan it, but from us looking from the outside, it didn't look like he was going to get past Wim Coyle as they went down towards Paddock Hill, but he had it all in control, and he just braked that little bit later, managed to force Wim slightly wide in Paddock Hill, and then slid up the inside as they went up to Druids. A great move, a proper touring car move that, without any contact, I hasten to add. It's Andy Middlehurst who leads by 7.4 seconds from Darren Fielding in second place, number 8. In third place, number 53 was Wim Coyle, but now it's Andrew Jordan, number 81, and he now is charging after Darren Fielding for second place, and we'll find out when they come back to this side of the circuit how much progress he's made.
So Andy Middlehurst rounding clearways now for the end of his 11th lap with 9 minutes to go on the clock. So Andy Middlehurst, a little bit of a puff of smoke actually as he changes up as he goes down the Brabham Straight. So his last lap then was a 38.2, but Andrew Jordan is now second. Andrew Jordan has got past Darren Fielding, and Wim Curl is going to get past Darren Fielding as well as they go into Paddock. Yes, he does. Great pass by Wim Curl, but it's Andrew Jordan who's the man on the move. Now up into second place, Alistair.
Absolutely brilliant move there, and Wim Curl, good on him. He took the opportunity. Andrew Jordan made the space. Wim went through the gap and followed Jordan through. So the four leaders are now almost all together on the run down Graham Hill, but it's the leader of Andy Middlehurst who's turning now through Surtees in the number 7 Nissan. Andrew Jordan, now freed from that battle behind him, is in second place, but my goodness, it's a hard job to catch Andy Middlehurst in the remaining 8 minutes of this race.
Andrew Jordan absolutely on the limit through Surtees. He almost lost the car, but he was able to recover it on the second steering input, but he's really trying everything he knows. The current gap between Andy Middlehurst and Andrew Jordan in second position is 7.5 seconds. But Andrew Jordan's not dropping Wim Curl though. Wim Curl is only a second behind, so Wim Curl is lapping respectably in his own right, so a 38.1, and that of course included the passing move on the previous lap. So Darren Fielding relegated to 4th, and the remainder of the top 6, by the way, is still the number 69 BMW M3. That's the white and blue one of Michael Cullen. He's 5th, and in 6th position is the green, white and red Ford Sierra of David Tomlin.
And we'll get another time measurement now between Middlehurst and Jordan. It was 7.5 seconds last time around. We've got 7 minutes remaining, and Jordan is closing, I think, but I think the gap is just too big, isn't it? The gap was 7.5, it's now 5.8, so Andrew Jordan is much closer, but he's only got 7 minutes remaining. He'll get close. His last lap was a 35.9, and Andy Middlehurst was a 37.6, so around about 1.7 seconds. Give them 3. Yeah, he might do it. Andrew Jordan could get close to challenging Andy Middlehurst towards the end of the race. It rather depends on whether Andy Middlehurst is managing the car at the moment, the brakes and the tyres, and if Andrew Jordan was to get a little bit closer, would Andy just speed up a little bit perhaps and just take a bit more out of the tyres?
Well, Andy Middlehurst is lapping pretty respectably at the moment at 1:37.652, which is fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. Chris Middlehurst did a 35.7 as part of his first stint, but of course Andy and Chris did this at Donington. They won the second race a few weeks ago, of course, but let's see. So I think 5.8 seconds, 6 minutes to go for that. It's going to be very, very tight. Yeah.
Looks a big gap visually at the moment, but Andrew is chipping away at it as we look at the. That's good to see that number 88 Capri back out again. That was in the pit lane early on. That's Mike Whittaker sharing with Max Lynn. presumably it's Max Lynn on board now, and the leader coming through is number 7 Andy Middlehurst. Makes his way past the Mark 1 Escort and now makes his way past Max Lynn in the Motorcraft Capri, the ex-Gordon Spice car, and then through comes Andrew Jordan. It was 5.7, it's now 2.9. What? And the fastest lap of the race for Andrew Jordan. Andrew's really got the bit between his teeth now. It's 1:35.569 for Andrew Jordan. He is in full British touring car mode now, isn't he, Andrew?
Yeah, he's in beast mode officially. I mean, I did think Andy Middlehurst was slightly compromised with these entry into Clearways, where clearly he had to take the inside line to get past 2 lap cars. But yeah, he's managed to reduce that gap in half. And once they negotiate this 4th Prix, Alistair, that's round in Surtees, then the 2 cars will be very close together indeed.
And we'll be onto the long straight down towards Hawthorne's Bend, and that might advantage Andy Middlehurst with more power in the Nissan as they come through the Pilgrim's Drop at the bottom of the hill, then back up Hawthorne Hill to Hawthorne's Bend, turns through the right-hander. When will we get to see? Oh, there's Andrew Jordan. He's absolutely on the limit through the right-hander at Hawthorne's. Now they go up to Westfield. Andrew again just tipping the curb on the inside, and down they go towards the final right-hander at Sheen Curve. Now it's the left-hander at Stirling's, and then they'll burst back into view for those of you spectating from the banking at the opposite the pits. Here they are now, and Andrew Jordan in the BMW closer than ever. The gap last time around was pretty much 3 seconds, bar a couple of hundredths. So Andrew Jordan, can he get the gap below 3 seconds now as they go over the line with 3 minutes 57 to go? 1.6 seconds, so he's almost halved the gap from 3 to 1.6 on that lap. What a drive from Andrew Jordan. This is a real joy to watch, and he's much later on the brakes than Andy Middlehurst into Druids, closes right up, and then Middlehurst squirts away down Graham Hill. But then as they brake for Graham Hill Bend, Andrew Jordan's right, almost in the boot of Andy Middlehurst.
Did you see how much curve that Andrew Jordan took on the exit of Paddock? It was absolutely incredible. He is absolutely charging. Anyway, go back towards the Grand Prix circuit anyway. There's less than a second between Andy Middlehurst and Andrew Jordan. Keeping things interesting is Wim Curl. So Wim Curl is only 5 seconds behind Andrew Jordan, so clearly if anything happens to the first 2, then you've got to consider Wim Curl. But again, the power of the skyline blasting towards Hawthorne and then Westfield, but it's appreciably less than a second now, Alistair.
Very much so, yes, and you also almost think that Andrew Jordan just doesn't brake for any of these corners. He's just slings the car at the corner and sorts it out on the way out. So they're coming up now towards the left-hander at Stirling's, and we've got 2 minutes 43 to go as they turn into the left-hander, and it's now absolutely together. Andrew Jordan actually looks to the left of Andy Middlehurst as they came out of Stirling's. They've come back into our sight now into Clearways, and it's a length and a half, 2 lengths between the Nissan Skyline and the BMW, which is the Nissan is actually smoking a little on the as he changes gear, which normally means the turbocharger is starting to fail, but he's still going, and he's ahead of Andrew Jordan. The gap at the line was 0.7 of a second now, and Andrew Jordan closes right up under braking, even thinks about a move on the inside of Andy Middlehurst, but Middlehurst too experienced for that as they came through Druids. Now down into the left-hander. Jordan thinks about the inside at Graham Hill Bend, but there isn't room there. So on to Cooper Straight they go, and Jordan gets a good run through Graham Hill Bend. He'll be alongside as they go into Surtees, but the power of the Nissan takes it ahead. But then Jordan comes back through on the inside, moves through to the left and takes the lead in Surtees.
Of course, the video that he did with Motor Racing Legends yesterday, Andrew Jordan said his favourite passing place on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit was Surtees. So well done to Andrew Jordan, because he passed Andy Middlehurst gets him again. So down Pilgrim's Drop, Andy Middlehurst takes it again, but Jordan takes it back off him through Hawthorne. Fantastic battle between these two. Andy Middlehurst has not given up in the skyline, tries to get down the inside of Westfield, fails, only just about fails though, and Andrew Jordan keeps the lead.
and they're going now down through the right-hander at Dingledale into Sheen Curve, and through into the lead goes Andy Middlehurst. He's got the inside for Sheen Curve, but they're now going to the left-hander at Stirlings, and cleverly Andrew Jordan has placed his car on the left of the track, so he gets the inside line, but they're just passing a slower car. Andy Middlehurst comes up on the outside. They're side by side as they come down to the right-hander at Clearways. This is the last lap of the race, and he's got him. Andy Middlehurst is in the lead. Andrew Jordan is in second place. Has Andy Middlehurst got the power and the grip to stay ahead of Andrew Jordan? Yes, he has. He comes across the line, and Andy Middlehurst wins the race by...
No. 30 seconds to go, so this is the final lap of the race, so we almost got
ahead of himself.
Almost got in front of us. David Tomlin, by the way, is a retirement for the Ford Sierra Cosworth, so the two leaders passed that car, and Jordan tries to look down the inside at Druids, but no, he was too far away. Middlehurst has absolutely aced the last lap and a half. Anyway, Andy Middlehurst, then the wily veteran of the Nissan Skyline i32, leads going through Graham Hill Bend. Andrew Jordan again gets a better line through Graham Hill Bend. Now looking to Surtees. Does he get in for the second time of asking? No, he doesn't. A defensive line by Andy Middlehurst, so Andrew Jordan has to hold back. And typically, as they come down Pilgrim's Drop and heading towards Hawthorns, that's where the Skyline has been strongest. Great run out of Surtees again by the BMW M3, but let's see if Andy Middlehurst holds it then. So as they come into our view, Andy Middlehurst has around 3/4 of a second advantage then as they come into Hawthorns.
And they turn through the right-hander. Andrew Jordan is quicker through there, so he closes right up on Andy Middlehurst and down into the right-hander at Westfield into Dingledale. Then they'll come up the other side through Sheen Curve. Only a couple of 3 corners to go, and Andrew Jordan closing all the time. I think he'll try and get him at Stirlings. He'll try and go for the left of the track, but Andy Middlehurst knows exactly what Andrew Jordan was going to do, and he stays to the left, stops him getting through on that point there. They come under the bridge into Clearways, and this really is the last time. Sorry for getting excited and thinking that last one was the last lap, but this is the last lap, and it will be Andy Middlehurst who will come through Clark Curve ahead. Andrew Jordan is behind. He just hasn't got the grunt to pass him, and the checkered flag goes out to Andy Middlehurst, who took over from his son Chris, who did a great stint at the beginning of that race, and Andrew Jordan in second place, 0.8 of a second behind, and Wim Coyle does finish in third place. A good finish for him, with Darren Fielding in fourth.
I've never said this on commentary before. Viva St Helens. Well done, Andy Middlehurst. That was a superb drive. It really did. I mean, I thought that when Andrew Jordan got past him with 3 laps to go, Alistair, I thought the BMW would walk away, but superbly judged race by both Chris and Andy Middlehurst in bringing the Nissan home, and he got gradually quicker. So Andy Middlehurst then just coming round, he comes into the pits, soaks up the adulation of the marshals. And then the Ford Capri, the BMW M3 and others. Harry Whale comes over the line, and he finishes 7th, by the way, in the Zach Speed Escort, or the Zach Speed Escort. That's a good result for Harry. But what a fantastic drive from Andy Middlehurst, and of course keeping up his winning record from Donington.
Absolutely, yes, the Middlehurst partnership very quick indeed, and they're pulling up in the garages, and hopefully Alex Le Gui will be able to catch the Middlehursts for a chat, and probably Andrew Jordan as well. So that was despite being under the safety car for quite a few laps at the beginning of that race, which was very unfortunate, that was the most stunning race between Andy Middlehurst and Andrew Jordan. And Andrew Jordan comes across and taps the roof of the car. And Alex Le Gui is down in the pits to talk to our winners.
I am indeed. Our lovely photographer is just going to jump in and get a photo of them. We're jumping.
Press the green if after the yellow now. I don't know. Yeah. You're past the accident at the green, I think.
Have this conversation on camera.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if there was with the safety car or with the yellow flag there. Yeah, normally have to wait till the green flag. So
the green flag was there.
You hadn't got to the green flag, I don't think. So I think you passed the accident then passed, but it didn't matter. It was a good race. Well done.
Yeah, nice one.
Very close.
Yeah, well done, yeah, brilliant.
Sort
Well
of
done.
give and take for you then.
Don't run away. Come back. Boys. That was incredible. That was beaming. I loved your energy when you came in. You guys were happy with that result. What a great day it's been.
Yeah, we struggled to sort of got here, and there is a load of people we can't thank enough to get us here, and then we've been nursing a few issues. Okay. So this time, Chris started again, and then obviously I knew I was in the lead, so I just had to get every lap the best, and it was squirming everywhere. I was losing the brakes, and Andrew Jordan got past me a couple of times and got past back him again, and he dive bombed me several times, but got past him again.
Redemption. I loved it. It was brilliant. You provided us with great racing and a great first stint.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great first stint, but my dad, what an amazing job. It's quite emotional really, because racing with my dad and him doing so well. It's a special moment. Running as a team with everyone's worked so hard, and it's the first time we sort of shared a race like that together. So just blessed to be here and racing my dream car with my dad and the team and things like that. So that was just mega seeing him get past Andrew again and winning. I'm not sure we'll top that one, but it means a lot. Clearly, you can see that. It's just it's family, isn't it? And it's what we love. I've dreamt about Skylines. I've been around them since I was literally 2-3 years old. I've been around these cars, watching my dad race a Skyline, and now we're doing it together and we won. So it's just the emotion of the race. You know what I mean? You can't. Yeah, it's just real special. So this man is a fantastic driver.
Car, right?
Yeah, mega job, man. Cool. Well done, boys. I don't ever feel very emotional, but I did right then. Andrew. Hey, you couldn't do it this time.
Yeah, it was close. Really, really
It was close.
It was brilliant. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
That was fun. It looked like a nice battle. It must be great as a driver. I mean, you're used to, fighting with the best, and that looked like one of the, a good level fight, right?
It was brilliant. Yeah, it was. It's great for them, dad and lad racing. I know the enjoyment of that. So. It was with a higher horsepower car. It's just trying to manoeuvre the car where it's good, and obviously the strengths to the 30 are on the brakes and corner speeds. So it's just trying to fix the puzzle and figure it out. I did it once and then got back past. So it's been a good day.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you. It was fun for us to watch as well. I'm not sure we've got any more. Let's see. Come and have a mooch down the pit lane. Do you know where P3 is? No, P3 is gone. Well, that's fine. Our commentators are going to come and join. Should we mooch? Should we throw to some highlights? Let's have a look at some highlights, and then I'm hoping that Alistair and Ian will come and join me and we can round the day off. Don't go away.
We're looking forward to it, Alex. Highlights of the HTCC Race 2 for today was one of the stunning races of the weekend so far, and it started under the safety car for a few laps because of a broken down car, but then it was Andrew Jordan who took the early lead from Chris Middlehurst in the Nissan Skyline, and they had a great battle for quite a few laps before Chris managed to get through here into Paddock Hill Bend. A fantastic move from Chris Middlehurst. The road falls away from you there and you're looking at sky as you drive into the right-hander, so very brave move indeed from Chris Middlehurst to get past Andrew Jordan. They then ran in close company right through until the pit stops, and one of the St Paul cars there in the pits, and a spin for the Watson's BMW, which got back on track again very quickly. And then it was Chris Middlehurst who took the car through to the pit stops. Andrew Jordan going past for second place, past Wim Pearl in the Capri RS 3100, and took that place after a double move on Darren Fielding, who got shuffled down 2 places in one corner there. It's a great move from Wim to get through as well. Then Andy Middlehurst took over, and then we started the battle with Andrew Jordan making his way back to the boot lid, but he wasn't quite able to make it. He got past once but wasn't able to hold on to that lead, so congratulations to the Middlehurst family, Chris and Andy. And the results with a win for Chris and Andy Middlehurst in the Nissan Skyline R32 GTR. Then it was Andrew Jordan just behind in the BMW E3 M30. Wim Coyle in the Ford Capri RS 3100. Then the Darren Fielding BMW and Michael Cullen's BMW. And then it was Tom Holbrook and Alex Brundle in 6th place in their BMW. Then it was the Wales, well actually it was Harry Whale drove solo in that race in the Escort Mark II. Samuel Verhagen in the Mercedes 190 DTM car. Then it was the Woods in their Nissan Skyline in 9th place, and completing the top 10, Paddy Shovlin in his BMW E30 M3. And Ian and Alex and I will be back very shortly for a walk down the pit lane.
Welcome to our factory in Zhongshan, China. Here we do any kind of model cars, different scale, different category, and it's something very, very exciting. Spark is a racing brand, and this factory is our racing factory.
Wow, what an come on lads. What an incredible day of racing that was. Ian, what was your highlight?
Well, I was born in St Helens, so it was pretty special in the last race seeing a pair from St Helens win the historic Touring Car Challenge. It was pretty.
It was so emotional.
It was so emotional from Chris. He let it all hang out after the race. So do you know what? That is my highlight of the weekend.
Ah, nice. I love it, and I love that like constant dance that the Skyline was doing with Andrew Jordan over the day. It was fun, wasn't it? How about you?
The 1 hour sports race, which came just before the touring cars, that was a fabulous race as well. And I have to say, the news that we got partway through the afternoon that the driver involved in that incident was doing well, that was great news.
Yeah, it was really nice. I've really enjoyed the racing today. I mean, I'm a bit of a touring car fan, and I love like the energy when you're standing in the assembly area and they all start firing up and they start heading out and you can see it. It's great, it's Larry, it's fun. Good, okay, so a successful day, technically day 2 of racing. Tomorrow, remind me of what we've got.
Well, we've got all sorts on, so it's another, I think it's 8 races tomorrow of action, but it's basically everything that people have got used to, which is hundreds of cars in absolutely fantastic condition, covering a range of decades. So make sure you get down to circuit. Hope the weather's the same.
Yeah, yes. I think it might be a bit scorchio tomorrow. Yes, because not only can people watch it online, people can still buy tickets on the gate, can't they?
Yes, I understand so, yes, and there was plenty of room on the spectator banking today, so get yourself down here. And there's of course the Grand Prix loop as well, which is very rarely used these days, so good opportunity.
Good. Well, we'll be live on the live stream from about 9:45 in the morning, about 9 hours of live action from us here at Brands Hatch. As Ian said, we've got about 7 races. I think we've got about 5 qualifying sessions, wall-to-wall fun, another demo in the middle, and of course if you're here in person, it's like a roving museum. It's absolutely unbeatable. Get yourself down here. It's the Motor Racing Legends from London Historic Trophy at Brands Hatch. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to Brands Hatch, where we are on day 2 of the London Historic Trophy.